Chapter 101. Is this reason for rejection serious? How dare this kid? True Lord Chaos was really shocked. Although he is just a ray of soul now. But at any rate, he used to be a strong man whose strength has reached the great perfection of Yuan Shen realm. Even the little black flood dragon whose strength is at the first level of the aperture realm is still respectful in front of him. How could it be like the young man in front of him who didn't agree with each other and shot at him? Fang Yu was also very confused. He originally thought that the true Lord of Chaos was there. Lu Beichen don't want to snatch this chance or something. And the next thing Lu Beichen should do is to bear the burden of humiliation, and leave the secret realm of chaos for the time being to make plans. Who knew that Lu Beichen was so bold and reckless that he would do it as soon as he said it? Even true Lord Chaos doesn't pay attention. Master, we all forgot that Lu Beichen is not someone who will compromise easily. Ao said with a wry smile, no matter how famous the true Lord of Chaos is, no matter how powerful he used to be, he can't stand him now. He only has a wisp of soul left, and he can't scare Lu Beichen at all. Fang Yu followed with a wry smile and said, if you don't remind me, I'll forget about it. It's too late, it's too soon. Lu Beichen and Chaos True Monarch fought a move, and the two sides were evenly matched. Boy, has your strength reached the second level of the out-of-aperture realm? While True Monarch Chaos was shocked, he couldn't help thinking. No wonder Xiao Hejiao didn't abide by the agreement with him and let the boy in front of him in. It turned out that the reason behind it was that the little black flood dragon couldn't beat the opponent. In addition, don't look at him on the surface as if he is on a tie with the opponent. In fact, he was at a disadvantage in the mainland. Because he existed as a ray of soul, he couldn't fight people for a long time. Of course. Lu Beichen nodded and said, otherwise, how dare I be so presumptuous in front of you? How could the little black dragon be willing to let me pass the third level? Your aptitude is really perverted. True Lord Chaos said with emotion, I also admit that I have never seen a genius like you in my life. Senior Chaos True Monarch, thank you. Lu Beichen replied very modestly, and then he asked, now that things have happened, I believe you should have made the right choice, right? Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to tear himself apart with primal chaos. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. He can't guarantee that if he continues to fight, he will force out the real trump card of primal chaos. Fang Yu's heart suddenly rose. Will primal chaos change his mind after seeing Lu Beichen's formidable strength? You think too much. Master Chaos shook his head, and responded, the inheritance of this seat can only be handed over to Fang Yu. Old stubborn, haven't you seen the situation clearly? Lu Beichen sneered and said, since I came here, your inheritance has already belonged to me. The decision-making power is not in your hands, why are you talking about handing it over to Fang Yu? True Monarch Chaos had a vigilant look on his face, boy, do you really want to snatch this seat's inheritance by force? You guessed right. I just want to snatch your inheritance. Lu Beichen saw the appearance of unrepentant by the true Lord of Chaos, and he no longer expected that the true Lord of Chaos would take the initiative to pass it on to him. Therefore, he used his body skills again and bullied towards the primal Chaos Lord. Isn't this shockwave too terrifying? In order to avoid being affected by the fight between Lu Beichen and the true Lord of Chaos, he quickly moved away from the battlefield. Now he finally believes that the recent rumors about Lu Beichen are true. After all, with Lu Beichen's current astonishing strength, he can be crushed to death with just one finger. I hope the true Lord of Chaos will be able to win. Otherwise, I will have to escape from the secret realm of chaos immediately. Fang Yu prayed secretly in his heart. Not good. This kid's foundation is extremely solid. It doesn't look like it was raised by using pills or spirit grass. The more the true Lord of Chaos fought, the more surprised he became. He couldn't figure out how the young Lu Beichen cultivated his strength to such a terrifying level. Who is your excellency? You will be a lot older next year, but now you are pretending to be a young man with a weak crown. Are you embarrassed? True Lord Chaos kept searching for the memories in his mind. Let's see if we can find an older generation of strong people in the spiritual world who have similar skills to Lu Beichen's. Lu Beichen almost laughed, Prince Chaos, are you blind? No matter how you look at my face, it has nothing to do with my age, right? Don't tease you. The true Lord of Chaos didn't believe it, this seat has fallen for many years, and after becoming a ray of soul, I have never left the secret realm of chaos. It doesn't mean I'm stupid. A young man who is only about 17 or 8 years old can possess the strength of about the second level of the out-of-aperture realm. If you tell it, who will believe it? So the only truth is, you are an old monster in the spirit world pretending to be. Be smart. Lu Beichen sneered, and said, Lu Beichen, a second-level expert in the out-of-aperture realm. I am also a peerless genius from the upper world. Who dares to pretend to be me? Do you think you are impatient with life? What? Primal Chaos was shocked again. Why did he fall, leaving only a ray of soul? Is not it? Was it because he failed to ascend to the upper realm when he cultivated his strength to the great perfection of Yuan Shen realm? Now this young man with a weak crown named Liu Beichen actually said that he is a peerless arrogance from the upper world? This thought flashed in his mind, and a trace of relief flashed in the eyes of true monarch Chaos. If the opponent is really someone from the upper realm, then it is not surprising that he has such a strong strength. That's it. True monarch Chaos sighed, and said, Liu Tianjiao, right? Inheritance, I can give it to you, but you must agree to one request. Liu Beichen thought for a while and responded, you can state your request first. As for whether to answer or not, it depends on my mood. It is good. True Lord Chaos said without hesitation, I want you to promise not to attack Fang Yu. This is impossible. Liu Beichen immediately refused, Fang Yu's existence especially affects my mood. If I don't kill him, my thoughts will not be clear. Fang Yu. What the hell? Is Liu Beichen's reason for refusal serious? Master, it seems that Liu Beichen is planning to kill you. Ao reminded, you must be ready to run away at any time now. Fang Yu asked unwillingly, has the matter really reached this point? You can't take chances. Ao replied in a deep voice, Principal Chaos should be unsure about how to deal with Liu Beichen, so he thought of exchanging his inheritance for the guarantee that Liu Beichen would not attack you. Fang Yu clenched his fists and said, I understand. Not only took away his senior sister Gu, but also took away his opportunities one after another. Could it be that Liu Beichen, this damn guy, is really his nemesis? Chapter 102 Listen to me, thank you. After failing to negotiate with Liu Beichen, True Lord Chaos' face instantly became serious. You really don't think about it anymore. There's nothing to think about. Liu Beichen replied truthfully, I never do such things as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Are you kidding me? He also wanted to earn a lot of destiny points by beheading Fang Yu, the protagonist. Let's see if we can use this to advance to Yuan Shen realm. How could he easily agree to this unreasonable request from True Monarch Chaos? Besides, even if you don't trade with True Monarch Chaos, the inheritance will eventually be his. My original perception is correct. Primal Chaos said coldly, Liu Beichen, you are indeed an evil guy. You want to pass it on, right? I won't let you succeed. The words fall. He rarely took the initiative to attack Liu Beichen. It's not up to you. Liu Beichen turned around and greeted him. From the fight with the True Lord of Chaos just now, he felt the weakness of the True Lord of Chaos. Therefore, there is no longer any room for his counterattack this time. Primal Chaos obviously also felt the tremendous pressure. He tried to use the power in the secret realm of Chaos to deal with Liu Beichen. However, he is only a ray of soul after all. After a long time, it becomes exhausted. Fang Yu, I hold him back. True Lord Chaos sent a voice transmission to Fang Yu, get out of here quickly, leave the secret realm of Chaos. Otherwise, it will be too late. Fang Yu was stunned. Soon, he reacted, and immediately used his body skills with all his strength, and fled towards the distance. Liu Beichen sneered, and said, Prince Chaos, you are still distracted from fighting me, don't you take me too seriously. With the Qi Machine Talisman, even if Fang Yu went to the ends of the earth, he could still find it. Liu Beichen, you kid is too crazy. Primal Chaos shouted sharply, and said, I will fight with you. After finishing speaking, without even thinking about it, he blew himself up. Seeing this, Liu Beichen retreated very quickly. However, he was still slightly injured by the powerful energy impact. Ended. With a flash, Liu Beichen walked over countless steps, and finally saw a cave without formations. Is this the legacy left by a strong man in the Yuan Shen realm? Love. Liu Beichen reached out to pick up a storage bag in the cabinet, searched it with his spiritual sense, and found a lot of panacea. Looking at the countless storage bags in the cave, he felt rich. Adding up the savings of several major holy places in the spiritual world, I am afraid that there are not as many cultivation resources as here, right? True Lord of Chaos. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. I will also go farther and farther on the road of cultivation. Liu Beichen found a huge box and packed the storage bags in the cave. Then, he walked in front of the corpse of the primal chaos true monarch, and performed the god-swallowing devil art, successfully devouring it. Soon, his blood became the demonic chaos deo body. As expected of him planning so hard for so long, he finally got what he wanted. Also has the qualifications to return to the upper realm. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he found that his strength had been raised to about the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm. This surprised him a little bit. From Yuan Shen realm, there are still about 7 levels of realm. As long as Fang Yu is beheaded, the earned destiny points will be added to the cultivation base. His strength should be able to break through the primordial spirit realm by then, right? Thinking of this, Lu Beichen put the box full of storage bags into a more advanced storage ring. Then, he couldn't wait to use the Qi machine talisman to track down Fang Yulet. It's time to send Fang Yu off for the last time. Besides, after Fang Yu escaped from the secret realm of chaos, he still didn't stop. He didn't stop until he ran for a long time and felt that it was impossible for Lu Beichen to catch up. Ayo, I'm really not reconciled. Fang Yu was deeply shocked and said, if I lose this opportunity, I want to catch up with Lu Beichen, and there is no hope in this life. Ao didn't know what to say. It felt that Fang Yu's luck was not ordinary. It's fine if the opportunity is snatched by Lu Beichen once. Now weirdly robbed again? And with the help of the owner of the Chaos Secret Realm, the Master Chaos, was robbed? Master, stay away from Lu Beichen from now on. Ao was silent for a long time before responding, or to avoid being found by him, you have to hide your name. What do you mean? Fang Yu smiled wryly, from now on, I can only live in hiding, right? Although it's a very sad thing. Ao replied helplessly, but in fact it is true. Fang Yu sat on the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Ao, didn't you say that I am the son of destiny, that I am loved by the heavens, and that I will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the spiritual world in the future, or even reach a higher level? Why did it develop to the point where I am no different from the legendary lost dog? Ao was silent again. It can't figure it out either. If Fang Yu wasn't the son of destiny, how could he get the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog? How can it be awakened? But Fang Yu's experience is really too miserable, it doesn't look like what a man of destiny should have. Where did it go wrong? And Lu Beichen, his fate is too strange. Ao thought about it, and was startled. Master's chances have been snatched away by Lu Beichen one after another, this is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that Lu Beichen used some means to track down the Master's trace? Ao didn't care about it, and said quickly, Master, I'm going to use my spiritual sense to check your body now to see if there's anything wrong. Fang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he said in shock and anger, Ao, what do you mean? That's right. I suspect that Lu Beichen left something on your body that can search for breath. Then quickly help me take a look. While Fang Yu was feeling angry, he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Maade, if it's really like what Ao said. Isn't he always under Lu Beichen's monitoring? Found it. Ao couldn't help but smiled wryly, Lu Beichen is really too insidious. If he hadn't snatched your opportunities one after another, I really didn't expect him to leave something that can track your breath on your body. And during this period of time, I have recovered some strength, I can't feel it at all. Ao, don't talk about this now. Fang Yu trembled and said, hurry up and get rid of this thing that can seek breath. Okay, Master. Fang Yu, you seem to have discovered what I left on you. Before Ao could take any action, Lu Beichen appeared in front of Fang Yu with a smile on his face. Chapter 103 From now on, I am invincible in the spirit world. Fang Yu asked miserably, Lu Beichen, since when did you leave something that traces the breath on me? Is it important? Lu Beichen replied noncommittally, your life is almost at risk, so what's the point of knowing this? Are you really going to kill me? Fang Yu subconsciously stood up, then took a few steps back in a panic, I am the son of destiny, if you kill me, you will be punished by God. Oh, so you know you're son of destiny. Lu Beichen pondered for a while, and said, however, I'm not afraid to tell you that my favorite thing to do all the time is to kill the son of destiny. As for whether it will be punished by God or not, I don't care. Because I don't believe this, thank you. Fang Yu forced himself to ask calmly, I don't quite understand why you want to have trouble with the son of destiny. You don't have to understand. Just know that you and I are born to be hostile, either you die or I live. Lu Beichen stretched out his hand and said, bring it to you, you can remove the lock of the Qi machine talisman, so you must have some good treasures on you. Fang Yu took a few steps back subconsciously. The Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog is now his only reliance, and it is related to how far he can grow in the future. If it was given to Lu Beichen, then his life would be completely hopeless and plunged into darkness. Ao, is there any way to help me get through this difficulty? Fang Yu asked for help. That's it. Ao smiled wryly in his heart. It has just used the fastest speed to eliminate the hidden dangers on Fang Yu's body. Who knows, the result is still too late. In addition, if it were someone else, or Lu Beichen's strength was not so strong, it might barely be able to help Fang Yu resist one or two. Master, I will lend you all my strength later. Ao sighed softly, and suggested, then, use your body skills with all your strength, escape from here, escape from Lu Beichen's perception range, maybe there is a glimmer of life. Fang Yu quickly replied, Ao, I agree with your proposal. At this moment, facing Lu Beichen whose strength far exceeds him, he has no other options at all. It is good. Ao immediately lent all his strength to Fang Yu. The fifth floor of the king conferring realm. With the full power of AO, Fang Yu felt that his current strength was unprecedentedly strong. Even if he encountered some well-known old monsters in the spirit world, he would dare to fight them. It's a pity that what he met now was Lu Beichen, who was much stronger than some famous old monsters in the spirit world. So he had no choice but to run away. Although Lu Beichen was a little amazed that Fang Yu's strength had grown so much strangely in an instant. But how could he, who was paying attention to Fang Yu all the time, let Fang Yu escape from his range of perception? After all, losing the lock of the Qi machine talisman. If Fang Yu escaped today, it would take some time for him to find Fang Yu. I want to go, but there is no way. Lu Beichen ran after him without hesitation. It's birthday, he Shenjiu. When Fang Yu was dying, he couldn't help looking up to the sky and let out a long sigh. There must be something wrong. The master is obviously the son of destiny. He died like this for no reason. Ao fell into deep doubts. Besides, with the blessing of all my strength, the master is equivalent to becoming a strong man on the 5th level of the king conferring realm, and he was caught up by Lu Beichen in less than a quarter of an hour. Not only is Lu Beichen's strength exactly the same as the legends, but it may even exceed the 2nd level of the out-of-aperture realm. Oh my god, how can there be a monster like Lu Beichen in the world? After Lu Beichen killed Fang Yu, he put away Fang Yu's storage bag and groped around Fang Yu's body. Looking at the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog found in Fang Yu's body, Lu Beichen couldn't help asking the Destiny Villain System, what is this? The Destiny Villain System responded, something like Goldfinger. Lu Beichen speculated thoughtfully, the reason why Fang Yu was able to grow to this level, and why he knew so clearly where the opportunity is, should be due to this thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Fang Yu, the son of destiny, plus 500 luck points and 3000 destiny points. When the system prompt sounded, Lu Beichen couldn't help feeling a little excited. Whether it's the luck points increased this time, or the destiny points earned, they are much more than when he killed Ye Chen back then. Also, 3000 points of destiny points are enough for him to raise his strength to around the primordial spirit realm. It is said that I am the strong man in the Yuan Shen realm standing at the pinnacle of the spirit world. Lu Beichen smiled happily. Immediately, just as he was about to add the 3000 destiny points to his cultivation, the Destiny Villain System came out and asked, Host, you have so many destiny points, do you want to visit the system mall and buy something? Do not want. Lu Beichen refused unmoved, the things in the system mall are good, but I think it is more important to improve your strength. For example, a strong person in the Yuan Shen realm, even if he uses rubbish exercises and martial arts, no one dares to underestimate him. On the contrary, if your strength is not enough, no matter how awesome your martial arts are, no matter how heaven-defying, others will look down on you. The Destiny Villain System couldn't do it, so he had to help Lu Beichen add 3000 points of destiny to his cultivation. The 6th floor of the aperture boundary. The 7th floor of the aperture boundary. The 8th floor of the aperture boundary. The 4th floor of Yuan Shen realm. Lu Beichen's strength suddenly rose from the 5th level of the out-of-aperture realm to the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm. Feeling the huge pressure coming to his face, Ao was stunned. What's the situation? If it felt right just now, Lu Beichen's strength has increased by 10 ranks in succession, reached the Yuan Shen realm? Did some great changes take place in the spiritual world? As the son of destiny, Fang Yu's Zongdao collapsed. Now Lu Beichen, a young man with a weak crown who is only around the age, has actually cultivated his strength to the Yuan Shen realm? From then on, I am invincible in the spirit world. Lu Beichen announced vigorously. Host, you. Don't worry, I'm just talking, it's not floating. Lu Beichen interrupted, there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky, I still remember it. After a pause, he turned his gaze to the Shanghai Flood Dragon catalog, come out, don't hide. Now that he is a strong man of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, of course he is aware of the existence of Ao. It's careless. Ao smiled wryly in his heart. Because its mood fluctuated violently at the moment, it caused its breath to leak. Lu Beichen's strength is so perverted, it's no wonder he didn't discover it. Thinking of this, Ao couldn't help but let out a dragon chant, and flew out from the Shanghai Jiaolong catalog. Chapter 104 Longevity, Lu Beichen is really a boss. A small white loach. Seeing this, Lu Beichen raised the Shanghai Jiaolong catalog in his hand, and asked, are you the spirit of this thing? Yes. Ao replied respectfully, Xiaolong has seen the Holy Sun of Absolute Beginning. Although Lu Beichen is not the most powerful person it has ever seen, but it is definitely the best talent it has ever seen. A strong man in the Yuan Shen realm who is only about 17 or 8 years old deserves to be treated with such an attitude. You are welcome. Lu Beichen looked at Ao with great interest, and asked, what's the name? Just call me Ao. Ao replied like this first. Immediately, it said very curiously, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning can cultivate his strength to around the Yuan Shen realm at such a young age, which is really amazing. It's okay. Liu Beichen asked lightly, Fang Yu should be your master, right? I wonder if you have any plans to avenge him. The Holy Son of Absolute Beginning was joking. Ao replied with a wry smile, with your current strength, Xiao Long is far from being your opponent even if he tries his best. Besides, although I call Fang Yu my master, I'm still in the inspection period. Otherwise, I would have signed a master-servant contract with him long ago. Oh, what do you mean? As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a tree to live in. I wonder if I am lucky enough to sign a master-servant contract with you. That's it. Liu Beichen thought about it, and finally decided to sign a master-servant contract with Ao. Ao breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fear that Liu Beichen would destroy the Shanghai Jiaolong Atlas in order to avoid future troubles, it will not take the initiative to sign a master-servant contract with Liu Beichen. After Liu Beichen figured out the function of the Shanghai Jiaolong catalog, he was a little amazed. Isn't this a replica of the god-swallowing demon art? It's just that the god-swallowing demon art devours all kinds of peculiar physiques. And the Shanghai Flood Dragon illustrated is just devouring the spiritual power of the cultivator and turning it into his own spiritual power. Prince Chaos also called me evil. Liu Beichen couldn't help complaining, he doesn't even think about what Fang Yu can rely on to cultivate his strength to the Marquee realm so quickly. The Destiny Villain System interface said, in the eyes of the true Lord of Chaos, Fang Yu is the son of Destiny, no matter what he does, it is right. And you are the villain of Destiny, no matter what you do, it's all wrong. It's all evil. System, you summed it up pretty well. Liu Beichen said and ordered Ao to go back to the Shanghai Jiaolong catalog. Immediately, he turned around and prepared to go and search all the things in the secret realm of chaos. I don't know what happened to True Monarch Chaos. While healing his wounds, the Black Flood Dragon said aggrievedly, besides primal chaos, this is the first time I have bowed my head to anyone. Look. There's a black dragon over there. One after another, practitioners passed through the second checkpoint and discovered the existence of the Black Flood Dragon. Roll. The Black Flood Dragon roared unhappily, all of you get out of the primal chaos realm. Everyone present was shocked. However, some practitioners still asked cautiously, Senior Jiaolong, can you give us a face and let us go over? Who do you think you are? The Black Flood Dragon replied angrily, get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Everyone at the scene was silent for a while. After a while, someone shouted unwillingly, this black dragon seems to have been seriously injured. There are so many of us here, why don't we take care of it together? The words fall. Many people present immediately echoed, yes, everyone go up and kill it. The Black Flood Dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it responded dumbfounded, you guys really don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, you think you are great because you have a lot of people, don't you? Now I will let you see what it means that Long Shao bullies many people. After finishing speaking, it jumped up from the spot and coiled in midair. Many people at the scene were burned to ashes by the black dragon's breath it spewed out before they could react. Run! The wind is blowing, this flood dragon is beyond our ability to fight. Seeing this astonishing scene, the other people at the scene were almost scared to pee. Where is the mind to fight against the black dragon? Little Loach, I lack a mount, do you understand what I mean? Oh, how dare someone speak nonsense here? The black dragon was angry, the person who wants to use this seat as a mount has not yet been born. Hey, it's your excellency, then it's all right. No wonder it changed its attitude so quickly, it really couldn't beat this guy in front of it. It turned out that the person who spoke just now was Liu Beichen who had gone and returned. Little Loach, you are quite sensible. Liu Beichen smiled and said, think about it, how about being my mount? Your excellency is embarrassing Xiaolong like this. The black dragon laughed dryly, and said, it is necessary to know that the primal chaos lord, Xiaolong also does some things for him, and has no intention of being his mount. Little Loach, the true lord of chaos you speak of. Liu Beichen said disdainfully, he doesn't deserve to be compared with me at all. Xiaolong admits that your strength is very strong, far surpassing those of your peers. The Black Flood Dragon hesitated for a moment, and said, but it's not good to belittle the true Lord of Chaos and elevate yourself like this. Liu Beichen didn't answer, but just exuded his aura of being a strong man in the Yuan Shen realm. Isn't it? This momentum. The eyes of the Black Flood Dragon suddenly widened. What the hell? Could it be that the opponent's strength has already reached Yuan Shen realm? Otherwise, how could it be difficult for me to arouse the idea of contesting against it just by virtue of momentum? Your Excellency, your strength has already reached Yuan Shen realm. The Black Flood Dragon asked stammeringly. What do you say? Liu Beichen asked a rhetorical question first. Immediately, he went on to say, now you should understand why I said that the true Lord of Chaos is not worthy of being compared with me. Black Flood Dragon. Long live. It, in its lifetime, unexpectedly met a strong man in the Yuanshen realm who was only about 17 or 8 years old. Swallowing, the Black Flood Dragon quickly fell from the midair to the ground. Xiaolong has seen the master. The Black Flood Dragon bowed his head and said respectfully. How to choose, needless to say. Of course it's with the boss. Only in the future will there be a chance to become a boss. Very well, I will call you Xiao He from now on. Liu Beichen flew up and landed on the head of the Black Flood Dragon. You are more familiar with the secret realm of chaos. Take me to receive it, such as cultivation resources. Yes, master. Although the Black Dragon is not very satisfied with the title Little Black, but it doesn't understand the character of the master Liu Beichen, so it dare not have any objections. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 105 The Dragon Rider is the holy son of absolute beginning. With the Black Dragon leading the way, the cultivation resources in the secret realm of chaos were quickly searched by Liu Beichen. After leaving, Liu Beichen completely closed the secret realm of chaos. Although the Black Flood Dragon had already guessed that the true Lord of Chaos might be gone, but it still couldn't help asking Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen was not angry, and replied, the main purpose of my coming to the secret realm of chaos is to obtain his inheritance. He looked down on me and didn't say anything, and even tried to stop me, so I had to kill him. Clear. While the Black Flood Dragon expressed his understanding, he was also deeply moved. True Lord Chaos, as a powerhouse whose strength has reached the great perfection of Yuanshen realm. Although there is only a ray of soul left, but not everyone can beat him. He happened to meet such an evildoer as Liu Beichen, and finally ended up with annihilation of all souls. People can't help but feel embarrassed. Xiao He, you have a good relationship with true monarch Chaos. Otherwise, I wouldn't guard the third checkpoint for him. Liu Beichen asked meaningfully, do you have any complaints about me killing him? Master was joking. The reason why Xiaolong will help Primal Chaos to guard the third checkpoint is purely because he has been kind to Xiaolong, and Xiaolong has come to fulfill his promise. The Black Flood Dragon shook his head hastily, and said, besides, Primal Chaos True Monarch fell when his strength reached the great perfection of Yuanshen realm and tried to ascend to the upper realm. And even if you don't make a move, the remaining wisp of his spirit probably won't last long. So, how could Xiaolong complain to you? Okay, you passed the test. Liu Beichen said with satisfaction, let's go. Let's go to the holy land of Yaokai. Okay, master. The Black Flood Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Now it finally understands what it means to be with a king like a tiger. If it answered just now, Liu Beichen felt that there was something wrong. Maybe it will follow in the footsteps of the true monarch of chaos, destroying all souls, right? Flood Dragon. I'm not dazzled, am I? Is there a black dragon flying out of the primal chaos realm? I saw it too, you're blind. Everyone be careful, this is the legendary Flood Dragon, very powerful. There are still many people outside the chaos secret who have not left. When they saw the Black Flood Dragon, they couldn't help but exclaimed. A middle-aged man seemed to have discovered something, and reminded loudly, I'll go, you look quickly, is there a person standing on the head of that black dragon? As soon as this remark came out, it was like dropping a bomb, and everyone present was in an uproar. They didn't expect to see a rare creature like a dragon today, but also a suspected master of the dragon. Please confirm for me, is the person standing on the black dragon's head the holy son of absolute beginning? Tian Yuanshenzi asked in disbelief. It is indeed the son of God in the beginning. Xia Ruling took a breath, and said, so, after entering the secret realm of chaos, did he tame a flood dragon as a pet? Peng Liangping, Fan Yuz, and Sun Ziwei also found it incredible. Suddenly seeing a rare creature like Xiaolong in the legend, the shock is big enough. Not to mention being able to see the picture of someone flying a dragon. Incredible. Even the legendary powerful creatures like Xiaolong can subdue. The son of Tian Yuan said with admiration, the son of absolute beginning really deserves to be my idol, my savior. Xia Ruling agreed with his words, but felt a little depressed. If only Liu Beichen could be as lustful as many men. Maybe she can occupy a place beside Liu Beichen. Son of absolute beginning, please stay. Xia Ruling subconsciously shouted. Tian Yuanshenzi and others all looked at her, wondering where she had the courage to call Liu Beichen to stop. Didn't we agree? Xia Ruling argued with a guilty conscience, when the son of absolute beginning comes out of the secret realm of chaos, we will thank him. Tian Yuanshenzi and others. They had such a plan just now, and it was true that they wanted to get closer to Liu Beichen. But that was based on the fact that Liu Beichen found them and took the initiative to greet them. Instead of acting recklessly like Xia Ruling is doing now. What's more, Liu Beichen's strength has reached the second level of the out-of-aperture realm, so it is impossible not to find them. Since Liu Beichen didn't even look at them, he obviously didn't want to pay attention to them. However, Xia Ruling has already shouted, it's too late to say anything now. Is Tianyuan Saintess not giving up yet, trying to seduce me with her beauty? Liu Beichen first frowned and thought about it. Afterwards, he drove the Black Flood Dragon, and came in front of Tianyuan Chenzi and others. Seeing this, Tianyuan Chenzi and others saluted respectfully and said, "We have seen the Chenzi of Taishu. Don't be too polite." Liu Beichen smiled slightly, looked at Xia Ruling, and asked, "Holy Maiden Tianyuan, I don't know what's the matter with you calling me." Xia Ruling really wanted to reply, "I have nothing to do, so can't I stop you?" However, she knew she couldn't be so willful. Therefore, she had no choice but to reply, "Didn't you help us a lot in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm before? I stopped you just to say thank you." "No need to say thanks," Liu Beichen said, "as I said at the time, it's nothing to do with a little effort. The Holy Son of the Beginning, for you, it is a matter of little effort." Tianyuan Chenzi said gratefully, "But for us, it is equivalent to the grace of saving lives." The words fall. He handed a storage ring to Liu Beichen, and then said, "This is a small thank you gift prepared by me, the Saint, Elder Peng, and fellow Taoists from Zaiwei Holy Land. I hope you will accept it." "What's so funny about that? The Holy Son of the Beginning, it is our wish after all, I hope you will accept it." "All right." Liu Beichen nodded. He didn't see any movement, and the storage ring that Tianyuan Chenzi took out automatically flew towards him and slipped it into his finger. Seeing this, Chenzi Tianyuan and others were all overjoyed. Since Liu Beichen accepted the gift they prepared together, does that mean they barely have a little friendship with Liu Beichen? "Everyone, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Okay, we will send you off to your excellency the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning." Seeing the back of Liu Beichen driving away in the Black Dragon, Chenzi Tianyuan and others were envious. Not surprisingly, Liu Beichen must have received the inheritance of the true Lord of Chaos, and his strength is now unknown to what extent. Anyway, in one sentence. From now on in the entire spiritual world, I am afraid that no one can ignore the existence of Liu Beichen. Chapter 106 Seriously, I was shocked. Having annexed the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Fengling Holy Land, the Yaokai Holy Land has become the #1 power in Central Continent, and even rushed towards the #1 power in the spirit world. Therefore, the Holy Master of Yaokai couldn't help being somewhat complacent, and came to the Taimiao where the ancestors of the past generations were enshrined in the Holy Land of Yaokai, ready to pay homage. Chen Duan, the elder guarding the Taimiao, hurried forward to see him. He is not surprised to know the purpose of the Holy Master of Yaokai. Although he did not leave the Taimiao to participate in the battle with the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Fengling Holy Land in order to avoid anyone coming to the Taimiao to disturb the ancestors of the Yaokai Holy Land. But he is not without sources. The soldiers of the Dragon Elephant Sect encircled the Holy Land of Yaokai. The old Holy Master of Yaokai and the Elder of Yaokai joined hands to fight against the old head teacher of the Dragon Elephant Sect. At the critical moment, Liu Beichen, the Holy Son of Absolute Beginning, was born out of nowhere, turned the tide, and defeated Wang Chongguang, showing his astonishing strength as high as the first level of the Aperture Realm. As for the reason why the Dragon Elephant Sect went to the Yaokai Holy Land, outrageous is outrageous, but it is not very important. The important thing is that the reason why Liu Beichen stood up for the Holy Land of Yaokai is related to the Saint of Yaokai. This means that Liu Beichen may become the backer of Yaokai Holy Land. What happened next proved his guess right. Liu Beichen offered to go with the Lord of Yaokai to receive the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant Sect. Then, at the headquarters of Longxiang Zone, they encountered people from Fengling Holy Land who were picking peaches, and a fierce conflict broke out between the two sides. Liu Beichen fought with Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land and the 7th level powerhouse of the King Conferring Realm. Cao Guanyu was still defeated by Liu Beichen after solving the shortcomings of the puppet technique and having a giant puppet whose strength was comparable to that of a strong person at the first level of the Out of Aperture Realm. Because others thought that Liu Beichen's strength was around the first level of the Out of Aperture Realm, but they didn't know that Liu Beichen's real strength was actually around the second level of the Out of Aperture Realm. And with Liu Beichen as a big backer, the Yaokai Holy Land successfully annexed the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Fengling Holy Land, thus rising to become the #1 power in Central Continent. With such a remarkable achievement, it would be unreasonable for the Holy Master of Yaokai not to come to Taimiao to comfort, show off, to the ancestors of the past dynasties. Sure enough, as he expected, when the Lord of Yaokai paid homage to the ancestors of the past, most of his words were just showing off. Blaming and exaggerating. He said that he did not do well here and did not do well there. In fact, they are all showing off that they have done a very good job. Chen Duan was a little speechless. Please. Holy Master, if it wasn't for you to have a good daughter and happen to have a very close relationship with Liu Beichen, the son of Absolute Beginning, the Yaokai Holy Land cannot annex the Dragon Elephant Sect and the Fengling Holy Land at all. At least not in a short time. Of course, there is nothing wrong with Yaokai Holy Master insisting on putting most of the credit on himself. After all, these things all happened when he was the holy master of Yaokai, who told Beichen to become the holy son of the holy land of Yaokai under his suggestion, and there are faint signs of becoming a Taoist couple with the holy girl of Yaokai. Thinking of this, Chen Duan couldn't help but envy the lord of Yaokai for having such good luck. As the saying goes, if the rock rises with the same wind in one day, it will soar up to dash miles. With the help of Beichen, a peerless evildoer, the holy lord of Yaokai, it is really possible to fulfill the last wishes of the ancestors of the Yaokai Holy Land and become the #1 force in the spiritual world. Soon, Chen Duan also became excited. As the elder of the Yaokai Holy Land, he and the Yaokai Holy Land both prosper and lose together. If Yaokai Holy Land can really become the #1 force in the spirit world, he will surely benefit a lot. After paying homage to the ancestors of the past generations, the sage of Yaokai walked out of the Tamiao vigorously, and suddenly a disciple came to report that someone is driving a black flood dragon, which is flying towards the direction of the Holy Land of Yaokai at this moment. Isn't it Flood Dragon? Or the one with a master? The Lord of Yaokai couldn't help but gasped. In his impression, creatures like Jiaolong are not only rare, but also very powerful. When human beings face it, most of them are at a disadvantage. Now the disciple of Chuangzhen actually told him that someone drove the dragon to the Holy Land of Yaokai? Chen Duan was also surprised. He has never seen Jiaolong, and always thought that Jiaolong was just a legend. Never thought it would be true. In addition, can Jiaolong be subdued? So how strong is this person? This thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Duan said with some unease, Holy Master, the most important thing now is to find out the purpose of this Dragon Master. You're right. The Holy Master of Yaokai nodded, and asked the messenger disciple, who is the other party? Did you say why you came to the Holy Land of Yaokai? The messenger disciple shook his head, and replied, the incident happened suddenly, and it is more important. I can only hurry over and report this matter to you. As for the other party's identity and purpose, the disciple doesn't know. Although the Holy Master of Yaokai was not satisfied with this answer, he didn't mean to blame him. I'll go and have a look. The Lord of Yaokai thought for a while, and was going to meet the person who drove the Black Dragon to the Holy Land of Yaokai in person. Before he could take any action, another messenger disciple came to report, Holy Master, it's unbelievable. The person who drove the Black Dragon to come to our Yaokai Holy Land turned out to be the Holy Sun. In the tone, there are various complex emotions such as disbelief, excitement, and admiration. Son. The Lord of Yaokai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he came to his senses, and said with surprise on his face, is the Holy Sun you are talking about, Lu Beichen and nephew Lu Xian? Yes, Lord. After the Holy Master of Yaokai confirmed what he was thinking, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Nephew Lu Xian is too perverted, isn't he? Going out for a trip, even subdued one of the legendary dragons? Chen Duan opened his mouth wide, and his expression fell into a dull state. At such a young age, Lu Beichen can cultivate his strength to the second level of the out-of-aperture realm, which is very evil, that's right. But to subdue the legendary dragon, is it a bit exaggerated? After calming down, Chen Duan asked, is the black dragon subdued by the Holy Sun very young, still in its infancy? No. The black dragon subdued by the Holy Sun is huge. The second messenger disciple replied, no matter how you look at it, it should be a year old. An adult flood dragon. Chen Duan didn't know what to say now. Elder Chen, isn't it normal for an outstanding junior like nephew Lu to subdue a full-grown dragon? The Lord of Yaokai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and pretended to be calm and said calmly, we just need to say, nephew Lu Xian will be good. Chen Duan. Holy Master, it's useless for you to pretend to be calm now. Just now I saw you subconsciously reach out and tear off a few beards without knowing it. Chapter 107 Senior Brother Lu, I Don and number 039, T want to work hard anymore. The Holy Sun is back. The Holy Sun is driving a black dragon back. The entire Yaokai Holy Land was a sensation, and everyone who heard the news couldn't help but ran out one after another. Creatures like dragons are rare. The scene of Lu Beichen driving the Jiaolong back is even more rare. So in less than a while, a group of people were already standing densely outside the Yuxu Great Hall. Even Yaokai Old Sage Zhang Jingfu and Yaokai Grand Elder Lei Jialang also came to the scene. The Lord of Yaokai originally wanted to arrange a welcome ceremony, but upon seeing this, he thought that this step could be saved. Therefore, the Holy Master of Yaokai circulated his spiritual power into his body and voice, and first said, welcome the Holy Sun home. The words fall. The people present also reacted immediately, and they couldn't help shouting together, welcome the Holy Sun home. The sound was so loud that it soared into the sky. Such a big battle. Lu Beichen belatedly realized that his behavior of driving the dragon back was a bit too high profile. Otherwise, it should be possible to avoid the situation in front of you. Almost missed. Zhang Qingguan turned around and anxiously came to the scene from her residence. If it wasn't for getting out in time, I'm afraid she still won't see Lu Baiken's demeanor driving the dragon back. Lu Baiken flew up from the head of the black dragon, and then landed in front of everyone. After greeting Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang, and the Lord of Yaokai and others with a smile, he set his sights on Zhang Qingguan. Junior sister Zhang, you can do it. It's only been a while, and your strength has already reached the 9th floor of the Marquis realm. Lu Baiken praised, not bad, not bad, this kind of cultivation speed is enough to beat many people of the same age. What? The strength of the saint has reached the 9th floor of the Marquis realm. Everyone present was amazed. If it wasn't for the existence of Lu Baiken, Zhang Qingguan with such high qualifications will definitely be regarded by them as the leader of the next generation, with the hope of the rise of the Holy Land of Yaokai, right? The Lord of Yaokai was extremely happy. Lu Baiken subdued a legendary dragon, and his daughter raised her strength to the astonishing level of the 9th floor of the Marquis realm. Double happiness is here. Senior brother Lu has won the prize. Zhang Qingguan replied without arrogance or rashness, compared with you, my strength is nothing. Warner, I don't agree with what you said. The Holy Master of Yaokai said, if the strength of the 9th floor of the Marquis realm is nothing, then I, whose strength has not yet reached the 9th floor of the Marquis realm, wouldn't I be ashamed to jump into the river? In addition, your age is only about 17 years old, not 70 years old. Your future achievements will be limitless, so don't be too modest. Lu Baiken echoed, Uncle Zhang is right, junior sister Zhang, don't be too modest. I'm not humble, I really think so in my heart. Zhang Qingguan explained, Brother Lu, since you can subdue a dragon, your strength must have improved during the days when you left the Holy Land of Yaokai, right? Lu Baiken thought for a while, and decided to reply truthfully, yes, my current cultivation has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Yuan, the 4th floor of Yuan Shen realm? Including Zhang Qingguan, everyone present was stunned. They thought all kinds of things, but they never expected that Lu Baiken would give such an answer. What is the concept of a 4th level powerhouse in the Yuan Shen realm? Lu Baiken may already be number 1 in the spirit world without being sure whether there are other strong people in the primordial spirit realm. Also, Lu Baiken's age is only about around now. After a long silence, Zhang Qingguan said in shock, Senior brother Lu, now you have really become the strongest existence in the spirit world. Yup. Nephew Lu Xian, I'm really amazed by your strength and how quickly you advanced. The Holy Master of Yaokai agreed deeply, at this time, in the spiritual world, who dares to say that he can compete with you? Yeah. Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang, and others also sighed. In the face of everyone's compliments, Lu Baiken still did not drift. He responded indifferently, everyone is absurd, there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, I still understand the truth. Therefore, the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm can barely be regarded as a starting point for me on the road of cultivation. Everyone at the scene. Call the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm a starting point on the road of cultivation? Are you sure you are not showing off? Also, there is a sky beyond the sky, there are people beyond the people, should this sentence come from your mouth? We are the ones who have a deep understanding of this sentence, right? Senior brother Lu, I don't want to work hard anymore. Zhang Qingguan said bitterly, during the time you left Yaokai Holy Land, I practiced hard and tried to catch up with you in terms of strength. But I didn't expect that in the end, the more you chased, the bigger the gap in strength, as if I couldn't catch up with you at all. Junior sister Zhang, don't lose heart. Lu Baiken comforted, the reason why my strength has improved so quickly is that I happened to meet a chance. As usual, my cultivation speed is actually about the same as yours. Zhang Qingguan asked doubtfully, really? Do not lie to you. Lu Baiken nodded in response, in the spiritual world, there is a strong man who has reached the great perfection of Yuan Shen realm. He is known as the true king of chaos. When he tried to ascend, he fell. And I happened to get his inheritance not long ago, and my strength skyrocketed, reaching the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Adore it. Hearing his words, everyone at the scene had an envious expression. It's really different. How could they not be so lucky to get such an opportunity that can greatly improve their strength? However, they quickly thought of one thing. Now that Lu Baiken's strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, he is almost invincible in the spirit world. It shouldn't matter if the pace of Yaokai Holy Land's expansion is bigger. It should be known that Lu Baiken is now the holy son of their Yaokai Holy Land in name. Thinking of this, their eyes all became hot. Senior brother Lu, now I finally understand why some people say that a person's fortune is more important than aptitude. Your situation is obviously an example. Zhang Qingguan looked shocked, I don't step out of the door, I practice hard, and my efforts are easily surpassed by you in the end. Junior sister Zhang, you've got a picture. Lu Beichen responded noncommittally, opportunities don't happen all the time. It's just luck to meet them. You put all your hopes on illusory chances. This kind of thinking is not advisable. Hard work is the kingly way. Of course, if you can have a cheat similar to the mandate of heaven's villain system like him, then that's another story. Chapter 108 Junior Sister Zhang, I understand what you mean. Nephew Lu Xian is right. The Lord of Yaokai agreed, Warner, such things as chance are rare. If you blindly pursue opportunities and want to take advantage of them to reach the sky, this is putting the cart before the horse. Be down to earth, practice diligently, plus your genius-like aptitude that day, I think it will only take a few years for you to cultivate to the strength of the Yuan Shen realm. In fact, Zhang Qingguan's ability to cultivate her strength to the 9th level of the Marquis realm at the age of only 17 has greatly exceeded his expectations of Zhang Qingguan. I see. Zhang Qingguan looked thoughtful, then nodded heavily, and said, Fortunate things, I am lucky if I get it, and my life is lost if I get it, and I am calm if I get it. After a pause, she then said gratefully, Thank you senior brother Lu and dad for reminding me, from now on I will focus on practicing hard. Lu Beichen smiled, then looked at the disciples of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning who were waiting for him in the Holy Land of Yaokai, and told them to prepare to return to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. The Holy Master of Yaokai immediately became anxious, why doesn't nephew Lu Xian stay longer? Zhang Qingguan also complained and said, Brother Lu, you just came back, why do you want to leave? Is there something we did wrong that made you angry? In other words, she still wanted to use the excuse that Lu Beichen was not familiar with Yaokai Holy Land to take Lu Beichen around so as to cultivate her relationship. That's not the case. Uncle Zhang, junior sister Zhang, don't overthink it. Lu Beichen explained, the seal of the demon refining tower in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has been loosened, and the news that Demon Lord Teasing is about to break out of the tower, I believe you have heard more or less. I can tell you that this news is true, so I have to rush back to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, so that no one can deal with Demon Venerable Teasing when he breaks out of the tower. Is that so? The Lord of Yaokai did not dare to keep Lu Beichen. After all, Lu Beichen grew up in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and served as the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning for a long time. The Holy Land of Absolute Beginning was faced with the crisis of Demon Venerable Teasing breaking out of the tower, and it would be unreasonable for Lu Beichen not to go back to rescue. That's why you have to go back quickly. Zhang Qingguan thought for a while and said, Senior brother Lu, if you don't mind, how about taking me with you? No. Lu Beichen shook his head and said, it's still unknown what level Demon Venerable Teasing's strength is in. The only thing that is certain is that your strength is far from his. If I take you with me, maybe you will be in danger then. Zhang Qingguan bit her lip, a little unwilling. Senior brother Lu thinks that her strength is not very good. If you take her to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, will she become a burden? No, wrong. Brother Lu should be concerned about her safety, that's why he said that. Clear. There was a hint of sweetness in Zhang Qingguan's eyes, then I won't go anywhere, I will just practice hard in the Holy Land of Yaokai, and wait for senior brother Lu to come back. Okay, I've solved the matter of Demon Venerable Teasing breaking out of the tower, and I'll be back to see you. Lu Beichen smiled and said, I hope your strength will have reached around the King Sealing realm by then. Necessary. Zhang Qingguan said confidently, Brother Lu, if you come back slowly, maybe I will even touch the threshold of the Aperture realm. Junior sister Zhang, you want me to come back soon by saying that, right? Lu Beichen looked as if he had the chance to win, don't worry, no matter how powerful Demon Venerable Teasing is, he will not be my opponent. It won't be delayed until you cultivate your strength to the out-of-the-body state. Everyone present. Good guy. In the entire spiritual world, only Lu Beichen dared not to take Demon Venerable Teasing seriously like this. Okay, I believe senior brother Lu can do it quickly. Zhang Qingguan stared at Lu Beichen with her beautiful eyes, and said sternly, however, Demon Venerable Teasing is a strong man of the older generation, and his strength is unfathomable. I hope senior brother Lu will not underestimate the enemy. Despise the enemy strategically, and pay attention to the enemy tactically. Lu Beichen's expression instantly became serious. Junior sister Zhang, I understand what you mean. Okay. Zhang Qingguan blinked her big watery eyes, and said, since senior brother Lu is leaving for the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning tomorrow, is there anything I need to prepare? Wanner's words reminded me. The Holy Master of Yaokai said, Nephew Lu Xian, our Yaokai Holy Land recently found a lot of good things in the Dragon Elephant Sect and Fengling Holy Land. Would you like to go to the warehouse to pick some? Uncle Zhang has a heart. Lu Beichen responded, I not only got the inheritance of the Primal Chaos Lord, but also got many good things left by him. Therefore, I have no shortage of cultivation resources. The Lord of Yaokai thought so too. The true Lord of Chaos was once a strong man whose strength had reached the great perfection of Yuan Shen realm, so he must have accumulated a lot of good things. Here Lu Beichen, Zhang Qingguan, and the Lord of Yaokai are reminiscing about the past, while the Black Dragon is enjoying the constant compliments from everyone. Zhang Qingguan noticed this situation and couldn't help asking curiously, "Senior brother Lu, did you subdue this Black Dragon?" "Yup." Lu Beichen responded, "It's a mount I collected in the primal chaos realm, and I even gave it a nice name, Xiaohei." Including Zhang Qingguan, everyone at the scene inevitably had strange expressions on their faces. Call an adult dragon Little Black. Is it too sloppy, too casual? People who don't know it will think it's the name of a cat or a dog. Zhang Qingguan asked again with some amusement, "Senior brother Lu, as far as I know, the wisdom of an adult dragon is no worse than ours, right? When you named it Xiaohei, didn't it raise objections on the spot?" "No objection." Lu Beichen responded, its reaction at the time obviously liked the name I gave it. Hearing the conversation between Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan, He Jiaolong suddenly felt aggrieved. "No wonder you like it. The smelly master is too powerful. At that time, I just didn't dare to speak out against it." Zhang Qingguan looked at the black dragon and felt a little strange. As a legendary creature with such a huge body, he actually likes to be called Little Black? Isn't this too strange? What is junior sister Zhang thinking? "It's nothing." Zhang Qingguan replied casually, "I'm just wondering what it's like to fly a dragon. Isn't it easy to know?" Lu Beichen instantly grabbed her little white hand. "Okay." Before Zhang Qingguan could react, Lu Beichen flew up with her and landed on the head of the black dragon. Chapter 109 The Flying Dragon is in the Sky, Zhang Qingguan and number 039, S Determination. "Xiaohei, let's go around." Lu Beichen gave instructions to the black dragon. "Okay, master." The black flood dragon first replied so respectfully. Immediately, it took Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan and flew around the holy land of Yaokai. The lord of Yaokai, Zhang Jingfu, Lei Jialang, and others looked at each other, and they all saw the relief in each other's eyes. Look at the relationship between Lu Beichen and Zhang Qingguan. Even if Lu Beichen returns to the holy land of absolute beginning, it is impossible to separate himself from the holy land of Yaokai. Use the legendary Jiaolong to pick up girls. Holy Sun really deserves to be my idol. This was the thought of all the male disciples present. They were all envious of Lu Beichen's ability to subdue a legendary dragon and fly it with his favorite girl. The saint is so happy. She can ride a dragon with the holy sun, soar in the air, and watch the scenery side by side. This was the thought of all the female disciples present. They were extremely envious, and wished they could have the same fate as Zhang Qingguan. A faint blush appeared on Zhang Qingguan's fair cheeks. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, how long do you want to hold my hand?" It has to be said that her shy blushing looks very pleasing. Lu Beichen couldn't help teasing her. "Junior sister Zhang, what did you just say?" Lu Beichen pretended to be curious and said, "Can you speak louder, I can't hear you clearly." Zhang Qingguan was stunned. Then, she reacted. Where did he not know that Lu Beichen was pretending to be stupid? After all, Lu Beichen is a strong man whose strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. No matter how low her voice was, Lu Beichen couldn't hear her clearly. "Senior brother Lu, don't make fun of me." Zhang Qingguan complained with a peachy face, "So many people are watching, it's not good for us to behave like this." If it weren't for the thin skin of his daughter's family, Lu Beichen really wanted to reply, "Is it possible to do it like this if no one is watching?" "All right." Lu Beichen reluctantly let go of Zhang Qingguan's slender catkin, and said, "Junior sister Zhang, how does it feel to fly a dragon?" "Quite special." Zhang Qingguan calmed down, and forced herself to be calm. "You need to know that the one stepping under my feet is the legendary dragon." "Not surprising." Lu Beichen responded, "With junior sister Jiang's aptitude, she will surely be able to subdue legendary creatures like Jiaolong as mounts in the future. Now it's just a taste of it in advance. Don't think about it, don't think about it." Zhang Qingguan smiled sweetly and said, "It seems that senior brother Lu has much more confidence in myself than I do. I'm just speaking my mind." Lu Beichen followed suit with a smile, and said, "The holy land of Yaokai is too big, and I am not familiar with many places. I don't know if junior sister Zhang can take me to appreciate the scenery, so as not to tell others about the holy land of Yaokai in the future. It would be ridiculous for me to ask 3 questions. "Okay, senior brother Lu." Lu Beichen's words fit Zhang Qingguan's intentions. So, under the guidance of Zhang Qingguan, the Black Dragon took her and Lu Beichen on a tour of the holy land of Yaokai. "I just held hands with senior brother Lu." Zhang Qingguan rolled around on the bed excitedly. The originally tidy dress instantly became messy. She has been in this state since she came back from the outside. "My god, it's just holding hands, is it worth your reaction?" At this time, Another soul in her body couldn't help but said with hatred, "Please, can you be more energetic?" "What?" Zhang Qingguan retorted, "This is the first time I hold hands with brother Lu, isn't it worth commemorating? You are already like this for the small scene of holding hands." Another soul in her body said, "I can't imagine what will happen in the future." "I know what you mean." Zhang Qingguan snorted coldly, and said, "There are always things that you experience for the first time in life. Once you get used to it, you will be able to calm down. Wash your hope. You can hold hands with Lu Beichen today, and ride the Jiaolong together to visit the scenery of the Holy Land of Yaokai, which is also a very good breakthrough. Keep up the good work. I want to make persistent efforts, and that must be done with the presence of senior brother Lu." Zhang Qingguan looked a little disappointed and said, "Tomorrow he will leave for the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, and we don't know when we will meet next time. It won't be long before you meet next time." Another soul in her body comforted, Lu Beichen's strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. In the spirit world, he is almost invincible. He can easily deal with a mere demon venerable teasing. I hope so. A trace of worry flashed in Zhang Qingguan's eyes. I always feel that brother Lu's trip will not go well. It doesn't seem very good to curse your senior brother Lu like this. Another soul in her body laughed dumbly and said, "I think you are affected by the emotions of the upcoming parting, so you can think wildly." "Maybe." Zhang Qingguan sighed softly, and said, "Who told me that my current strength is too far behind senior brother Lu, so I can't go to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning with him?" Speaking of strength, Lu Beichen is indeed too evil. Another soul in her body said with emotion, "Don't talk about the spirit world, even in the upper world, I'm afraid there is no one whose aptitude can compare with him." Hearing you say that, I remember it. Zhang Qingguan said thoughtfully, "Senior brother Lu, as a peerless arrogance from the upper world, is not showing off his strength by saying that the primordial spirit realm is the starting point." Another soul in her body responded, "In the upper realm, there are indeed many people who are stronger than Lu Beichen, and there is nothing wrong with his statement." "That's bad." Zhang Qingguan said with some frustration, "According to senior brother Lu, I haven't even touched the starting point of cultivation now. What is this all about?" Another soul in her body said angrily, "You have to figure out one thing, no matter Lu Beichen or your aptitude, they are all extremely enchanting. It's just that in the upper realm, there are not many people of your age who can compare with you, you know. Hey, in short, you can cultivate your strength to the 9th level of the Fengtao realm at the age of only about 17 years old, which is already very impressive." Zhang Qingguan lifted her spirits, "Hearing what you said, I seem to be doing pretty well." "Of course. So don't belittle yourself." Another soul in her body spoke up, "After Lu Beichen leaves the Holy Land of Yaokai and goes to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, you should continue to retreat and practice hard, and strive to break through the aperture realm before he comes back." "Well, I must compare with senior brother Lu." Zhang Qingguan nodded, her beautiful eyes shone with a sharp light, "Let's see whether he came back quickly after killing demon venerable teasing, or my strength broke through the aperture realm quickly." Chapter 110 Brother Lu Number 2. Lu Beichen originally wanted to set off for the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning the next morning. But in the process of giving Zhang Qingguan a lot of cultivation resources, he remembered a more important thing. That was before he killed Cao Guanyu. He once used the soul search technique on Cao Guanyu, and learned how to make a giant puppet. These materials exist in the cultivation resources he obtained in the chaotic secret realm. So, just to be on the safe side, he stayed for an extra day, preparing to refine the giant puppet. Then, on the 3rd day, he successfully refined it. This is a giant puppet comparable to a 6th level powerhouse in the primordial spirit realm. Lu Beichen said very satisfied. He did not expect that the materials obtained from the secret realm of chaos were so special. The giant puppet refined according to Cao Guanyu's method is actually stronger than his current strength. The Lord of Yaokai. Everyone present. Lu Beichen, are you still human? It doesn't matter if your own strength is abnormal. The strength of the refined giant puppet is even more perverted than you? Of course, after they reacted, they were happy to hear about it. After all, Lu Beichen has a close relationship with Zhang Qingguan now, and has become the holy son of Yaokai Holy Land. The stronger Lu Beichen's strength and the more perverted his ability, the more beneficial it will be for them in the Holy Land of Yaokai. Zhang Qingguan. At this moment, she has some doubts that even if Lu Beichen did not have the opportunity to inherit from the true Lord of Chaos, she would not be able to catch up with Lu Beichen if she worked hard. It should be known that not everyone can refine a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a 6th level powerhouse in the primordial spirit realm. For example, when she knows how to refine a giant puppet. Even a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a feudal marquis cannot be refined. King Xin, I made up my mind a little too early. Zhang Qingguan smiled wryly in her heart and said, with such a monstrous brother Lu around, I don't think demon venerable teasing can last long at all. Unless there is an accident, I think it will be too difficult to cultivate the strength to the out-of-body state before senior brother Lu destroys the demon venerable teasing and returns. Oh, I thought I had already considered Lu Beichen very high, but I didn't expect to underestimate him in the end. Another soul in her body sighed, a monstrosity like Lu Beichen really cannot be deduced by common sense. So now, I can only advise you to do your best and strive to achieve your goal. Other things, I won't say more. All right. Zhang Qingguan cheered up and said, however, I'm still very happy that senior brother Lu can refine a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a 6th level primordial spirit realm powerhouse. Yes. Another soul in her body echoed, with this giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuanshen realm, Lu Beichen's advantage will increase a lot when facing demon venerable Qizing. Hearing what you said, my heart immediately settled down. Zhang Qingguan replied like this first. Immediately, she smiled at Lu Beichen, and said, Senior brother Lu, as far as I know, that Cao Guanyu gave the giant puppet he made a mighty title, called Zhenjun Jiangmo. Why don't you get one for the giant puppet you refined, how about it? I have no idea of naming the giant puppet. Lu Beichen followed suit with a smile, and said, it's just that, since junior sister Zhang proposed it, why don't you get one for me? Is that so? Zhang Qingguan thought for a while, and said, how about calling this giant puppet senior brother Lu no? Dash. Lu Beichen. Everyone present. So casual? Is it so hasty? Return senior brother Lu no? Dash. You might as well just call the giant puppet number 2. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Zhang Qingguan asked, could it be that the title senior brother Lu no? Dash doesn't sound good. Nice. Sounds amazing. Lu Beichen immediately made a decision and said, the giant puppet I made will be called senior brother Lu no? Dash from now on. Everyone in the room was stunned. At this moment, a picture could not help appearing in their minds. When Lu Beichen summoned the giant puppet to come out to fight, he shouted, come out, brother Lu no? Dash. Not to mention the people who watched the battle, I am afraid that Lu Beichen's opponents will have to be confused. I have to say, Zhang Qingguan really dared to suggest it, and Lu Beichen really dared to accept it. Yao Qisheng took the initiative to move his mouth, but did not make a sound. Senior brother Lu no? Dash is senior brother Lu no? Dash. Anyway, no matter what the name is, it can't hide that the giant puppet refined by nephew Lu Xian has the strength comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of the Yuanshen realm. Other people in Yaokai Holy Land also looked away. Who cares? As long as the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden are happy. Zhang Qingguan looked at Lu Beichen with big watery eyes, and said in a good mood, brother Lu, your taste is indeed similar to mine. And another soul in her body couldn't help but spit out, wake up, the name you gave the giant puppet is really bad, it doesn't deserve it. As for why Lu Beichen agreed, it's just that he couldn't bear to object, or that he didn't care what the name of the giant puppet was. Where is it rotten? Zhang Qingguan retorted, this giant puppet is equivalent to senior brother Lu's doppelganger, calling senior brother Lu number 2 really deserves it. The name deserves to be a ghost. Forget it, the dragon that Lu Beichen subdued can be called Little Black, and the giant puppet he refined is called senior brother Lu no? Dash, which doesn't seem to be an unacceptable thing. Zhang Qingguan. She felt that the other party's words were connoting her. But she couldn't find any evidence. As the saying goes, if you are not a family, you do not enter a family. Lu Beichen nodded, and said, you and I are brothers and sisters, so we must have similar tastes. Does senior brother Lu think of me as a family member? Zhang Qingguan's pretty face immediately flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her heart beat a lot faster. Seeing this, Lu Beichen asked curiously, what's wrong? Fine. Zhang Qingguan looked up at Lu Beichen, I'm just a little happy. In fact, not only her, but everyone in Yaokai Holy Land present were also very happy. Lu Beichen can say such a thing. It is enough to prove that Lu Beichen has Zhang Qingguan in his heart. Then the weight of the Yaokai Holy Land in Lu Beichen's heart is probably not light. And the disciples of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning who were driving the Divine Wind boat smiled wryly in their hearts. Lu Beichen was obviously the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning first, so why did he seem to be completely won over by the Holy Land of Yaokai now? Besides, because the speed of the Shenfeng is much slower than that of the Black Dragon, Lu Beichen is afraid that the night will be long and dreamy, and the time will not be with me. Therefore, he put away the giant puppet, bid farewell to Zhang Qingguan and others, and drove the Black Dragon alone, and flew towards the direction of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning first. Chapter 111 Demon Lord, what is Lu Beichen? Dongzhou. Holy Land in the Beginning. Inside the Demon Refining Tower. The 5th floor of Yuanshen Realm. The strength of this seat can reach about the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. Demon Venerable Teasing laughed triumphantly. Old Holy Master, in the early days, when you imprisoned me in the Demon Refining Tower, did you ever imagine that this day would come? However, without your abominable actions, I would not be able to comprehend such an extremely heaven-defying cultivation technique as the great art of refining gods. So the same sentence, in order to repay your kindness, I will destroy the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and kill all the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Master Motion is mighty. Master Motion's strength is as high as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. Next to him, Song Labang kept flattering the devil Teasing. His current mood is more excited than that of Demon Venerable Teasing. Because he thinks that the strength of Demon Venerable Teasing is completely invincible in the entire spirit world after reaching about the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. As long as the tower is broken out, not only can the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning be wiped out, but it can even make the Blood Moon Demon Sect the #1 force in the spiritual world. Then, as the elder of the Blood Moon Demon Sect, he will definitely rise and become an existence that no one dares to despise in the spirit world. In the spiritual world, one person is under one person, and one person is above 10,000 people. Thinking of such a scene, he couldn't help feeling elated. All right. Demon Venerable Teasing waved his hand and asked, Elder Song, tell me what's going on in the spirit world recently. The mountain and rain are about to come and the wind is full of buildings. Song Labang forcibly suppressed his ups and downs, and replied respectfully, since the news that you are going to break out of the tower began to spread in the spirit world, the major forces mainly in the Taixuan Holy Land have started to join forces, preparing to fish in troubled waters, hoping to benefit from it. Good guy, the fisherman wins when the crane and the clam fight each other. Demon Venerable Teasing sneered and said, are they trying to take advantage of this time when I am fighting with the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? Yes. Song Labang mocked, it's a good idea, but unfortunately they didn't guess that you can cultivate your strength to about the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. Very good. Demon Venerable Teasing showed a cruel smile, now that they are gathered together, it saves me a lot of effort. Song Labang's eyes suddenly lit up, Master Motion, are you going to make them together with everyone in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? What, can't you? Okay, that's great. Song Labang gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, whether it is the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning or those who are trying to take advantage of it, it is their blessing to die at your hands. Elder Song speaks very nicely, I like people like you. Demon Lord Teasing laughed again. It is indeed beyond his own expectations that his strength can surpass the previous peak period and reach the level of the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. Therefore, he now especially wants to share the joy in his heart with others. And Song Labang's compliment just hit his point. After Demon Venerable Teasing's mood eased, Song Labang asked, Master Demon Venerable, when are you going to break out of the tower? It should be these few days. Demon Venerable Teasing replied, the strength of this seat has improved too fast, it will take some time to consolidate. Clear. Song Labang cupped his hands and saluted, your subordinates, go out and make arrangements, waiting for the moment when you break out of the tower and look down on the entire spiritual world. All right, go ahead. However, after a while, Song Labang came back with a surprised expression. Elder Song, what happened? Demon Venerable Teasing asked curiously. Master Motion, this subordinate has just received an astonishing news. Song Labang sorted out his words, and replied solemnly, that Guy Lu Beichen's strength is said to have reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. What? Demon Venerable Teasing was taken aback, almost thought he had heard wrong. After reacting, he quickly asked, where did the news come from? Have you confirmed its authenticity? Song Labang replied with a wry smile, our Blood Moon Demon Sect has arranged a few internal agents in the Holy Land of Yaokai. In order to pass the news back, they are all sacrificed now. Demon Venerable Teasing pondered for a while, and said, this news is too outrageous, it's hard not to make people doubt its authenticity. The key point is the devil in the Demon Refining Tower, he has already devoured them all by using the great method of refining gods. In other words, he can't even continue to improve his strength. Song Labang hesitated for a moment, then asked, Lord Mojun, what should we do now? Put this news aside first, the previous plan remains the same. Demon Venerable Teasing's eyes flashed brightly, and said, as for Lu Beichen, what is he? A little guy who is only about -years old, he can't be the opponent of this seat. Song Labang thought so too. First, Lu Beichen is too young, no matter how bad his aptitude is, he still can't cultivate his strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Second, with Lord Mojun, a strong man whose strength has reached the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm, Lu Beichen can't turn the sky at all. Master Mojun, the subordinates are worrying too much. Song Labang said with some shame, I just received the news, and I didn't discern it carefully, so I came to disturb your King's. It's okay. Just be more careful in the future. Demon Venerable Teasing answered this first. Immediately, he continued in a cold voice, regardless of whether Lu Baiken's strength has really reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, you have to pay close attention to his whereabouts. After all, with his aptitude, if he is not beheaded, he will become a trouble in the future. Song Lebang thought for a while, and said, the fact that you are about to break out of the tower is related to the life and death of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. As the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, it is impossible for Lu Baiken not to come back. We just need to sit back and wait, and Lu Baiken will come to your door automatically. Elder Song, what you said is not unreasonable. Demon Venerable Teasing nodded, and said, it's good to be back, my ears are almost calloused from hearing the rumors about Lu Baiken, just to try his depth. Song Lebang echoed respectfully, with Lord Motion here, Lu Baiken will definitely die on the spot, ending his life that could have been a legend. After a pause, he seemed to have remembered something, and then continued with some concern, by the way, it is said that Lu Baiken is a peerless arrogance from the upper world, and there is a Dao protector who has reached the Yuan Shen realm or above the Yuan Shen realm by his side. If we want to kill Lu Baiken, we have to pass him first. Elder Song, let's not say whether this protector exists or not. Demon Venerable Teasing asked, just say, have you heard any news about it recently? Not at all. Song Lebang shook his head and said, the so-called protector of Lu Baiken seems to have disappeared recently, and there is no news at all. So what are you worried about? Demon Venerable Teasing said vigorously, on the day when I break out of the tower, whether it is Lu Baiken or his guardians, I will meet gods and kill gods, and Buddhas will kill Buddhas. In the spiritual world, I will be the most peak existence. Chapter 112 Senior Brother Lu, ISN and number 039, T. This too perverted? Holy Land in the beginning. Beginningless Star Palace. The Holy Master of the First Beginning was walking around with the jade slip of letters, and said angrily to Elder Zhou, the Holy Master of Yaokai is simply too shameless. He actually snatched the Holy Sun from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? More importantly, nephew Lu Xian also agreed to serve as the Holy Son of the Yaokai Holy Land. What kind of shit is this? Holy Master, please be calm. Elder Zhou persuaded, it's just a part-time job. The Holy Sun has not resigned from the position of the Holy Son of our Holy Land in the beginning. Besides, in order to deal with the incident of Demon Venerable Teasing breaking the tower, the Holy Sun will immediately drive the Flood Dragon and come back first after finishing the work. It can be seen that the Holy Sun still has the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning in his heart. The Lord of Absolute Beginning nodded, and said, if I didn't know this, I would have gone to find the Lord of Yaokai to settle the score by now. Zhou Lao's face suddenly became a little weird. Who can't say hard words? It's not that the old slave underestimated you. But if Lu Baiken is really dedicated to the Holy Land of Yaokai, you may not have time to hide, how dare you run to the Holy Master of Yaokai to settle accounts? After all, not counting Mr. Mo, an unpredictable guardian. Lu Baiken's monstrous strength to the extreme is enough to make people feel awe. Thinking of this, Elder Zhou exclaimed in amazement, not only has he subdued a legendary adult flood dragon, but he has also cultivated his strength to the astonishing 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. I have to say that the Holy Sun is really amazing. What more? Too exaggerated. If I hadn't confirmed it again and again, I would have thought it was fake news. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning thought deeply and said, who would have imagined that the Sun, a young man with a weak crown, could become such a terrifying existence in the spirit world in such a short period of time. The tone is full of shock, excitement, disbelief, and other emotions. Don't say it's you. It's the same with old slaves. Elder Zhou said meaningfully, perhaps it is better than Elder Mo. When he comes out of retreat and hears the news, he will be stunned on the spot. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning said with some anticipation, Old Zhou, after hearing what you said, I really want to see how Elder Mo reacted to the news when he left the customs. It's probably not much different from us. Elder Zhou smiled and said, Elder Mo has stayed in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning for so many years, and we have never seen him lose his temper. It's interesting to meet once in a while. Old Zhou, you have such a bad taste, ha ha ha. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning also laughed and said, actually, to tell you the truth, I have the same thoughts as you. As soon as Gu Qingxiu came in, she couldn't help but ask strangely when she saw this, Old Zhou, Dad, the demon Venerable Teasing is about to break out of the tower, and the Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces are secretly watching, how can you still laugh? The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning handed her the jade slip in his hand, Shuer, you can see for yourself. There is Lu Baiken, a strong man whose strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, so I'm afraid of a woolen thread. Not to mention that Lu Baiken also refined a giant puppet whose strength was comparable to that of a 6th level primordial spirit realm powerhouse. In addition, even if Lu Baiken and the giant puppet he made could not beat demon Venerable Teasing, there is no need to panic too much, as long as Mo Lao is summoned out of the retreat, isn't it all right? As for the people from the Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces, they can be ignored directly. Gu Qingxiu took the jade letter slip, examined it with her spiritual sense, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Senior brother Lu, this is too perverted, isn't it? Conquer a rare creature like a legendary dragon. At only about -years old, he has cultivated his strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen. In one day, a giant puppet with strength comparable to that of the 6th level primordial spirit realm was produced. The above, no matter what it is enough to shake the spirit world. Now it all happened to Lu Beichen, from this we can see how evil Lu Beichen is. Schwerer, don't pay attention to whether your senior brother Lu is going crazy. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning complained dissatisfiedly, the Holy Master of Yaokai has been doing so much trickery that the Holy Sun is almost becoming a member of the Holy Land of Yaokai. It's probably because senior brother Lu was too embarrassed to refuse, so he reluctantly agreed to be the Holy Son of Yaokai Holy Land. Gu Qingxiu said calmly, based on what I know about senior brother Lu, the weight of the Yaokai Holy Land in his heart will definitely not exceed that of our Absolute Beginning Holy Land. If you are worried, you can test brother Lu when he comes back. No. In the beginning, the Holy Master worried about gains and losses and said, if you do this, if it backfires and makes the Holy Sun unhappy, the gains will outweigh the losses. So why are you worrying so much? Gu Qingxiu said calmly again, just let things take their course. As the saying goes, listen to his words and observe his deeds. When our Holy Land of Absolute Beginning was facing a huge crisis, senior brother Lu was able to drive the dragon back to rescue the scene as quickly as possible, which is enough to prove that our Holy Land of Absolute Beginning holds a lot of weight in his heart. Therefore, don't think too much, prepare well and hold some kind of welcome ceremony for senior brother Lu. Schwerer, you are right. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning finally looked away. Father is a fool. After a pause, he seemed to have remembered something, and asked, by the way, how did you gain from retreating this time? My current strength has reached about the 8th floor of Fengka realm. Gu Qingxiu replied with some helplessness, it's a pity that I was thrown farther and farther by senior brother Lu. Elder Zhou. The Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning. Seriously. Gu Qingxiu is much stronger than them both in terms of aptitude and current strength. But with Lu Beichen as a dazzling example, Gu Qingxiu's ability to be regarded as a monster is not so outstanding. Schwerer, don't compare yourself with the Holy Sun. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning comforted, you need to know that in the entire spiritual world, there are no more than you in aptitude and strength. That is. Elder Zhou agreed, Saint, don't say anything else, just say that the strength of the old slave and the Holy Master is not as good as yours now. The words fall. He and the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Compared to Gu Qingxiu, they need comfort more, don't they? After all, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and a new generation replaces an old one. They can hardly keep up with the footsteps of these outstanding juniors. Seeing this, Gu Qingxiu reassured, Father, Mr. Zhou, people say that blue is better than blue. Brother Lu and I are so good, you should be happy. Well, you're right. The depressed mood of the Holy Master in the beginning and Elder Zhou came and went quickly. Regarding Demon Venerable Teasing's imminent breaking out of the tower, and the great crisis that the Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces are secretly watching, it may be a good thing for us Taisha Sheng. Something called ambition flashed in the eyes of the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning, with the presence of the Holy Sun, our Holy Land of Absolute Beginning can not only turn crisis into safety, but also turn crisis into opportunity. For example, the Yaokai Holy Land, didn't it use the power of the Holy Sun to annex the Dragon Elephant sect and the Fengling Holy Land one after another? Therefore, what can be done in Yaokai Holy Land, why can't our Absolute Beginning Holy Land do? Gu Qingxiu's eyes lit up, Father, do you mean that you want to use this to wipe out all the major forces such as the Taixuan Holy Land, and make our Absolute Beginning Holy Land the #1 force in Dongzhou? That's right. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning nodded and said, only by doing this, can our Holy Land of Absolute Beginning become the #1 force in Eastern Continent, and compete with the Yaokai Holy Land that has vaguely become the #1 force in Central Continent. Chapter 113 at and number 039, S really good luck to trick people, the Demon King finally broke out of the Tao. Dongzhou. Somewhere in the Tianyan Mountains. The Taixuan Holy Land has gathered countless people from various major forces through the vertical and horizontal alliances. When the Demon King Teasing breaks out of the tower and fights with the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, he is ready to take advantage of it behind his back. At this moment, in a luxurious tent, the Holy Master Taixuan was asking Zhang Yangping, Grand Elder, everything is ready now, and I only owe Dongfeng. I don't know what is going on in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Zhang Yangping replied respectfully, according to the news from the spies, and the visions of the Blood Moon Demon sect and others, I guess that the day when the Demon Lord Teasing breaks out of the tower is not far away. Lord Taixuan asked again, can't there be a definite time? Zhang Yangping hesitated for a moment, and said, it should be a few days. Very good. Lord Taixuan applauded, and said, that's right, after waiting for so long, I have finally waited for this day. Great Elder, you must keep an eye on the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning at all times. Once the opportunity comes, we will immediately strike hard and destroy Demon Venerable Teasing and the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning together. Yes, Holy Master. Just as Zhang Yangping wanted to continue to say something, he saw a messenger disciple rushing in. Looking at the logo of Zhuangzhen Yujian, it seems that something important has happened. Seeing this, Zhang Yangping frowned. For some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lord Taixuan didn't think much about it. He took the jade slip of communication, checked it with his spiritual sense, and was immediately stunned. Holy Master, what's wrong? Seeing this, Zhang Yangping became more and more uneasy. Lord Taixuan didn't reply. Instead, he yelled in a rare way, damn, is this Liu Beichen still a human being? No matter how insanely talented he is, he doesn't look like this. Zhang Yangping felt a click in his heart. Isn't it? The Holy Master's reaction was so intense. It seems that this guy Liu Beichen is making trouble again. After a while, Taixuan Shenzhou calmed down, and then he handed the letter jade slip to Zhang Yangping, and sighed, Grand Elder, Liu Beichen is too strong, it is not easy for us to take advantage of it. Zhang Yangping took the jade slip with a solemn expression, and examined it with his spiritual sense. It's okay if you don't check it out, just check it out. How the hell does he want to scold his mother like Taixuan Shenzhou? Within a few days of going out, he subdued a rare creature like a legendary dragon. At only about -years old, he has cultivated his strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen. Is this something humans can do? It has to be said that the information in the jade slip of communication has completely overturned Zhang Yangping's previous cognition. Is the news accurate? Zhang Yangping asked unsteadily. This is probably accurate. The messenger disciple thought for a while, and responded respectfully, the Yaokai Holy Land has been in the limelight recently, and it is constantly cleaning up the internal responses of the major forces. Our spies from the Taixuan Holy Land sent this news back when they were desperately risking their lives. Damn! How could there be such an evil person like Liu Beichen in the spirit world? Zhang Yangping cursed first. Immediately, he continued to ask in a deep voice, Holy Master, the matter has come to this, what should we do? Don't panic. Lord Taixuan thought for a while, and replied, how true this news is, it is still unknown. In addition, I personally don't believe that Liu Beichen can cultivate his strength to about the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm when he is around Yuan. Zhang Yangping agreed, this news is indeed too exaggerated, and it lacks a tenable basis. The Holy Master Taixuan laughed mockingly, and said, I think this guy Liu Beichen deliberately released the smoke bomb. The purpose, of course, is to scare us from participating in the big event that the Demon King Teasing broke out of the tower. You are right. Zhang Yangping suddenly realized, because I heard this shocking news just now, I have the idea of persuading you to immediately disband all the coalition forces and return to the Taixuan Holy Land. So we can't be fooled. The Holy Master Taixuan turned his head and told the disciple who passed it on, remember, no matter whether this shocking news is true or not, it must be covered up, so as not to shake the morale of the army. Yes, Holy Master. The transfer disciple was ordered to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Yangping hesitated to speak. Holy Master Taixuan asked, Great Elder, seeing your frowning face, do you still have any worries in your heart? Yes, I still think something is wrong. Zhang Yangping said worriedly, what if this shocking news is true? Then aren't we taking chestnuts from the fire? Great Elder, I understand all your thoughts. Holy Master Taixuan explained, there are actually very few things we can do. In addition to praying that this shocking news is false, I can only hope that Liu Beichen and Demon Venerable Teasing will suffer a lose-lose situation. After all, no matter whether Liu Beichen has the upper hand or Demon Venerable Teasing has the upper hand, there is no good fruit for us to eat. Hearing this, Zhang Yangping came to his senses. Compared with Liu Beichen and Demon Venerable Teasing, they, even the entire Taixuan Holy Land are weak. There are very few choices to make. Just like the old saying. It's all about success or failure. If he wins, the Taixuan Sacred Land will survive, and it is expected to develop into the #1 force in Dongzhou. If it is defeated, the Taixuan Holy Land will perish, and it will cease to exist from now on. It seems that the Great Elder also wants to understand. The Holy Master Taixuan said with a wry smile, now that things have come to an end, we can only stick to the original plan. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity to kill Liu Beichen and Demon Venerable Teasing, Taixuan Sacred Land will have a chance. It's really good luck, I hope the final result will be as we wish. Zhang Yangping sighed, and said, Holy Master, it is up to people to plan things, and it is up to heaven to achieve them. I will talk to the high-level officials of the major forces. Go. Looking at Zhang Yangping's leaving back, Holy Master Taixuan couldn't help sighing. Alas, everything can only be a desperate fight, the sorrow of the weak, nothing more than that. However, the Holy Lord Taixuan hadn't been depressed for a few days, and a messenger disciple came to report that a large number of members of the Blood Moon Demon sect suddenly gathered outside the Demon Refining Tower in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, probably because the Demon Lord Teasing was about to break out of the tower. Is the moment that determines the future pattern of the spiritual world and the fate of the Taixuan Holy Land finally coming. The Holy Lord Taixuan couldn't help but cheer up, and ordered, "Go and call the elders and high-level officials of the major forces to discuss the matter." "Yes, Holy Master." Before the messenger disciple walked out of the tent, many elders in the Taixuan Holy Land and high-level officials of the major forces have already received the news, and they can't wait to come to find the Lord Taixuan. Because they all understand how the Demon King Teasing broke out of the tower, and how much impact it will have on Dongzhou and even the entire spirit world. Chapter 114 said Lu Beichen will arrive. Holy Land in the beginning. Beginningless Star Palace. Including the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning, all the high-level officials of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning gathered together to discuss the countermeasures against the Demon King Teasing breaking out of the tower. Because a large number of Blood Moon Demon sect monsters gathered outside the Demon Refining Tower, they all received the news. But now that the big backer Lu Beichen has not returned, they dare not act rashly. After all, Demon Lord Teasing is too powerful. Even if they all attack together, they are no match for others. "Old Zhou, where is the Holy Sun now?" The Lord of Absolute Beginning asked solemnly. "How long will it take to get back here?" "I don't know." Mr. Zhou shook his head and said, "It can only be calculated from the scene where someone happened to see the Holy Sun flying a dragon in Laihe City, Dongzhou a few days ago, and it can be estimated that the time for the Holy Sun's return is either today or tomorrow. This is troublesome." The Lord of Absolute Beginning frowned deeply and said, "Tomorrow is too late. If the Holy Sun can come back today, everything may be in time. That can't be helped. We can't contact the Holy Sun for the time being." Old Zhou spread his hands with a wry smile, and said, "Let's think about how to get through this difficulty first, shall we?" Hearing the words of the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning and Elder Zhou, everyone at the scene suddenly boiled. "Great Elder, Demon Venerable Teasing is so strong, we have no chance of winning against him. That is, if the strength gap between us and Demon Venerable Teasing wasn't so big, we could still use gang fights to recover some disadvantages, but the fact now is that if we meet him, it's no different from directly going to die. We won't be able to overcome this difficulty. The only way is to contact the Holy Sun as soon as possible, and ask him to deal with the big demon Teasing." They all expressed that they and others were powerless, and it was difficult for them to compete against Demon Venerable Teasing. The Holy Lord in the beginning also shook his head endlessly. If Demon Lord Teasing is really easy to deal with, he won't turn a blind eye to the fact that a large number of Blood Moon Demon sect monsters gather in the Demon Refinement Tower. "Mr. Zhou, your proposal is not realistic." The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning sighed, and said, "Our strength is too weak, it will be difficult enough to deal with the group of monsters from the Blood Moon Demon sect. Not to mention fighting against Demon Venerable Teasing, even if we all die on the spot, I'm afraid we won't be able to hurt a single hair of him." "That's what it says." Elder Zhou said helplessly, "But I have tried many times, but I really can't get in touch with the Holy Sun." "Who said you can't contact Brother Lu?" At this moment, Gu Qingxiu walked in, smiled and said, "Yesterday, I tried to send Brother Lu a jade letter, asking when he could return to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. I didn't expect him to write back to me not long ago, saying that I would see him in half an hour. So, what are you worried about? Brother Lu will definitely come back on time and help us destroy the Demon Lord Teasing who came out of the tower." "Great!" The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning was overjoyed and praised, "Shuer, you are the most reliable at the critical moment." Not only him, but everyone else at the scene couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since the Holy Sun can come back in time, that means that the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning can survive this crisis safely. Father won the prize. Gu Qingxiu continued to smile, and said, "The most reliable person is not me, but Senior Brother Lu, okay." In order to rush back to rescue the scene, he didn't even sit on the Shenfeng boat, so he set off from the Holy Land of Yaokai on the back of the dragon. "Not bad." The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning nodded and said, "Of course the Holy Sun is reliable, there is nothing to say. In addition, you can contact the Holy Sun and stabilize the morale of the army. It is also reliable, and the credit is indispensable." Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Saint, this old slave is a little confused, why the old slave can't contact the Holy Sun with the jade slip of letters, but you can? Maybe it's because my messenger jade slip is special." Gu Qingxiu thought for a while, and replied, "Because this jade slip of letters was given to me by Senior Brother Lu when he left the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning." "I see." Elder Zhou suddenly realized, The old slave thought that the Holy Son was deliberately ignoring the old slave and those disciples from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. How is this possible? Gu Qingxiu laughed dumbly and said, Senior brother Lu is not as cold as you imagined. He won't obviously receive your message, but he won't reply for no reason. The saint said so. Elder Zhou was a little ashamed and said, this old slave is using the heart of a villain to save the belly of a gentleman. Fine. Senior brother Lu won't care about this, and won't blame you. Gu Qingxiu replied like this first. Immediately, she went on to say, counting the time, Senior brother Lu will probably return to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning soon. The words fall. As if to verify her words. A messenger disciple ran in excitedly and said, Holy Master, the Holy Son has returned with his dragon. He never thought that he would meet such a rare creature as Jiaolong one day. I never thought that someone could subdue Jiaolong. All I can say is, Holy Son is awesome. What? Everyone at the scene was stunned for a while, and then they all became excited. Although Gu Qingxiu said just now that Lu Beichen was about to return to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. But after all, before confirming that Lu Beichen returned to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, their hearts could not really settle down. What are you all still doing? The Holy Son is back, we have to welcome him. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning was overjoyed and walked towards the door first. Hearing his words, everyone present also reacted, and they quickly followed. When they arrived outside the Beginning Star Hall, the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning and the others saw a black adult dragon hovering in the sky. And the person standing on top of the black dragon is not Lu Beichen, who else could it be? Lu Beichen flew up and landed in front of the Holy Lord and the others. Holy Master, Junior Sister Gu, and fellow disciples, long time no see. Lu Beichen greeted with a smile. Holy Son, Senior Brother Lu, long time no see. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning, Gu Qingxiu, Elder Zhou, and others all smiled back. Their appearance is no different from seeing their family members after all the hardships. No need to guess, Lu Beichen knew why they had such a reaction. On the way, I heard the news that Demon Venerable Teasing was about to break out of the tower, so I quickly told Xiao He to speed up his flight. Lu Beichen said with relief, fortunately, there is still time. The Holy Son has worked hard. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning responded emotionally, I just said why the timing is so coincidental. It turns out that you are rushing so hard. After a pause, he looked at the Black Flood Dragon and said, and your mount also worked hard. The previous jade slips of letters said that Lu Beichen called the Black Dragon he subdued as Little Black, but he still didn't believe it. Now that he heard Lu Beichen call the Black Dragon like that with his own ears, he couldn't help but believe it. This hard work is nothing. Lu Beichen first replied so nonchalantly. Immediately, he went on to say, Demon Venerable Teasing should break out of the tower now, how about we go meet him for a while? It is good. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning immediately issued an order, everyone, come to the Demon Refining Tower. Everyone at the scene replied excitedly, yes, Holy Master. Soon, Lu Beichen stepped on the Black Dragon first, followed by the Holy Master of the First Beginning and others, and headed towards the direction of the Demon Refining Tower. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 115 The Demon Venerable Hue Goes Wild, Lu Mao Comes. Holy Land in the Beginning. Outside the Demon Refining Tower. A large number of members of the Blood Moon Demon sect gathered here had excited expressions, and their eyes were full of anticipation. These years, they have been hiding in Tibet, not daring to show their faces easily. Now Lord Moshan is about to break out of the tower and lead them to conquer the spirit world again. Just ask them if they are not excited. In addition, Elder Song Lebang vaguely revealed some information to them. That is, Lord Moshan has not only recovered his peak strength, but has also been promoted to Yuanshen realm. Such a powerful Lord Moshan, who can match him? And with the existence of Lord Moshan, the Blood Moon Demon sect will definitely be more brilliant than before, and become the #1 force in the spirit world. Master, something seems wrong. A young man in Xingyi said to Song Lebang suspiciously, so many people from our Blood Moon Demon sect have come here, but there is no movement from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, it's not normal. You don't understand this. Song Lebang explained, as far as I know, Lu Beichen, who was highly expected by everyone in the Holy Land in the early days, has not come back. Even if they go together, they are far from being the opponent of Lord Moshan. How dare you make any changes? Therefore, ignoring us completely is the right thing to do. The young man thought thoughtfully, no wonder the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning turned a blind eye to us. It turned out that it was because they didn't have the confidence to deal with us, or they didn't have the confidence to face Lord Moshan directly. After a pause, he asked again with some doubts, Master, I have heard a lot of rumors about Lu Beichen recently. He is indeed a rare and peerless genius. Since the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning put all their treasures on him, do you think he will pose a threat to Lord Moshan? Don't listen to other people's nonsense. No matter how evil Lu Beichen is, he is just a young man with a weak crown who is only around the age. Even if you start practicing from the mother's womb, it is impossible to threaten Lord Moshan. Song Labang reminded, as a teacher, let me tell you the truth. Lord Moshan's strength has now reached the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. If Lu Beichen meets his old man, it will be nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg. The young man in Xingyi suddenly took a deep breath. Now in the spiritual world, practitioners whose strength has reached the aperture realm, or above the aperture realm, have rarely heard of it. Master Moshan has the strength of the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. Doesn't it mean that he can fight invincible hands all over the world, and be completely invincible in the spirit world? Thinking of this, the young man said excitedly, Master, it seems that our Blood Moon Demon sect is about to rise again. Fool, have you never thought of this until now? Song Labang said with a bit of resentment, before I planned to wipe out people from the Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces, together with everyone in the Taixu Holy Land, you should guess where the confidence of being a teacher comes from. The young man in Xingyi said very ashamedly, Master, I let you down because of my apprentice. Not to be disappointed. It's just a little emotional. I didn't expect that you, who have good qualifications, sometimes lose your mind. Song Labang sighed and said, forget it, no one is perfect, and it's not your fault. The young man in Xingyi darkened his expression and said, thank you, Master, for your understanding. Don't make a fool of yourself, be happy. Song Labang looked at the demon refining tower, and said in high spirits, today is a good day for Lord Moshan to break out of the tower, and for our Blood Moon Demon sect to step up the rise of the great powers in the spiritual world such as the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Land of Taixuan. Because after today, no one dares to underestimate the Blood Moon Demon sect, no one dares to underestimate our master and apprentice, you know that. The young man in Xingyi nodded, forcibly pulled himself together and said, the things you asked me to do have already been arranged. I wonder if we should start now. Let's start. Song Labang responded, Master Moshan will break out of the tower later, we have to get the momentum right now. Okay, Master. The young man in Xingyi was ordered to leave. Not long after, the members of the Blood Moon Demon sect gathered outside the demon refining tower, beat gongs and drums, and blew suana vigorously. In the demon refining tower, the demon king Teasing was quite satisfied with Song Labang's arrangement. The fact that he is about to break out of the tower does not require everyone in the spirit world to know about it, but at least the momentum must not be small. Otherwise, how can he match his status as the #1 powerhouse in the spiritual world? After waiting for so long, it's time to go out and let the practitioners in the spiritual world tremble under the might of this seat. Demon Venerable Teasing announced domineeringly, the demon refining tower, break it for me. As soon as the words fell, he raised his palm and patted forward. Boom! A deafening bang went straight into the sky. The demon refining tower that stood in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning for an unknown number of years collapsed in an instant. A figure flew out of it. If it wasn't Demon Venerable Teasing, who else could it be? Master Moshan is mighty. Master Moshan's strength is as high as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. Seeing this, many disciples of the Blood Moon Demon sect couldn't help cheering excitedly. Seeing this, Song Labang hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Lord Moshan, for destroying the demon refining tower in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. It's not there yet. Demon Venerable Teasing shook his head, and said, I have to get rid of Lu Beichen, the monster, and then destroy the entire Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Only then will I be ashamed and my thoughts will be clear. After a pause, he then asked, what's the situation at the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? Has Lu Beichen come back? That guy Lu Beichen probably hasn't come back yet. Song Labang responded, otherwise, the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning would not be as low-key as they are now, and they don't even care about us coming here. Listen to you. I seem to have come out a little early. Demon Venerable Teasing joked, why don't I rebuild the collapsed demon refining tower and go back and stay there for a while? Master Moshan, you are joking. Song Labang said dumbfoundedly, it's okay to deal with people from the Holy Land of Taixu, Holy Land of Taixuan and other major forces first. The demon refining tower was destroyed by you. Even if it is repaired, it will lose its original function. In addition, this coquettish operation of wanting to go back inside and stay for a while. 2 words, outrageous. Okay, let's take the people from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Land of Taixuan first. Demon Venerable Teasing said as if he remembered something, and said, yes, I have no opinion on how other forces should deal with it. Only in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, what I want to do is, not a single person will be left behind. Yes, Master Moshan. Song Labang replied respectfully. He understood very well why Demon Venerable Teasing issued such an order. Who said that the person who locked Demon Venerable Teasing in the Demon Refining Pagoda for so many years was the old Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning? At this moment, A sneer suddenly sounded, the demon lord is going crazy, Lu is here. Demon Venerable Cheesing was stunned for a moment. Immediately, after reacting, he couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. I saw a handsome young man in white clothes Shensu driving a black flood dragon, speeding towards him from far to near. Chapter 116 The Suana 1 sounds, Lu Beichen fights the demon lord. Called himself a certain Lu, stepped on a dragon, and looked around his age. Demon Venerable Cheesing turned to Song Lebang and asked, could this little fellow be Lu Beichen? Master Motion, it is indeed him. Song Lebang replied respectfully, this subordinate has seen Lu Beichen's portrait before, that's what he looks like. Demon Venerable Cheesing said thoughtfully, except for Lu Beichen, I am afraid there is no young man who dares to speak like this in front of me. Calling himself this seat, and considering how everyone in the Blood Moon Demon sect calls this old fellow, he must be the legendary Demon Venerable Cheesing, right? After Lu Beichen arrived at the scene, he immediately glanced at the old man who was suspected to be the Demon Venerable Cheesing with his spiritual sense, and found that his strength had already reached about the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm? What the hell? If it weren't for having a giant puppet with strength comparable to a 6th level powerhouse in the Yuan Shen realm. Is it time for him to go back home now, or temporarily avoid the edge of Demon Venerable Cheesing? After all, Demon Venerable Cheesing's current strength is 1 level higher than him. Are you that guy Lu Beichen? Motion Cheesing asked while scanning Lu Beichen with his divine sense. Then, he couldn't help being shocked inexplicably. Didn't expect the rumors to be true? Lu Beichen not only subdued an adult flood dragon, but also cultivated his strength to the astonishing 4th level of Yuan Shen realm? This thought flashed in his mind, and a trace of fear and murderous intent flashed in Demon Venerable Cheesing's heart. Lu Beichen can't be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, it would be a devastating disaster for both him and the Blood Moon Demon sect. The only solution is to kill Lu Beichen here today to avoid future troubles. Not bad. You don't change your name when you go down, and you don't change your surname while you're sitting, that's true for Lu Beichen. Lu Beichen nodded, and asked, you just kept saying that you want to make the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning restless, so that there is no Demon King Cheesing left behind. How? Do you have an opinion on this seat's order? Demon Venerable Cheesing said as he slowly rose from the ground into the midair, it's okay, let's play a match, then everyone will have no objections. Bullying the small with the big. Do you think so highly of me? Lu Beichen flew up from the head of the black dragon, and landed on the opposite side of Demon Venerable Cheesing. I have always adhered to the principle of a gentleman who uses his mouth but not his hands, and I don't like to fight with others. However, since your Excellency Motion is interested in this, I don't mind accompanying you. Happy. Demon Venerable Cheesing smiled, and said, if it were other young people, if I want to fight against them, it must be regarded as bullying the younger. But you are different. Your aptitude and strength are too monstrous. It is better to say that you are bullying the big with your big ones. Your Majesty Motion, is this going to flatter and kill you? Lu Beichen said noncommittally, I am a young man with a weak crown, how can I compare with a long-established senior like you? Humble. Demon Venerable Cheesing shook his head, and said, as a young man with a weak crown, you can cultivate your strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, so you are much stronger than me. The words fall. Everyone present at the Blood Moon Demon sect was in an uproar. Because apart from Song Lebang and other individuals, the others never received the news that Lu Beichen's strength had been cultivated to the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. That's why they had such a big reaction when they suddenly heard Demon Venerable Cheesing revealing Lu Beichen's true strength. Master, I'm in big trouble now. After the boy and Xing Yi came to his senses, he couldn't help but said to Song Lebang worriedly, this guy Lu Beichen's strength is only 1 level lower than Lord Motion, so it's hard to guarantee that he doesn't have the means to counter Lord Motion. It's very unlikely. Song Lebang replied in a deep voice, we have to trust Lord Motion, you understand. All right. The young man and Xing Yi thought about it seriously, and felt that ginger was still old and spicy. Demon Venerable Cheesing is a strong man of the older generation, and his strength is 1 level higher than Lu Beichen, so the chance of winning will definitely be greater. Therefore, he felt a lot more at ease. However, after he mentioned it, Song Lebang was calm on the surface, but actually felt a little uneasy in his heart. Who said that Lu Beichen's previous record was too amazing, and his strength advanced too fast? It made him have to worry about whether Cheesing, the Demon King, would capsize in the gutter once he fought against Lu Beichen. Lu Beichen glanced at everyone in the Blood Moon Demon sect, and asked curiously, Your Majesty the Demon Lord, if you announce my strength, won't you be afraid that your Blood Moon Demon sect army will be in disarray? You can imagine it. Of course I can imagine it. Demon Venerable Cheesing responded disapprovingly, the army's morale is in chaos or something, as long as I kill you, everything will be solved, isn't it? What's more, the strength of this seat is 1 level higher than yours. If it breaks out, the people who are in chaos should be the people of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Hearing his words, the morale of everyone in the Blood Moon Demon sect finally recovered. No wonder Lord Motion was so calm when he knew that Liu Beichen's strength had reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. It turned out that Lord Motion is stronger than Liu Beichen. Corresponding to them, the Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu, and others began to lose their composure. If Demon Lord Teasing is stronger than Liu Beichen, doesn't that mean that Liu Beichen can't defeat Demon Venerable Teasing? In the end, it was Gu Qingxiu who saw some clues. Father, Mr. Zhou, your worries seem a little unnecessary. If senior brother Liu doesn't have the confidence to deal with Demon Venerable Teasing, can he still be as calm as he is now? Also, have you forgotten that senior brother Liu has refined a man whose strength is comparable to Schwetter? Don't say it, don't say it. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning interrupted, this is the trump card of the Holy Sun, we just keep it in our hearts, there is no need to say it, lest the Demon Venerable Teasing be on guard. Gu Qingxiu and Elder Zhou smiled knowingly, and said, what Father, Holy Master, said is true. Demon Venerable Teasing's strength is 1 level higher than Liu Beichen's, so what if he reaches the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm? In Liu Beichen's hand, there is also a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to the 6th level of Yuan Shen realm. What are you all still doing in a daze? Hurry up and cheer Lord Motion! Song Lebang shouted in dissatisfaction, let me beat the gongs and drums, and let me play the suana. Hearing this, everyone in the Blood Moon Demon sect hurriedly beat the gongs and drums, and blew the suana vigorously. The corner of Liu Beichen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Blow the suana to cheer in battle? Which guy's idea is this? I have to say, what a fucking talent. The Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu, and the others also felt a little messy in the wind. Liu Beichen's fight against Demon Venerable Teasing is obviously a very serious matter. Now that the people from the Blood Moon Demon sect suddenly came out like this, the style of painting was completely crooked. Chapter 117 Come out, Brother Liu number 2. Your Majesty the Demon Lord, do you people from the Blood Moon Demon sect want to cheer you up, or do you want to send you away directly? Liu Beichen couldn't hold back anymore, forget about gongs and drums, suana. Ever since I was sensible, I have never heard anyone use suana to cheer. That means you are ignorant. Demon Venerable Teasing was very satisfied with this, the battle between me and you will be recorded in the history of the spirit world and rewrite the structure of the spirit world. How can I not make it bigger? Liu Beichen. Now he finally knew why the members of the Blood Moon Demon sect came and went like this all of a sudden. It turns out that if something is good at the top, it must be worse at the bottom. Demon Venerable Teasing likes to do this, and the Blood Moon Demon sect is of course not far behind. Blow harder. I didn't eat. Liu Beichen said with a smile, such a low voice, how can you send your Lord Motion away? The members of the Blood Moon Demon sect who were present heard the words and almost fell down. Mad, if you don't know how to speak, please speak less. We are here to cheer Lord Motion, not to send him away, okay? But, from what Liu Beichen said, the people who beat the gongs and drums are fine. The person playing the suana looked at each other in blank dismay, wondering if he should continue playing the suana. Even Song Lebang couldn't make up his mind. Master Motion, this. What is this? Demon Venerable Teasing glared at him, and said displeasedly, don't be influenced by others, stick to your own way, that's the right thing. Yes, Lord Motion. Song Lebang shouted quickly, those who blow the suana don't stop, keep going, blow harder. So, the suana sounded again, and it became louder and louder. Your Excellency Motion, I really don't agree with your hobby. Liu Beichen laughed out loud, I've learned a lot. This is the first time I've seen a living person, and I asked someone to play the suana to send me away. There was a hint of ridicule in the tone of voice. Boy Liu, what are you laughing at? Demon Venerable Teasing snorted coldly, and said, until now, don't you understand the meaning of this seat? This seat is not only asking them to cheer for this seat, but also implies that this seat will send you away, understand? Want to send me away? Liu Beichen looked cold, and responded tit for tat, then see if your Excellency Motion has this ability. Very well, I like tough-talking young people like you. Demon Venerable Teasing said, let's do it first, I'll weigh you how much you weigh, and you dare to challenge my majesty. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Liu Beichen said meaningfully, don't say that I don't teach martial arts then. This seat is stronger than you, and is so much older than you. I asked you to take the first shot to prevent others from saying that I am bullying the small with the big. Demon Venerable Teasing said impatiently, stop talking nonsense, if you have any tricks, just use them. Row. Liu Beichen took out the Yuan magnetic ape from the storage ring, and was going to try the depth of Demon Venerable Teasing first. If he really can't beat Demon Venerable Teasing, then summon the giant puppet he refined that is comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of Yuan Shen realm, the so-called senior brother Liu no. Dash. I saw Liu Beichen's figure flashed and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already at Demon Venerable Cheesing's side. So fast. Demon Venerable Cheesing first let out an exclamation in his heart, and then he quickly reached out and tore off the string of skull ornaments hanging around his neck, and threw it in the direction where Liu Beichen was. Dazzling red light flashed out of thin air and exploded instantly. Liu Beichen subconsciously squinted his eyes slightly. Later, he found a huge human-shaped skeleton composed of countless skulls appeared in front of him. His empty eyes were emitting a strange red light, looking at him eerily. Without saying a word, Liu Beichen swung his sword and slashed at the human skeleton. Boom! A loud bang. The humanoid skeleton stepped back slightly. Liu Beichen, on the other hand, took several steps back to stabilize his figure. Liu Beichen, no matter how defiant your aptitude is, your strength will always be one level lower than this seat. So you are not my opponent at all. Demon Venerable Cheesing, who was in the center of the human-shaped skeleton, couldn't help laughing wildly. No accident, it will be your death later. Ha ha ha. Although he has lived for many years, he should be very calm in the face of anything. But he was still very happy to be able to kill a peerless genius like Liu Beichen who was against the sky to the extreme. Master Motion is mighty. Master Motion's strength is as high as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. All the members of the Blood Rain Demon sect present, except for those who played the Suana, were shouting excitedly, cheering for Demon Venerable Cheesing. Lord Motion said it well. So what if you, Liu Beichen's aptitude is evil, and you can cultivate your strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm at a young age? In the end, isn't he going to die in the hands of Lord Motion? Seeing this, many people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning panicked. The Holy Sun is not really the opponent of Demon Venerable Cheesing, is he? Some disciples don't know that senior brother Liu has senior brother Liu no. Dash in his hand. Gu Qingxiu asked in a low voice, Father, should we come out and appease them? Need not. Because it doesn't make much sense. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning shook his head and said, according to the situation at the scene, it is estimated that the time when the Holy Sun will use senior brother Liu no. Dash is not far away. At that time, they will understand why the Holy Sun has the confidence to face Cheesing, the Demon Venerable who is a 5th level primordial spirit realm powerhouse. Besides, it doesn't matter if our army's morale in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning is disturbed, as long as the Holy Sun can defeat Demon Venerable Cheesing. Understood. Gu Qingxiu nodded, and said, facts speak louder than words, let them witness with their own eyes the classic scene where senior brother Liu used his whole cards to save the disadvantage. After finishing speaking, she glanced at the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning and Elder Zhou respectively, seeing the anticipation in each other's eyes. It's just the beginning of the fight, and you are so full of words? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Liu Beichen sneered, and said, I have to give you a word, it's still unknown who will win. The words fall. He kept swinging his sword to attack the human skeleton, but it still didn't work. Demon Venerable Cheesing, who was in the center of the human-shaped skeleton, laughed wildly again, Liu Beichen, it seems that you are just a king of mouth, and you dare to speak out here. It's really ridiculous, ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Smile, laugh. Liu Beichen rolled his eyes, and then he whispered softly, come out, senior brother Liu no. Dash. Since with his current strength, he can't break through the defense of Demon Venerable Cheesing in a short time. Then he will summon the giant puppet that he has refined, which is comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of Yuan Shen realm, the so-called senior brother Liu no. Dash, and fight against Demon Venerable Cheesing. Chapter 118 Shocking the audience, the bewildered Demon Lord. Cheesing, the Demon Venerable who was in the center of the human-shaped skeleton, found a giant puppet not far away before he could react. What's the situation? A puppet. Demon Venerable Cheesing was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Boy Liu, you don't want to use this thing to fight against the divine power of the seat, do you? Not bad. Liu Beichen nodded, and said, this is the giant puppet I refined, named senior brother Liu no. Dash, please enlighten me. The technique of puppet is one of the main exercises in Fengling Holy Land, I didn't expect you to learn it. Demon Venerable Cheesing said with some surprise, but what I want to say is that you must rely on your true strength to fight against people. Things like puppets can only delay you for a while, so that you die later. Your Excellency Motion, it seems that you are too careless. Liu Beichen smiled mysteriously, and said, the giant puppet I have refined is as powerful as the 6th level Yuan Shen realm, and 1 level higher than you. So, do you still think that things like puppets can only be used to delay time? What? Hearing this, Demon Venerable Cheesing couldn't help but gasped, everyone was stunned. He originally thought that Liu Beichen's puppet technique from Fengling Holy Land must have been inexperienced and half-baked. The giant puppets that are refined can at most have the strength comparable to that of a king-level powerhouse. Didn't expect to be able to have the strength comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of Yuan Shen realm, and a level higher than him now? Damn, what happened to the spirit world? Why would there be a monster like Lu Beichen? Isn't it? The giant puppet refined by this guy Lu Beichen actually possesses the strength comparable to that of a 6th level Yuan Shen realm powerhouse. Everyone present at the Blood Moon Demon sect was in an uproar again. After all, even though Lu Beichen lost the battle with Demon Venerable Teasing just now, but there was still no sign of defeat. At this moment, suddenly a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm came to help Lu Beichen. Maybe the situation will be reversed. Teasing will be at a disadvantage if he becomes the Demon Lord Teasing, and there is even a great possibility of losing. Master, what happened to this giant puppet that Lu Beichen refined, whose strength is comparable to that of a 6th level Yuan Shen realm powerhouse? The young man in Xingyi asked in bewilderment, why didn't we have any news beforehand? You ask the teacher, who do you ask for the teacher? Song Lebang smiled wryly in his heart, and guessed, it should be because all the spies placed by our Blood Moon Demon sect in the Holy Land of Yaokai have been wiped out, so this news has not been sent back. Now we're in big trouble. The young man in Xingyi said worriedly, Lu Beichen's strength has reached the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, plus this giant puppet whose strength is comparable to the powerhouse of the 6th level of the Yuan Shen realm. 2 against 1. I'm a little afraid that Lord Mojun, who is a 5th level powerhouse in the primordial spirit realm, won't be able to beat him. Don't panic. Song Lebang pondered for a while, and said, Master Mojun has experienced countless ups and downs, and has rich fighting experience, much better than the young Lu Beichen, maybe we can start from this aspect. The words fall. The master and apprentice looked at each other and began to look for a way to break the situation. Brother no. Dash finally came out. The Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu, and others all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. They were afraid that Lu Beichen's competitive spirit was too strong, and when they were at a disadvantage, they refused to summon the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash is a helper. A sly look flashed across Gu Qingxiu's pretty face. She yelled softly, come on, let's cheer for senior brother Lu, lest others think that senior brother Lu is weak. Hearing her words, everyone in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning couldn't help but get excited and shouted, the Holy Sun is mighty. The Holy Sun is as powerful as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. The sound was so loud that it actually suppressed the music played by everyone in the Blood Moon Demon sect. Demon Venerable Teasing's face was extremely ugly. Elder Song, do you have to explain something to me? Song Lebang quickly argued, Lord Mojun, my subordinates have never received any news that Lu Beichen has refined a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm. No, this subordinate is also very surprised now, very confused. After a pause, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he said, by the way, Lord Mojun, since the giant puppet is stronger than you, why don't you deal with the master Lu Beichen first? Mojun Qizing's eyes lit up. Yup. This seat will solve this guy Lu Beichen first, and the giant puppet or something, shouldn't we just solve it easily? Elder Song, your method is not bad. Demon Venerable Qizing replied very satisfied, you really deserve to be my right-hand man. Master Mojun has over-rewarded. Song Lebang said modestly, it's good that the method this subordinate thinks of can help you. Please allow me to interject. Lu Beichen interrupted, Your Majesty, and that Elder Song, don't you take me too seriously when you communicate like no one else. Demon Venerable Qizing asked with a smile, Boy Lu, are you afraid? That's right, who told me that if you follow the method Elder Song said, you won't have much chance of survival. Talk to yourself, is self-obsession fun? Lu Beichen said noncommittally, it seems that your news is too late, and you don't know what it means to unite people. Demon Venerable Qizing asked with some confusion, what do you mean? That's what I mean. With a thought in Lu Beichen's mind, the giant puppet flashed and stood in front of him, if you want to deal with me, you have to deal with senior brother Lu No. Dash first. Demon Venerable Qizing thought for a while, and then said with a clear face, Boy Lu, are you making up for the shortcomings of the puppet technique? I dare not take credit for this. Lu Beichen smiled, and replied, the person who makes up for the shortcomings of the puppet technique is Cao Guanyu, the Supreme Elder of Fengling Holy Land. You will die at my hands, you can go to him to settle the score. Boy Lu, do you think you are determined for this seat? Demon Venerable Qizing laughed back angrily, so what if the mere puppet technique can make up for the shortcomings? You can't resist the divine power of this seat. I don't know if it's because Lu Beichen threatened him too much. He who has always been calm will always lose his composure involuntarily when facing Lu Beichen. Speaking loudly, struggling to the death. Lu Beichen provocatively said, I will repay what you said just now. If you have any tricks, just use them. Very good. As the Demon Lord Qizing spoke, he manipulated the human skeleton without hesitation, and launched a fierce attack on the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash in front of Lu Beichen. Good come. Just finished the appetizer. Then it's time for the main course. Lu Beichen was not afraid at all, and manipulated the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash to meet him. Chapter 119 Surrounding Wei and Rescuing Zhao. Think too much, you. Boom boom boom. Deafening bangs sounded one after another. At this time, the humanoid skeleton manipulated by the demon king Teasing is suffering an overwhelming blow from the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash. There is absolutely no power to fight back. It can only be like what Lu Beichen said just now, it's just dying. Demon Lord Teasing was furious in the center of the human skeleton, extremely aggrieved. He didn't expect what Lu Beichen said was true. This giant puppet named senior brother Lu No. Dash possesses strength comparable to that of a 6th level powerhouse in the primordial spirit realm. In less than 10 moves against the humanoid skeleton he manipulated, he quickly gained the upper hand. Until now, he has not been able to reverse the situation. Is this battle finally settled? Seeing this, Holy Master Zhou, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu and others felt stable. Think about it, the Demon King Teasing is quite unlucky. Being able to cultivate strength to the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm, within the spirit world, is almost invincible in the world. But they are in the same era as a monster like Lu Beichen, and the two sides are still enemies. In addition, Lu Beichen, who has completed the art of puppets, is a human puppet in one, and the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash, whose strength is comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of the Yuan Shen realm, is his clone. When he manipulated it, it was no different from fighting demon venerable Teasing himself. All kinds of chances and coincidences have created the current predicament of demon venerable Teasing. Holy Sun is mighty. The Holy Sun is as powerful as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. Everyone in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning shouted even more joyously when they saw this. Even if I am blind now. It can also be seen that demon venerable Teasing is a sign that the defeat is doomed. On the other side of the Blood Moon Demon sect, the young man in Xingyi panicked when he saw this. Master, what should we do now? There is no way, the Demon King Teasing is so much stronger than them, if he can't beat Lu Beichen, then they are no different from going to die against Lu Beichen. Don't panic, calm down. Song Lebang responded in a deep voice, although Lord Motion is now at a disadvantage in the fight with Lu Beichen, he has not lost to Lu Beichen after all, and there is still hope to recover the disadvantage. Like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw in the water, the young man in Xingyi asked again, Master, can you help Lord Motion recover from his disadvantage? Yes, yes. Song Lebang hesitated for a moment, and said, but it's just a bit immoral in practice. Master, things have come to this point, do you still care about his injustice? The young man in Xingyi said anxiously, speak up quickly, let's discuss it and see if it works. Reliability is the kingly way. Teacher, you are right. Victory is the most important thing, let's go on the side of morality. Song Lebang was persuaded by the boy in Xingyi. He pointed to the direction of the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, and said, in order to disturb Lu Beichen's mind and make him unable to fight against Master Motion at ease, I decided to take people to attack them. The eyes of the young man in Xingyi suddenly lit up. Wonderful. The old Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning has already sat down, and the advanced combat power of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning is gone. Instead of going up and fighting with Lu Beichen, hitting a stone with an egg. It's better to attack the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and distract Lu Beichen's attention, maybe it can turn the defeat into victory for Lord Motion. Thinking of this, the young man in Xingyi urged, Master, let's act without delay, so that we don't have long nights and dreams, and we don't have time. He was afraid that if Demon Venerable Teasing lost early, didn't the plan to besiege the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and rescue Demon Venerable Teasing fail? Song Lebang obviously thought of this as well. After he made up his mind, he immediately ordered to the people of the Blood Moon Demon sect present, fellow disciples, please follow my footsteps and go to kill those guys in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. The words fall. He didn't wait for the reactions of the Blood Moon Demon sect people present, and immediately used his body skills to gallop towards the direction of the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. What are you still doing in a daze? Follow my master, kill. The young man in Xingyi let out a loud roar, followed by following him. The members of the Blood Moon Demon sect who were present dared not hesitate, and hurriedly followed. Can you think of such a way? Demon Venerable Teasing said with great joy, Elder Song really deserves to be the capable general of this seat. After a pause, he continued, Lu Beichen, it's true that I can't beat you, but I can hold you back. Imagine that scene, watching the people you knew since childhood were killed and injured, isn't it very exciting? The monsters of the Blood Moon Demon sect want to surround Wei and save Zhao. Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he sneered and said, Your Excellency Motion, are you sure you won't do the opposite? You need to know that in addition to refining a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of a 6th level powerhouse in the primordial spirit realm, I also subdued a legendary adult flood dragon. Xiao He, kill those guys who are overconfident. With his voice, the ear-piercing dragon chant suddenly sounded at the scene, and a black dragon stopped in front of Song Lebang and others. Demon Venerable Teasing is about to close himself. What the hell? He forgot that there was such a little loach just now. It seems that Song Lebang's plan has completely failed. Seeing Song Lebang leading a large number of members of the Blood Moon Demon sect and preparing to attack them, the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu, and others were a little caught off guard. After all, according to their thinking, the fate of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Blood Moon Demon sect. It will be decided by the battle between Lu Beichen and the Demon King Teasing, who wins and who loses in the end. Who knew that Song Lebang would not follow the routine and wanted to attack them, trying to disturb Lu Beichen's mind. However, after a period of chaos, everyone in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning made preparations for the battle. But they found that they didn't need to take action at all. The black adult dragon that Lu Beichen subdued could stop Song Lebang and other members of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Therefore, Gu Qingxiu yelled at the right time, Senior Jiaolong is mighty. Fuck those bad guys to death. With her leading the way, many disciples of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning couldn't help shouting, Senior Jiaolong is mighty. Fuck those bad guys to death. Everyone's cheers, I heard it. Don't worry, I won't make it easy for them. The black flood dragon coiled in midair, and the lantern-sized eyes looked down at Song Lebang and other members of the Blood Moon Demon sect. Tell me, you have two choices now. Do you choose to kill yourself, or choose to die under the dragon's breath? Song Lebang shut himself up on the spot. Made, forget that Lu Beichen, the damn guy, still has a mount. The black flood dragon in front of him is obviously an adult. Its strength has at least reached the great perfection of the king-conferred realm, or even above the great perfection of the king-conferred realm. Senior Jiaolong, in fact, I just wanted to exchange some experience about cultivation with the people in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, there is no other meaning. Song Lebang immediately said in a low voice, please believe me. As the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Since he can't afford to offend this big guy in front of him, it's not a shame to be cowardly. Is it? The black flood dragon acted like you don't want to tease me, I don't believe it. As soon as the words fell, it didn't give Song Lebang any chance to continue talking. Opening his mouth is to spray a black dragon's breath in the direction of Song Lebang. Song Lebang was almost shocked when he saw this. Heck! Hands on a disagreement? Do you still talk about martial arts? Chapter 120 This is really time and fate. Although Song Lebang dodged fast enough and used all his strength to defend, he still suffered serious internal injuries. However, the members of the Blood Moon Demon sect who were around him just now were not so lucky. One after another was burned to ashes by the black dragon's breath. Even his beloved disciple, the young man in Xingyi is no exception. Seeing this, Song Lebang was both heartbroken and terrified. Because as long as he was a step slower, he would also be unable to escape the end of being wiped out. Damn it, a breath of dragon has such power. The black flood dragon in front of him definitely possesses the strength above the king-conferred realm. This thought flashed through his mind, how dare Song Lebang stay on the scene? I saw him running his body and fleeing towards the distance. There's no way, he can't beat the black dragon, and they don't have any intention of reconciling with him. Why doesn't he run away quickly and stay and wait for death? Seeing this, the other members of the Blood Moon Demon sect were in a panic, and they also exercised their body skills and fled everywhere. Teasing, their most powerful demon king, was crushed and beaten by Lu Beichen, and their defeat was a foregone conclusion. And Song Lebang, the second combat power, is now scared to run away again. As long as they are not stupid, they all know what choices they should make in order to save their own lives. Want to escape? Have you asked me if you agree? Seeing this, the black flood dragon sneered, and started chasing and killing the people from the Blood Moon Demon sect. All of a sudden, the screams of crying father and mother continued to ring out. How could this be? Demon Lord Teasing is numb. Song Lebang originally planned to lead people to attack the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, trying to disturb Lu Beichen's mind, so that he could take the opportunity to recover from the disadvantage. Not to mention that the goal was not achieved, his mind was in chaos instead. After all, the members of the Blood Moon Demon sect at the scene were his help in ruling the spirit world after his comeback. It is really a pity that all the black flood dragons have been killed here now. Your Excellency Motion, by now you should know what it means to steal a chicken without losing money, right? Lu Beichen smiled and said, in terms of strength, you are not my opponent, and in terms of subordinates, you are even more incomparable. So don't struggle to die, and die obediently, maybe I will leave you with a whole body. Otherwise, I believe you don't need me to tell you what the result will be. What's the point of using a giant puppet? Demon Venerable Teasing said in shock and anger, if you have the guts, come and fight this seat yourself. The aggressive method, right? I'm not fooled. Lu Beichen responded noncommittally, besides, if I don't have the ability, can I refine a giant puppet stronger than you? In addition, don't change the concept secretly. Under the unity of human and puppet, the giant puppet is equivalent to my clone. Why can't it be that I personally end up fighting with you? Demon Venerable Cheesing paused. In short, if you fight me with a giant puppet, you are not a hero. Hehe, I didn't expect that your excellency the dignified motion also likes to mess around. Lu Beichen sneered, and said, I'm not afraid to tell you that I keep a respectful distance from the word hero. Because I follow the principle of winner and loser, and the winner is king. If you try to kidnap me with morality, I'm afraid you are thinking too much. You. Demon Venerable Cheesing saw that the aggressive method didn't work, so he said in a good voice, Boy Lu, although our positions are different, there is no unresolvable enmity, right? How about we shake hands and make peace and dominate the spirit world together? Sorry, I refuse. Lu Beichen shook his head, and said, as the saying goes, different Taoism does not conspire with each other, and dominating the spirit world is not my goal at all. Also, don't think that I don't know what's going on in your mind, and want to get away with a temporary show of weakness. Let me tell you, it's impossible. Demon Venerable Cheesing said angrily, are you trying to force me to fight you hard? After a pause, he continued, don't forget, people from various forces such as the Taixuan Holy Land are secretly watching. Are you not afraid that they will come out to take advantage when we both lose? Not afraid. Lu Beichen responded confidently, because the premise that we both lose does not exist. That's right, Demon Venerable Cheesing's defense, or the defense of the humanoid skeleton manipulated by Demon Venerable Cheesing is very strong. He manipulated the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash to attack him, a bit like scraping. But when things are under control, he dares to say that the humanoid skeleton manipulated by Demon Venerable Cheesing won't last long. Demon Lord Cheesing obviously understood this too. Boy Lu, don't be too aggressive. Demon Venerable Cheesing roared, it's too late to stop now. Lu Beichen responded unmoved, when I kill you, I will stop. Not long after, the human-shaped skeleton finally collapsed, revealing the Demon King Cheesing's body. Seeing the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash punching him, Demon Venerable Cheesing ignored the injuries in his body and quickly waved back. Boom! The Demon King Cheesing was smashed into the ground by a powerful force, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead. Holy Sun is mighty. The Holy Sun is as powerful as the sky, and his combat power is boundless. Seeing this, everyone in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning cheered continuously, completely boiling over. There is no reason for him. The scene just now appeared. It is enough to prove that the crisis faced by the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has been solved. Great! The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning said excitedly, now our Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has turned the corner, and it is time to turn the corner. Elder Zhou and Gu Qingxiu both smiled knowingly. According to their plan, not only do they want to eliminate these monsters of the Blood Moon Demon sect, but they also use this to annex Taixuan Sacred Land and other major forces. Let the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning become the #1 force in East Continent, against the Yaokai Holy Land that has vaguely become the #1 force in Central Continent. Demon Lord Cheesing wanted to escape from the ground, but he couldn't hide it from Lu Beichen's spiritual sense. I saw Lu Beichen manipulating the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash to dig out the Demon Venerable Cheesing from the ground and control it. Lu, kid Lu, can't we really turn our enemies into friends? Please let me go, let me go. If you have any demands, you can just ask. Motion Cheesing was pinched in the hands of the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash, trembling all over, with blood dripping from his mouth, he was very embarrassed. With a flash, Lu Beichen came to Demon Venerable Cheesing, and responded, this is the end, what's the point of talking about it? Do I seem to be merciful, or like someone who likes to let the tiger go back to the mountain? The words fall. Without hesitation, he manipulated the giant puppet senior brother Lu No. Dash to crush Demon Venerable Cheesing into pieces, and also destroyed Demon Venerable Cheesing's soul by the way. The Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou, Gu Qingxiu and others couldn't help but feel deeply moved when they saw this. It is estimated that even Demon Venerable Cheesing himself did not think about it. He has cultivated his strength to the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm in order to try to dominate the spirit world. Unexpectedly, less than half a day after breaking the tower, he fell into the hands of a young man with a weak crown who was only around the age of about. This is really time and fate. Chapter 121 Everyone is an adult, so naive? Dongzhou. Somewhere in the Tianyan Mountains, Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces are stationed. At this moment, in a luxurious tent, the Holy Master Taixuan was fidgeting and asking Zhang Yangping, Elder, is there no other news? Not yet. Our people can only wait and see from a distance, not daring to get too close. Zhang Yangping first replied so respectfully. Immediately, he comforted, however, the news that came earlier, although it is said that Liu Baiken's strength has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, is indeed amazing. But Demon Venerable Qizing's strength is not weak, he's even higher than Liu Baiken. When the two sides fight, either both sides will be hurt, or the Demon Venerable Qizing will be seriously injured and successfully kill Liu Baiken. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. Elder, I understand what you mean. But Liu Baiken is too evil. Actually subdued a legendary flood dragon, and cultivated its strength to the abnormal level of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm, do you think I can not worry? Holy Master Taixuan sighed softly, and said, before I received the news that both Liu Baiken and Demon Venerable Qizing were wounded, or that Liu Baiken was beheaded by Demon Venerable Qizing, I was still not at ease. Holy Lord, I understand how you feel. Zhang Yangping nodded and said, let's wait a little longer, news should come back soon. In fact, to be honest, he was somewhat uneasy. Who said that both Liu Baiken's strength and Demon Lord Qizing's strength were far beyond their imagination? As if to verify his words. At this moment, a messenger disciple came to report that news about the front line had come back. The Holy Master Taixuan took the letter slip with a complicated mood, and then handed it to Zhang Yangping, Elder, you should read it first. Zhang Yangping was stunned for a moment, then took the jade slip of communication and examined it with his spiritual sense. Soon, he trembled as if he had been hit hard, and said in disbelief, how is this possible? The Lord Taixuan couldn't help panicking when he saw this. Grand Elder, what happened? The situation is extremely unfavorable to us. Zhang Yangping gathered his mind, handed the jade letter transmission letter back to the Holy Master Taixuan, and said with a wry smile, whether the Holy Land of Taixuan can exist in the future is a question. Isn't it? Is it that serious? The Lord Taixuan took the jade slip with a solemn expression, and inspected it with his spiritual sense. Then, he trembled as if he had been hit hard, and said in disbelief, is this fake? Liu Baiken refined a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to the 6th level of Yuan Shen realm? Demon Venerable Qizing was forcibly killed by Liu Baiken with a giant puppet, and ended up with the end of all souls? All the members of the Blood Moon Demon sect at the scene were killed and injured under the pursuit of the Black Flood Dragon and the members of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning? Holy Lord! Zhang Yangping reminded, at this point, let's evacuate here quickly, go back quickly and move the Taixuan Holy Land away from Dongzhou and hide it. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's too late. Exactly. Taixuan Sacred Land forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and ordered to the messenger disciple, follow the instructions of the Great Elder, and you should go and inform other people. Yes, Holy Master. Looking at the back of the messenger disciple who was ordered to leave, Zhang Yangping asked, Holy Master, what should we do with people from other forces? It's so hot, who can control them? The Holy Lord Taixuan thought for a while, and said, as the saying goes, dead friends don't die poor people, it's good to have them block the pursuers for us. Holy Lord Taixuan, your abacus is really brilliant. A sneer suddenly sounded from outside the tent. Before Taixuan Holy Master and Zhang Yangping could react, the tent they were in had already been shattered into countless pieces. It's over. This thought flashed through the minds of Lord Taixuan and Zhang Yangping almost at the same time. It's nothing if the pursuers from the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning come. The key is that this includes Liu Baiken who is driving the dragon. I didn't expect you to have today. Seeing the despairing expressions on the faces of Holy Master Taixuan and Zhang Yangping, Holy Master Taishu felt very refreshed. Doesn't the Holy Land of Taixuan like to fight against the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, trying to make a big fuss by using the Demon King Qizing to break the tower? Now it's finally paid off, right? Liu Baiken, your strength is too strong, we are not opponents. Lord Taixuan gritted his teeth and said, however, if we can force you to take action, you will let us go, how about it? What fallacies? My strength is strong, so I have to agree to your conditions. Liu Baiken almost laughed out loud, aren't you childish? Everyone is an adult, so naive. The Holy Master Taishu looked at the Holy Master Taixuan with an absurd look on his face, are you out of shock? Or are you still daydreaming? You actually asked the Holy Sun for conditions. Think about it first, do you have this qualification? This. The Holy Master Taixuan said cheekily, as a super strong man at the 4th level of the primordial spirit realm, are you still afraid that the condition we raised will not be fulfilled? The aggressive method or something is useless to me. Liu Baiken turned his head and said to the Holy Master Taishu, stop talking nonsense with him, Xiao He and I will lead the way, and you and the others will follow me and wipe out everyone here. Of course the Holy Lord in the beginning would not object, it's so good. With Liu Baiken, the powerhouse who has reached the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm is here. The people from the major powers such as the Taixuan Holy Land are no different from the legendary chickens and dogs. After completing the set goals, As soon as Liu Beichen, the holy master of Taishu and others returned to the holy land of Taishu, some disciples said that Mo Lao had left the customs. Liu Beichen was taken aback. It's too coincidental for Mr. Mo to leave the customs, right? If you go slower. The major powers such as the Taishu and Holy Land are about to be annexed by the Absolute Beginning Holy Land. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning winked at Elder Zhou. That means the famous scene they discussed earlier may be about to happen. After all, everyone would be shocked to hear that Liu Beichen subdued a legendary dragon, cultivated his strength to the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, and refined a puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm. Holy Master, Mr. Zhou, Junior Sister Gu, let me congratulate Mr. Mo. Liu Beichen said that his figure disappeared from the spot. Father, Mr. Zhou, why do you all have such expressions? Gu Qingxiu asked curiously. We're guessing what Elder Mo's reaction will be when he learns about the achievements of the Holy Sun. The Holy Master in the beginning stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Needless to say, it must be a big surprise. Gu Qingxiu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to say, let's go over quickly, so as not to miss Mo Lao's reaction. The words fall. She turned around and flew towards the direction where Mo Lao was. Seeing this, the Holy Master of the First Beginning and Elder Zhou also quickly moved their movements with anticipation, and followed. Chapter 122 Mo Lao and Number 039, S. Shock, Liu Beichen and Number 039, S. Versailles. Young Master, your strength has also reached around Yuan Shen realm, right? After the Holy Master of the Beginning, Elder Zhou and Gu Qingxiu arrived at the place where Elder Mo was, as expected, they heard Elder Mo's exclamation. That's right. I saw Liu Beichen responding with a smile, Mo Lao, during the period of your retreat, after continuous hard work and hard training, I finally cultivated my strength to about the 4th floor of the Yuan Shen realm. Essential Spirit realm, around the 4th floor. Mo Lao stared wide-eyed, almost doubting his life. He immerses himself in self-cultivation, and finally cultivates his strength to the 3rd level of Yuan Shen realm. Didn't expect to be caught up by Liu Beichen, even surpassing him? Is this so normal? Young Master, how did you do it? Mo Lao asked in disbelief. It should be known that before he retreated, Liu Beichen's strength was only around the 5th floor of the Fengka realm. The 5th floor of Fengka realm and the 4th floor of Yuan Shen realm. The span in the middle is not generally large. Could it be that the aura in the spirit world is much more abundant than before, or is it because the practitioner's spiritual power has become easier to cultivate? But this is wrong. If so, his current strength would not still be around the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm, but far exceed the 3rd level of the Yuan Shen realm. After thinking about it, Mo Lao couldn't figure it out. No way, he can only push the reason to Liu Beichen's too monstrous aptitude. The Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou and Gu Qingxiu smiled knowingly. They guessed right. Rao Mo Lao, who has always been calm in situations, had to lose his composure when he learned of Liu Beichen's true strength. I don't even know how I did it. Liu Beichen spread his hands and said, just practice casually, and your strength will naturally reach the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Mo Lao. Young Master, are you polite? It's shocking to say that, you know? Hearing Liu Beichen's words, not only Mo Lao was shown off by Liu Beichen's casual Versailles, but also the Holy Lord of the Beginning, Zhou Lao and Gu Qingxiu were all envious. After all, they all wished that they could practice casually like Liu Beichen, and their strength would naturally reach the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Mo Lao was silent for a while, and then continued to ask, Young Master, I always feel that I have missed a lot of things during this period of retreat, why don't you tell me a little bit about it? Before Liu Beichen could reply, Gu Qingxiu volunteered and said, Old Mo, why don't I tell you about the feats senior brother Liu has done during this period of time? Also. Mo Lao smiled slightly and said, then please trouble Miss Gu. No trouble, no trouble. Gu Qingxiu replied like this first. Immediately, she started from the fact that the servants under the 2 holy places of Taishu and Taixuan competed for a huge spiritual stone mine, and she and Liu Beichen and others went to support it. Mo Lao nodded straightly. In his opinion, Liu Beichen's performance was remarkable. The rapid development of strength, although somewhat beyond his expectations. But thinking about Liu Beichen's extremely extraordinary aptitude, it makes sense. However, when Gu Qingxiu talked about Liu Beichen's performance in Zhongzhou, Mo Lao began to lose his composure. And when it came to Liu Beichen refining a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm, Mo Lao was even more dumbfounded. Miss Gu, you are not fooling my old man, are you? Old Mo was joking. I dare not lie to you if I lie to anyone. Gu Qingxiu responded with some pride, not long ago, I saw with my own eyes that senior brother Liu summoned that giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm to fight against demon venerable teasing. How do I say this? Old Mo asked suspiciously, Didn't Demon Venerable Teasing be suppressed by the old Holy Master in the Demon Refining Tower? How could he fight against the young master? It's a little late for you to leave customs. Otherwise, you will be able to see the scene where Demon Venerable Teasing breaks through the Demon Refining Tower. Gu Qingxiu explained, I don't know why, Demon Venerable Teasing has not only returned to his peak strength, but also advanced to about the 5th level of Yuan Shen realm. In order to deal with him, Senior Brother Lu had to summon that giant puppet who is as powerful as a 6th level primordial spirit realm powerhouse to be his helper. Is there such a thing? Old Mo said with a wry smile, it seems that I don't have the good fortune to see the scene where the young lord shows his might and kills the Demon Venerable Teasing, a powerhouse at the 5th level of the primordial spirit realm. It's okay to miss it once. As long as you are by Senior Brother Lu's side, scenes like this will not be uncommon. Gu Qingxiu's eyes sparkled. I just want to know how you feel about Senior Brother Lu achieving such a great achievement at this age. This one. At first, I was in shock and disbelief. Mo Lao thought for a while, and replied, who is it that the young master is stronger than me now? And now, there's only joy left. No, no, no. Mo Lao's strength is actually weaker than Chenzi, Senior Brother Lu. Hearing this, the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou and Gu Qingxiu were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help being afraid for a while. Because they used Mo Lao as the last resort to deal with Demon Venerable Teasing. Fortunately, Lu Beichen was able to defeat the Demon King Teasing with the giant puppet. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. It's just a little achievement. It's not huge. Lu Beichen said modestly, in the spirit world, I may be better than many of my peers, but when I return to the upper world, I may become very ordinary. Are there really so many peerless geniuses in the upper world? Even Senior Brother Lu's qualifications can only be regarded as ordinary. Gu Qingxiu looked at Mo Lao curiously, you know the upper world better, can you explain it to us? Don't listen to the young master's nonsense. Mr. Mo responded dumbfounded, I can guarantee that even in the upper realm, the young master can be regarded as the kind of peerless genius who can beat his peers with unparalleled aptitude. Only then did the expressions of the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning, Elder Zhou and Gu Qingxiu soften. After all, if even an evildoer like Lu Beichen is considered ordinary in the upper realm, what a blow it would be. At this time, Mo Lao seemed to have remembered something, and asked Lu Beichen, by the way, young master, how is your progress with regard to the Chaos Treasure Body? Lu Beichen responded, during the period of your retreat, I have obtained the Chaos Treasure Body and successfully fused it. Great! Mr. Mo said happily, now it seems that we will have no problem returning to the upper world. Yes. Lu Beichen nodded and said, so I'm going to make some arrangements and go back to the upper realm with you. Chapter 123 This is not the Blue Star, but the Spirit World. Holy Son, you have only returned to the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning not long ago, are you ready to go to the upper realm? The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning quickly said, no matter what, don't be in a hurry for this moment. First, Gu Qingxiu hasn't done anything good with Lu Beichen yet. Second, the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning has just shown signs of becoming the largest force in Dongzhou, so we can't lose Lu Beichen's big backer right now. Gu Qingxiu was also anxious, Senior Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for so long, I still want to talk to you about the fun things that happened during this time. You can't abandon me cruelly, and go back to the upper realm if you say you want to go back to the upper realm. Although Elder Zhou didn't make a sound, judging from his expression, it was obvious that he didn't want Lu Beichen to return to the upper realm so soon. Everyone, please rest assured. I just said that I will take care of everything before going back to the upper realm. Lu Beichen made such a promise first. Immediately, he asked Gu Qingxiu solemnly, Junior Sister Gu, would you like to go back to the upper realm with me? Gu Qingxiu hesitated for a moment, then responded affirmatively, Senior Brother Lu, I am willing. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning suddenly felt sour. Although this result is what he is happy to see. But seeing that the Chinese cabbage he had grown was going to be taken away by someone, he still felt a little uncomfortable. In addition, once Gu Qingxiu and Lu Beichen return to the upper realm, the next time he and Gu Qingxiu meet will be indefinitely. Even in this lifetime, he will never be able to see Gu Qingxiu again. Lu Beichen smiled and said, okay, Junior Sister Gu, then I will take you with me then. After a pause, he then said to the Holy Lord of Taishu, the high-level officials of the major forces such as the Taishu and Holy Land are almost dead and injured, and the remaining people are nothing to worry about. However, just to be on the safe side, I will ask Xiao He to accompany you to see if I can unify Dongzhou in a short time as soon as possible. In the beginning, Lu Beichen actually knew the wishes and thoughts of the Holy Lord and others like the palm of his hand. It's just that he is willing to give Holy Land of Absolute Beginning the chance to rise to become the #1 force in Dongzhou. Thank you, son. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning was overjoyed and said, with the help of Senior Jiaolong, I believe that those puppies remaining in Taixuan Holy Land and other major forces will not be able to make trouble. Mo suddenly asked, young master, how is the strength of the dragon you subdued? Lu Beichen replied, Xiao Hei's strength is probably around the first level of the out-of-aperture realm. The corner of Mo mouth couldn't help twitching. Being able to possess the strength of the first level of the out-of-aperture realm, the dragon subdued by the young master is also an adult. Now he is actually being called Little Black by the young master? I have to say, the name was chosen casually and sloppily. I'm afraid people who don't know the truth will think that the so-called Little Black is a cat or a dog. Xiao, Xiao Hei's strength is not bad. Mo Lao laughed dryly, and said, I just left the customs, and I want to exercise my muscles and bones, so I will accompany you for a walk. Anyway, I haven't done much for the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning since I've been an elder of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning for so long. Now we're about to go back to the upper realm, no matter how hard we have to do it, it's justified. Great. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning complimented with surprise on his face, Old Mo, with you by our side, we are invincible. The words fall. He couldn't help but feel a little proud and a little lucky. If he hadn't lowered his figure and pulled his face to invite Mo Lao back then, how could the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning have any sign of its imminent glory? And one belt one. Even the child in Mo Lao's arms, that is, Lu Beichen, has become the mainstay and backer of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Lu Beichen and Gu Qingxiu did not participate in the battle to unify Dongzhou in the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. Because in the beginning, the Holy Lord and others intentionally or unintentionally gave Lu Beichen and Gu Qingxiu the opportunity to enjoy the world of two. Senior brother Lu, I'm actually a little hesitant about going to the upper realm with you. Gu Qingxiu bit her powdery lips, and said, after all, I don't know anything about the upper realm, and I don't know what your family in the upper realm will think of me. Normal. I also don't know much about the upper realm. Lu Beichen comforted, don't forget, when I came to the spirit world, I was still a baby. As for my family in the upper realm, if they don't accept you, at worst I'll take you to elope. Senior brother Lu, you're kidding me again. Gu Qingxiu gave him a white look, and said coquettishly, from Mo Lao's words, I can deduce that your family is very strong in the upper realm. If you really want to elope with me, I'm afraid that even if you go to the ends of the earth, you will be caught back. I will definitely be rumored to be some kind of enchantress who harms the country, some kind of vixen who likes to seduce people. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you be wronged. Lu Beichen responded confidently, Mr. Mo said just now that with my aptitude, I can be regarded as an extremely evil in the upper world. With this as a premise, no one will provoke me for no reason and make me unhappy. You can rest assured. Okay. Gu Qingxiu said seriously, Brother Lu, if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't agree to go to the upper realm with you. A trace of tenderness flashed in Lu Beichen's eyes, and he said, Junior sister Gu, I understand all your intentions. I will absolutely never let you down. Following his words, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became charming. Brother Lu, you are so kind. Gu Qingxiu said with her cheeks burning hot, I don't know how many lifetimes of cultivation it's my blessing to meet you. Me too. Lu Beichen approached Gu Qingxiu slightly, I'm really glad I met you in this life. Gu Qingxiu took a step back subconsciously, and said in a panic, Senior brother Lu, what about the saintess of Yaokai? After finishing speaking, she really wanted to slap herself. She and senior brother Lu are about to have their first intimate contact. But he avoided talking about it, and even mentioned his so-called rival in love indiscriminately. Lu Beichen thought for a while and said, although my relationship with junior sister Zhang and junior sister Ye is not as good as yours, I will take them with me when I go back to the upper realm. Brother Lu, I know this. So I don't mind if you take them with you when you return to the upper realm. Gu Qingxiu said generously, who told you to be so good, you will inevitably attract others. If I don't take it easy, I will die of depression. Now it was Lu Beichen's turn to be dumbfounded. Isn't it? His junior sister Gu didn't have any intention of finding a couple for a lifetime? After a while, Lu Beichen remembered that the spiritual world is a fantasy world with completely different customs and customs from Blue Star. Here, the strong can have many Taoist companions. As for the weak, they don't even deserve to have Taoist companions. Without further explanation, junior sister Gu figured it out on her own. Should he be happy, or should he be happy? Chapter 124 Famous all over the world, breaking through the boundaries and soaring. With the presence of Black Flood Dragon and Mo Lao, the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning annexed the Holy Land of Taixuan and other major forces, and there was a great tendency to become the #1 force in Dongzhou. In addition, there is a sacred land of Yaokai that has become the #1 power in Central Continent. People from Nanzhou, Zizhu, and the major forces in Bizhu couldn't help but shout wolf. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the spiritual world will form a two-power structure of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Land of Yaokai. As for other forces, they can only be reduced to their vassals, or directly annexed. There's no way it's over. Anyone with a little sense will know that if they want to stop this kind of powerful force, they will only be completely crushed in the end. For example, the Holy Land of Taixuan is an example. It has cooperated with many forces to plan the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning. In the end, they didn't even take advantage of it, and it quickly disappeared. And the battle between Lu Beichen and Demon Venerable Teasing made Lu Beichen shock the entire spirit world. His own strength has reached about the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, and he has refined a giant puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the 6th level Yuan Shen realm powerhouse, and powerfully killed Teasing, the Demon King who is the 5th level powerhouse of the Yuan Shen realm. No matter which news is above, it is extremely shocking. Not to mention that Lu Beichen did it all. Therefore, not only has he become the most eye-catching existence, a legend in the practice world, he has also become the idol of many young people and the object of admiration for many women. After all, in the history of the spirit world, there has never been a character as monstrous as Lu Beichen's aptitude. He was only about a year old, but he was able to cultivate his strength to about the 4th level of the Yuan Shen realm, touching the ceiling of the spirit world's combat power. I dare not say that there will be no one in the future, I can only say that there is no one before. In addition, many people in the spiritual world are collecting information about Lu Beichen. In their view, Lu Beichen, as the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, contributed to the development and rise of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, which is very understandable. It can only be said that the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning had good luck. However, they were wondering why Lu Beichen would contribute so much to Yaokai Holy Land. Then, they draw a conclusion from the information they investigate. That is because Lu Beichen has a good relationship with Zhang Qingguan, the saint of Yaokai, that's why Lu Beichen did this. So, while lamenting the great luck that Yaokai Holy Land has had, they also wondered whether they should find some female disciples with better looks to get close to Lu Beichen. Let's see if we can replicate the success of Yaokai Holy Land. No matter how bad you can't eat meat, you can drink some soup. Even the Holy Master of Tianyuan Holy Land has more or less such thoughts. Tianyuan Saintess Xia Ruling quickly told him to get rid of this thought. In case you don't please Lu Beichen and offend Lu Beichen. What can be done in Yaokai Holy Land, why can't our Tianyuan Holy Land do? The Holy Master Tianyuan couldn't help but asked curiously, Linger, seeing how Lu Beichen became a beauty in a rage, he should be a person who likes beauty, right? On the surface it seems so. But in fact, Lu Beichen is not a person who will be overwhelmed by beauty. Xia Ruling hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the story of his encounters with Lu Beichen several times. What, you automatically came to find Lu Beichen to form an alliance, but he refused. Holy Master Tianyuan had a surprised look on his face. This is not normal. Even if Linger is not the #1 beauty in the spirit world, her figure and appearance can be ranked in the top 5. How could Lu Beichen remain indifferent? Fortunately, he was thinking about asking Linger to seduce Lu Beichen, but he didn't expect to learn from the past. Yup. At that time, I sincerely wanted to form an alliance with Lu Beichen, but he was not moved at all. Xia Ruling nodded, and said with a wry smile, so I advise you not to think about taking shortcuts. After a pause, she then roughly talked about what happened in the secret realm of chaos. Since Lu Beichen can help us, it proves that he has no ill feelings towards us. Xia Ruling suggested, perhaps we can start from this aspect and get closer to Lu Beichen. Tianyuan Shenzu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is really another spring. With this as a premise, the situation of Tianyuan Holy Land is much better than other forces. Besides, Lu Beichen felt that the foundation of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning was much worse than that of the Holy Land of Yaokai, so he used a lot of cultivation resources to help the Holy Lord of Absolute Beginning and the elders of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning to strengthen their strength. Immediately afterwards, he discussed with the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Master of Yaokai. The future spiritual world will be jointly ruled by the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning and the Holy Land of Yaokai. The two sides will form an unbreakable alliance and support each other. After arranging all this, Lu Beichen asked Zhang Qingguan and Yakishuang whether they would go back to the upper realm with him. The answer I got was yes. On this day, no matter whether it was the senior management of the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning or the senior management of the Yaokai Holy Land, they all gathered in the Star Hall of Beginning. Because Lu Beichen and others are going back to the upper realm. Now, senior brother Lu's mount is really black. Gu Qingxiu, Zhang Qingguan and Yakishuang looked at the miniature version of the black dragon in Lu Beichen's hand, and couldn't help being a little amused. If you didn't pay attention to it, you would think it was a little black snake. Old Mo, don't you need to go outside? The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning asked curiously. Need not. Mo Lao shook his head and said, my young master and I went back to the upper realm with the boundary-breaking talisman, which is different from those in the spiritual world whose strength has reached the great perfection of Yuan Shen realm and ascended to the upper realm. I see. The Holy Master of Absolute Beginning suddenly realized, this is because I am ignorant. In the spirit world, apart from me and the young master, the two visitors from the upper world, no one else has a boundary-breaking talisman, nor has they ever used a boundary-breaking talisman. Mo Lao smiled and said, it's not surprising that the Holy Master has this question in his heart, it's not that he is ignorant. I'm really flattered to be comforted by Mr. Mo. The Lord of Absolute Beginning made a joke first. Immediately, he went on to say, besides, it seems that I will have a good fortune later. Okay, long story short. I have notified the Patriarch's side by special means not long ago. They should be waiting for us now, so it's time to go back to the upper world. Mr. Mo cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, I'm saying goodbye to everyone here. The words fall. Lu Beichen, Gu Qingxiu, Zhang Qingguan, and Yakishuang also bid farewell to everyone. Afterwards, Mo Lao used the boundary-breaking talisman. In less than a while, Lu Beichen and others disappeared in a burst of colorful light that appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, the Holy Master of Absolute Beginning, the Holy Master of Yaokai, and Ye and he, the head of the Ye family, all had expressions of reluctance flashing in their eyes. After all, after this separation, they want to meet their daughter again, which can be said to be far away. Go. Let's go have a drink. The Lord of Absolute Beginning sent invitations to the Lord of Yaokai and Ye and he. The Holy Master of Yaokai and Ye and he replied almost in unison, don't dare to ask your ears, but stick to your wish. As soon as the words fell, they couldn't help but looked at each other and smiled, everything was in silence. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 125 AMIA Double? Lu Beichen woke up from a coma and found that he was in a forest where there were few people. But Mo Lao, Gu Qingxiu, Zhang Qingguan, Ye Yishuang and others were all gone. Try to remember. He just remembered that when he, Mo Lao and others used the boundary-breaking talisman to return to the upper realm, they suddenly encountered the legendary turbulence of time and space. He tried his best to protect Mo Lao and the others, and lost the giant puppet he refined that was comparable to the 6th level powerhouse of the Yuan Shen realm. Immediately afterwards, he saw Mo Lao and others successfully return to the upper realm with his own eyes. Before he was happy for a moment, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Then, he arrived at this unknown place. No way. The second floor of the Holy Master Realm. Lu Beichen ran the spiritual power in his body to check his strength. The final result made him want to cry without tears. Once back to before liberation. It's so fucking back to before liberation. Lu Beichen just wanted to scold his mother in his heart. After all, after he traveled to the spirit world, he spent a lot of thought, desperately calculating Fang Yu and other protagonists, snatching opportunities and finally cultivated his strength to the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Now it's all lost by the turbulence of time and space? System, come out and get beaten. Lu Beichen said very uncomfortably, return my strength as high as the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Host, your strength has dropped from the 4th floor of the Yuan Shen realm to the 2nd floor of the Holy Master realm. It seems that it is not my fault, right? The Destiny villain system came out and responded, it can only be said that your luck is too bad, and you just happened to encounter a rare space-time turbulence. It's just a coincidence. Lu Beichen asked in a cold voice, I have reason to suspect that you did something wrong. Host, do you think I'm so worthless? The Destiny villain system retorted, I actually hope that you will improve your strength faster than yourself. Otherwise, why should I urge you over and over again to suppress the protagonist and earn destiny points? Okay, let me trust you. Lu Beichen asked, then what should I do now? Let's find out what this place is first. The Destiny villain system suggested, then, see if there is any Destiny Son here, earn destiny points from him, and restore the original strength. I still have a boundary-breaking talisman on me. Lu Beichen asked again, why don't you give it a try? I don't mind if you do that. The Destiny villain system responded, first, you have no experience, and it is unknown where the cross-border teleportation will take you. Second, if you encounter the turbulence of time and space again, with your current strength, if you want to save your life, I'm afraid it will be a little bit hanging. All right. Lu Beichen said helplessly, anyway, I can't think of any solution now, so I will do as you said for the time being. Cheer up. At least you're safe and sound. The Destiny villain system comforted, and you now have the demonic chaotic Taoist body, and you will practice much faster than before. Even if you can't find the Son of Destiny here, I believe it won't take long for you to recover the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. Makes sense. Lu Beichen nodded. He is most gratified that Mo Lao and others have reached the upper realm unharmed. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of running in a hurry not far away. Someone. Lu Beichen's expression froze at first, and then he turned around and flew towards the source of the sound. When he got closer, he saw a masked man in black chasing and killing a young man in brocade. Fang Chen, you can't escape from my palm. The masked man in black said in a tone like a cat playing with a mouse, the reason why you can run so far is just that I want you to experience what despair is. The young man in brocade clothes replied in panic, my father is Fang Qingyu, the southern king of Qiangguo town. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go. Is it? The masked man in black smiled, and asked back, do you think I didn't know your identity before I chased you down? This. The young man in brocade was speechless. Since the other party can call out his name, and with the current attitude, the target must be him. Lu Beichen, who was in the dark, had an expression of watching a play. However, when he saw the appearance of the young man in brocade clothes, he couldn't help being stunned. Because the appearance of the young man in brocade clothes is not to mention very similar to him, it is exactly the same. Coincidence? With this discovery, Lu Beichen will not be able to stand idly by. The scene where the masked man in black chased and killed the young man in brocade gave him the illusion that he was being chased. In addition, he also inspected the cultivation bases of the two with his spiritual sense. The masked man in black is on the first level of the supernatural power realm, and the young man in brocade clothes is on the 8th level of the soul palace realm. There is a 4-level gap in strength between the two sides. It seems that the masked man in black is really playing with the young man in brocade. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. The masked man in black was about to kill the young man in brocade, when he suddenly saw Lu Beichen appearing next to the young man out of thin air. He couldn't help being dumbfounded. What's the situation? I'm not dazzled, am I? Why is there an extra Fang Chen for no reason? The masked man in black couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Could it be that Fang Chen used some secret method to create a clone? Little did he know that in the next second, he knew that he had guessed wrong. After seeing Lu Beichen, the young man in brocade clothes stammered as if he had seen a ghost, and asked, you, who are you? Seeing the reactions of the masked man in black and the boy in brocade clothes, Lu Beichen started to play tricks on them. Fang Chen, I am you from another world. I feel that you in this world are in danger, so I came here to save you. What, you say you are me in another world? The young man in Jinyi only felt that his long-standing cognition had been seriously challenged. Therefore, he couldn't help falling into a state of extreme confusion. Who I am, where am I from, what am I going to do? Lu Beichen continued to open his eyes and talk nonsense. Yes, I am you, and you are me, regardless of each other. That's why I appear here. Your Excellency, don't play tricks here. I don't care who you are or how you disguised yourself as Fang Chen. Since you dare to interfere with my affairs, there is only one result, death. The masked man in black said that he could no longer hold back and swung his sword to attack Lu Beichen. Unbelievable. Lu Beichen flicked his sleeves lightly, and the masked man in black flew back upside down with a sword in his hand. Seeing Lu Beichen so easily defeated the masked man in black who had been chasing him for half an hour, the young man in brocade clothes opened his mouth wide, with an expression of disbelief. Isn't it? Am I in another world so powerful? Chapter 126 The Act of a Substitute, Wu Mingkong, the Empress of Jian Kingdom. Is it so straightforward? Lu Beichen originally wanted to restrain the masked man in black, and wanted to ask something, or directly search for the soul of the other party. Unexpectedly, the masked man in black knew that he was no match for Lu Beichen, so he committed suicide immediately. It seems that Lu Beichen's experience in fighting people is always a bit insufficient. Lu Beichen turned around and came to the dead masked man in black, and took off the gauze from his face, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Do you know him? Lu Beichen asked. No impression. The young man in brocade clothes recovered from the shock just now. I shouldn't know him. Then there's no way. This guy is a dead man, and he probably doesn't have anything that can represent his identity. Lu Beichen reached out and groped around the man in black. Sure enough, the man in black had nothing on him except clothes. It's okay. The young man in brocade clothes said indifferently, during the time I went to the capital of God, I have been attacked several times. This masked man in black is nothing but sent by those who don't want me to go to God City alive and marry His Majesty the Empress. Chinese King's son, His Majesty the Empress, is getting married. These points are a bit too much information. Lu Beichen sorted it out, and felt that things should be like this. The Empress of Jian Kingdom is now in court. In order to stabilize her position, she specially married the Chinese palace. And it is Fang Chen, the son of Chinese King Fang Qingyu who is about to marry Empress Jian. In the process of coming to the god capital of Qiangguo, he encountered several people who were sent to intercept and kill him by forces who were dissatisfied with the marriage. Correct. At this time, the young man in brocade clothes seemed to have remembered something, and asked curiously, in your world, does my father exist? Is there a Gan kingdom? Is there an empress? No. Lu Beichen shook his head, and said, the world I live in is completely different from here. There is no King Chinese, no kingdom of Jian, and there is no such thing as an empress. The young man in brocade clothes said with some disappointment, I thought that the world where you lived existed in the Qian kingdom, and you were married to His Majesty the Empress, and that's why you cultivated your strength to such a powerful state today. After a pause, he then said with some sentimentality, not long after I was born, my mother unfortunately died in the process of cultivation. My father is both a mother and a father. He has always hoped that I can become a famous figure in the sky. It's a pity that I haven't met his expectations until now. Heavenly Void Realm. Could this be the Heavenly Void Realm where the Dao-slashing realm expert who once took Ye Chen away is located? Liu Beichen didn't think much about it, and quickly moved his body to come to the young man in brocade clothes. He reached out his hand to his back and poured his spiritual power into it. What the hell? No wonder the young man in brocade clothes just now spoke as if he was recalling his life and confessing his last words. It turned out that the young man in Jinyi had suffered extremely serious internal injuries long ago. It is already a miracle that it can last until this time. Did you find out? My family knows my own affairs. The young man in brocade clothes smiled miserably, and said, I'm afraid I won't live long. The only thing I can't let go of is my father. If he knows the news of my death, I don't know how sad he will be. Don't talk yet. Liu Beichen frowned and asked the Destiny Villain System, is there any way you can save him? It can't be saved. Or you can't save him now. The Destiny Villain System replied, this young man is exhausted, even if a god comes, I dare not say that he can save his life. Liu Beichen asked again without giving up, is it really impossible to save him? It can't be saved, unless you have the ability to bring people back from the dead. The Destiny Villain System responded, the problem is that you are not strong enough yet. Sigh, I didn't expect that I've practiced for so long, but now I can't even save a single person. Liu Beichen sighed softly in his heart. Immediately, he said in an apologetic tone, Fang Chen, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about the injury in your body, I can't save you. If you have any wish, or think about what I can do for you, please say so, and I will try my best to satisfy you. The young man in brocade clothes didn't even think about it, so he responded without hesitation, if you really want to help me, then live on my behalf, let Fang Chen's name resound throughout the sky, and make my father proud of me. Liu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to his wish, okay, yes. However, his time to replace Fang Chen is limited. After all, it is impossible for him to stay in the Sky Void realm forever. When his strength reaches a certain level, he will consider ascending to the upper realm again. Thank you. The young man in brocade clothes said gratefully, whether you are me in another world, or you happen to look exactly like me, if you can grant my wish, I would like to thank you. You're welcome. Liu Beichen responded, for me, this is just a little effort, nothing to worry about. Since you are going to replace me, you have to understand my past, so as not to reveal my flaws. The young man in brocade clothes said, before I die, please search for the soul directly. After a pause, he added, don't worry, I can still bear this bit of pain. All right. The young man in Jinyi had already talked about this, so of course Liu Beichen would not be hypocritical and refuse his request. Soon, after Liu Beichen searched the soul of the young man in brocade, he had a detailed understanding of the young man's life and the world of the sky. The Sky Void realm is similar to the Spirit realm, and it is also divided into 5 continents. It's just that the area is one size bigger than the Spirit world. The Qian Kingdom is located in Bizhu, and it is one of the relatively powerful big countries. The Chinese Prince's mansion is in the southernmost part of the Qian Kingdom, and it controls about 3 states, with hundreds of thousands of troops. If it wasn't for this, Wu Mingkong, the Empress of the Qian Kingdom, would not have the idea of marrying the Chinese Prince's mansion either. From this, it can be deduced that Wu Mingkong, the Empress of the Qian Kingdom, is not in a stable position yet, and urgently needs the support of the Chinese Prince's mansion. From now on, everything will be up to you. The young man in brocade clothes stammered and breathed out after finishing these words. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to you. Liu Beichen replied solemnly, not only will I make the name Fang Chen completely shock the Heavenly Void Realm, but I will also make your father proud of having you as a son. After destroying the masked man in black and burying the boy in brocade clothes, Liu Beichen left the scene. The most urgent task at the moment is to find the people who escorted the young man in brocade clothes to the capital of the gods to marry the Empress Wu Mingkong in the Chinese palace. Chapter 127 Liu Beichen found an organization. Ding! Congratulations to the host for pretending to be Fang Chen and rewriting the established destiny trajectory of Wu Mingkong, the daughter of destiny, adding 200 luck points and 400 destiny points. As soon as Liu Beichen left the scene, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Ah, this! Wu Mingkong, the Empress of Qian Kingdom, is the legendary daughter of destiny? After reacting, Liu Beichen couldn't help flashing joy in his heart. There is a feeling that the daughter of destiny is actually by my side. Well, it's really hard to find a place to go through the iron shoes, and it doesn't take much effort to get it. Not long ago, the Destiny villain system. It was suggested that he come here, that is, find the son and daughter of Destiny in the Skyvoid world, earn Destiny points, and see if he can quickly restore his original strength. Didn't expect that the daughter of Destiny would come to her door automatically before he started to act? Could it be that this is a legendary example of good people getting rewarded? As for why he received the reward from the system, isn't this obvious? If he didn't pretend to be Fang Chen, then Fang Chen would cease to exist after today. Since Fang Chen no longer exists, the marriage between Chinese Wangfu and Empress Wu Mingkong will also fail. Saying it this way may feel a bit like nesting dolls. But it is so. It's rare to meet the daughter of Destiny so soon. Liu Beichen thought for a while, and made an important decision in his mind. As Fang Chen, he is going to continue to go to the capital of God to fulfill the marriage between Empress Wu Mingkong and Chinese Prince's mansion. Because only by the side of Empress Wu Mingkong. Only then can we pluck the wool of this Destiny daughter and earn Destiny points from her, right? However, in Fang Chen's memory, he doesn't know much about the character of the Empress Wu Mingkong. The only thing I know is, Empress Wu Mingkong is a peerless genius. At only 16 years old, she has cultivated her strength to an astonishing level of great power. Moreover, she is more tolerant and knows how to hide her clumsiness. Otherwise, she would not be able to stand out among the many princes and daughters and become the first female emperor in the history of Jian Kingdom. This is everyone's impression of Empress Wu Mingkong after she ascended the throne. And before Empress Wu Mingkong ascended the throne, she is just a princess from a low family background, who is not favored, but has an outstanding appearance and figure. Liu Beichen couldn't help being amazed when he heard the news about Empress Wu Mingkong. The daughter of Destiny is indeed the daughter of Destiny. There may be times of low tide. But once it takes off, the edge it reveals will definitely shake the world. Say so. Empress Wu Mingkong's highlight moment may be late, but she will never be absent. Correct. At this time, Liu Beichen seemed to think of something, and said thoughtfully, at the age of 16, Empress Wu Mingkong cultivated her strength to the great consummation of the Almighty Realm. Now that 2 years have passed, she may have become a strong man in the Marquis Realm. The Destiny villain system couldn't help but tease, the female Emperor Wu Mingkong is stronger than you now, if you really marry her, will your husband be weak by then? Go to your husband's depression. Liu Beichen retorted, there is still a long way to go to God's capital here, I don't believe that my strength will not recover to the Marquis Realm, or above the Marquis Realm. Host, it's good for you to have this self-confidence. The Destiny villain system joked again, don't forget, you are going to be the Empress of the Jian Kingdom. If you don't have enough strength, you will always be the Empress Wu Mingkong when you are in bed. What's the mess? Liu Beichen responded angrily, the more you talk, the more outrageous you are. Not outrageous, not outrageous. What I'm saying is very understandable. The Destiny villain system does not have any intention of admitting mistakes, please don't understand the host, but pretend not to understand. Stop. Liu Beichen was speechless in his heart, system, can you speak well, will you die if you are normal? The Destiny villain system replied, okay, I won't tease you anymore, please, the host must work hard to improve his cultivation so that he can suppress the Empress Wu Mingkong when he is sleeping. Liu Beichen. Well, I have no intention of changing it at all. He said that the mandate of Heaven villain system is not a serious system. After all, not any system will be as provocative as the Destiny villain system. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Liu Beichen didn't want to continue on this topic, so he said, system, give me some improvement in my cultivation. Roger that. Consuming the 400 Destiny points he just earned, Liu Beichen's strength was raised from the 2nd floor of the Holy Master Realm to the 6th floor of the Holy Master Realm. It's still 6 steps away from returning to the strength of the Marquis Realm. Liu Beichen thought about it, before you go to the capital of God and meet the Empress Wu Mingkong, can you walk there with your eyes closed? Maybe, probably. What a bad adjective. Liu Beichen said dissatisfied, system, can't you change it? Are you talking dirty, or are you on the way to attack me? Didn't I be afraid that you just encountered a catastrophe, and you couldn't save Fang Chen if you wanted to save it, and you were in a bad mood, so I deliberately brightened up the atmosphere. The Destiny villain system said innocently, host, you must understand my hard work. After all, is it my fault in the end? Liu Beichen immediately said a very classic sentence, system, listen to me, thank you. Destiny villain system. It has reason to suspect that Liu Beichen is scolding it. But it can't find any evidence of it. Host, you can figure it out yourself. The Destiny villain system responded, as for me, I won't come out to scare you. Liu Beichen waved his hand, regardless of whether the Destiny villain system could see it, please be normal when you come out to speak in the future, this is the advantage that a good system should have. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for the Destiny's villain system to respond, so he moved his body and followed Fang Chen's memory to find out the way out. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Beichen turned around and finally reached the outside of the forest. It's finally out. Lu Beichen breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he searched the surroundings with his spiritual sense, trying to find the people from Chinese palace who had lost contact with Fang Yu. It's a pity that he was disappointed. Within the scope of his spiritual consciousness, he didn't find any sign of anyone's existence. So, Lu Beichen had no choice but to run his body and gallop, while using his spiritual sense to check the surrounding movement. Maybe it's because hard work pays off. Lu Beichen quickly found some signs that someone had just walked away. Following these clues, he finally found the organization in Fang Chen's memory. Great! My son is fine. As Lu Beichen deliberately revealed his figure, there was a burst of cheers. Chapter 128 I am a different prince of Chinese. No wonder Empress Wu Mingkong chose to marry Chinese palace. As far as the background of the Chinese palace is concerned, it can already be compared to some powerful forces in the spirit world. Lu Beichen thought in his heart. He used his spiritual sense to find out among the people who escorted Fang Chen to the capital of God to marry the Empress Wu Mingkong. Not to mention that many of them have reached the Almighty Realm, there is also a practitioner whose strength is the third level of the Marquis Realm, that is, Qin Zhengqing, the chief worshipper of the Chinese palace. My lord, I am relieved to see that you are fine. Qin Zhengqing said apologetically, if I hadn't underestimated the enemy too much, I didn't find that there were practitioners who were as powerful as me among the attackers, and you wouldn't have lost us in a panic. It's okay. Everyone is safe. Lu Beichen smiled, and made up a random reason. I know that the goal of these attackers is to kill me and cut off the contact between Chinese palace and Her Majesty the Empress. So I took the opportunity to find a place to hide. They didn't find me, so they dispersed naturally. The son's reaction is so fast. Qin Zhengqing praised him first. Immediately, he sighed softly, fortunately, you are fine, otherwise, I don't even know how to explain to the prince. After finishing speaking, he asked Lu Beichen if it was convenient for him to take his pulse. Because he was afraid that Lu Beichen looked fine on the surface, but actually suffered serious internal injuries, and he just didn't want to show it. Can. Lu Beichen stretched out his right hand and said, I've never touched anyone before, so there must be no problem with my body. Hard to say. Those attackers want to kill you so much, who knows if they will use some special means to hurt you. Qin Zhengqing held Lu Beichen's right hand and poured spiritual power into it. Moment. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said, the son is in good health, there is no problem at all. I'll just say, it'll be fine. Lu Beichen smiled again, and said, however, it's not bad to ask for peace of mind. In order to prevent Qin Zhengqing from detecting his true strength, he also deliberately pretended to be the 8th level of the Soul Palace realm like Fang Chen. It's good that your son can understand my painstaking efforts. Qin Zhengqing's face became serious as he said, it's just that we were continuously attacked by people from unknown forces on the way to Shendu, and they failed to do anything to you. I'm afraid we won't let it go. I hope you have to be prepared for another attack. Qin Gongfeng, thank you for your reminder. Lu Beichen replied with a wry smile, anyway, I have experienced such things as being attacked several times during this period. They can come if they want. In the worst case, I will repeat the old trick and sneak into a dark place to hide. This is also a good way. Qin Zhengqing said solemnly, but the premise of doing this is that I cannot deal with the incoming enemies. After all, your situation may not be safe if you leave my sight and perception. Speaking of attackers. Lu Beichen hesitated for a moment, and asked, Qin Gongfeng, you fought against that strong man in the Marquis realm, who will win and who will lose? There is no winner, the two sides are considered a tie. Qin Zhengqing replied, he suffered serious internal injuries, and I also suffered serious internal injuries. If you continue to fight, after a long time, the victory will definitely belong to me. But I took your safety into consideration, and I didn't want to fight. In the end, the two sides became a tie. Lu Beichen nodded. He used his divine sense to detect that the strength Qin Zhengqing could display at this time was probably worse than him. From this we can see how intense was the battle between Qin Zhengqing and the opponent's strong Marquis realm. Next, let's try to hide our identity as much as possible, so we can't make such a big battle like before. Lu Beichen thought for a while, and said, don't continue to reveal the name of our Chinese prince's mansion, just pretend to be an ordinary merchant convoy. The son is wise. Qin Zhengqing admitted, our previous actions were a little high profile. Otherwise, those attackers wouldn't be able to find us so quickly. After a pause, he then said to the other people present, did you hear that? Put away the flags and the like, and the armor you are wearing, you should also change into ordinary uniforms. Hurry up in a low-key way. If people ask who we are, they will answer me as businessmen, you know. The other people present all responded respectfully, Yes, Lord Qin Enshrinement. Why do you still use this name? I'm afraid that others will not be able to see our identities, right? Qin Zhengqing glared at them and said, please call me Butler Qin. As for the son, you have to call him the young master. Yes, Qin. Butler. That's right. Qin Zhengqing turned his head and asked Lu Beichen, Your Majesty, do you think my arrangement is okay? No problem at all. Lu Beichen said yes, it's similar to my idea. Correct. Qin Zhengqing seemed to remember something, and said, Xiao was injured and passed out, and before she passed out, she was still thinking about your safety. I wonder if you want to go see her now. Xiao. Lu Beichen was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that Fang Chen had a personal maid named Fu Xiao. Where is she now? Lu Beichen asked. There. Qin Zhengqing pointed to the carriage not far away, and said, fortunately, the carriage was found, otherwise, I don't know where to put Xiao. Okay, I'll go and see her now. After Lu Beichen finished speaking, he walked towards the carriage not far away. Just as Qin Zhengqing was staring at Lu Beichen's back in a daze, his apprentice Li Linhui said with some doubts, I always feel that there is something wrong with your son, but you can say it again. Nonsense, the son has gone through so many hardships, it's not surprising that his personality has changed a bit. Qin Zhengqing scolded, Linhui, do your own thing well, don't be suspicious here. Yes, master. Li Linhui replied loudly. In fact, not only Li Linhui, Qin Zhengqing was also a little puzzled. Because Fang Chen returned safely this time, there has indeed been a change in his body. How to say? Temperament. Yes, the temperament has changed a lot. Compared with being afraid of this and that before, now I am much calmer when dealing with things. Of course Lu Beichen heard the conversation between Li Linhui and Qin Zhengqing, but he didn't take it seriously. He is not the real Fang Chen, so he has no reason to act in Fang Chen's style. In addition, he has all of Fang Chen's memories. Even if Li Linhui and Qin Zhengqing question this, he can still prove that he is Fang Chen. Chapter 129 Lu Beichen let himself go? Host, do you want to be the heir of Chinese prince who is different from Fang Chen? The Destiny villain system suddenly asked curiously. Yes. Lu Beichen replied, although I promised Fang Chen, I will live well in his place, and let Fang Chen's name resound throughout the sky, and become the pride of Chinese King Fang Qingyu. But I don't want to follow Fang Chen's style. Whatever. The Destiny villain system said, as long as you are not afraid of being found out to be a fake Chinese prince. Don't worry, it's because I have the same appearance as Fang Chen, and I have all of Fang Chen's memories. Lu Beichen responded disapprovingly, who dares to say that I am a fake? Besides, if someone really finds out that I am acting as Fang Chen, then don't be afraid. At worst, I will restore my original identity. In this way, don't you feel a little sorry for Fang Chen and not fulfilling the promise to him? Things with such a small probability can happen, I can be considered worthy of him, okay? Lu Beichen was a little suspicious, isn't your full name called Destiny Villain System? Why do you pay so much attention to this kind of thing? I'm called the Destiny Villain System, that's right. The Destiny Villain System said, but this does not mean that I am not decent. Whether you are decent or not, I don't know. Lu Beichen couldn't help complaining, I only know that you are a not very serious system. Host, what did I do to cause you to have this misunderstanding? Please tell me, can I change it? Lu Beichen responded without hesitation, I don't think the exchange ratio between destiny and cultivation is very good. Just like not long ago, I spent 400 points of destiny to improve the strength of the 4th level. Or, let's talk about it, at least double it, and replace it with 8th level strength, how about it? The Destiny villain system was silent for a while, before saying, Host, you are too insidious. You suddenly changed the topic to changing the rules. I almost fell for you. Insidious what? Lu Beichen responded righteously, I have already explained the reason, but you should change it. Host, are you a little unreasonable? The Destiny villain system said, obviously what I said is not this, but you insist on using it. It's not that the system is too honest to bully me, what else can it be? Are you honest? Lu Beichen sneered and said, I didn't know who it was before, but the flirtatious words are flying. After a pause, he continued, tell me, do you want to change the ratio between destiny and cultivation? To not fix? Host, you should die of this heart. The Destiny villain system responded unmoved, respect for the rules is the bottom line, and I have no reason to cross the bottom line, do you understand? I really don't know how to change things at all. Forget it, since you insist on not changing it, it's useless to talk too much, let's retire. Lu Beichen ignored the mandate of Heaven villain system, reached out and lifted the curtain of the carriage, and walked in. Destiny villain system. In other words, is the host more and more freeing itself? Even the word tuan came out of my mouth? Is this to imitate the etiquette of the Empress Jian in advance? Besides, when Liu Beichen saw Fu Xiao lying on the soft mat, he had the feeling of seeing Sleeping Beauty. Because the beauty of Fang Chen's personal maid is no less than that of Gu Qingxiu and others. In short, each has its own merits. At this moment, Fu Xiao woke up from a deep sleep. When she saw Liu Beichen standing next to her, she froze for a while. Immediately, she stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyes, and after realizing that it was not her own illusion, she couldn't help but said in surprise, "My lord, it's great that you are fine." After speaking, she struggled to get up. Seeing this, Liu Beichen pressed her shoulder and said, "You are injured, don't move around, you know." "Okay." Fu Xiao murmured back, and then she said, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I just suffered a little injury. Not long ago, Priest Qin used spiritual power to heal my injury, so I'm already very much better now. That's why it's not completely fine." Liu Beichen responded, "Don't move around, so as not to aggravate the injury." Fu Xiao laughed dumbly and said, "Your Majesty, look at what you said, slaves are not porcelain, how can they be so fragile? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. There can be no fluke mentality." Liu Beichen said seriously, "When your injuries are all healed, no matter how lively you are, I won't care about you." "All right." Fu Xiao's heart suddenly warmed up. The prince is finally not like a wooden man, he knows how to care about people. It's not easy. Is it because I was injured? Thinking of this, Fu Xiao was thinking about waiting for the injury to heal this time, whether to find another chance to get injured again. Shaking her head, she put this absurd idea behind her, and reacted, "My lord, the adjective alive and frisky is not suitable for slaves, is it? Don't pay attention to this detail." Liu Beichen stretched out his hand to hold Fu Xiao's slender catkin, and said, "Let me help you see how your injury is." "Okay, prince." Fu Xiao didn't object, "Since you're worried, then watch it." After Liu Beichen probed with spiritual power, he found that Fu Xiao's internal injuries were indeed almost healed. "Fortunately, I'll be back soon." Liu Beichen joked, "Otherwise, your injury will be healed." Fu Xiao laughed putchy, and said, "My lord, do you want your servant's injury to heal quickly, or do you want your servant's injury to heal slowly?" "Of course I want your injury to heal quickly." Liu Beichen responded seriously, "Xiao, you look really good when you smile, so you should smile more often." Fu Xiao gave him a coquettish look, and said, "My lord, don't I look ugly when I don't smile?" "No. You've always looked good. It's just that it looks better when you smile." Liu Beichen praised, "You must know that your smile almost dazzled my eyes just now, making me think it was a fairy from the sky who descended to earth. Hey, are you the Prince Chinese heir whom I know?" Fu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, "Why is it that my mouth suddenly seems to be smeared with honey, and I have learned to praise people?" Liu Beichen put his face in front of Fu Xiao, and replied calmly, "Look carefully, I am not the son of Chinese prince, who else can I be?" Just like what he said to the Destiny villain system earlier. As long as he doesn't admit that he is impersonating Fang Chen's identity, with the same appearance as Fang Chen and all of Fang Chen's memories, he is not afraid of doubts from anyone, including Fu Xiao, Fang Chen's personal maid. Chapter 130 There are too many temptations in the world. No servant, no doubt about you. Fu Xiao swallowed, and responded unnaturally, "I'm just amazed at your changes. Be good, what should I do if Shiza's appearance is getting better and better? In a person's life, it is impossible to stay the same forever. I am no exception." Liu Beichen once again said seriously, "It's such a normal thing, let's not continue to struggle with it, what do you think?" Good. Fu Xiao nodded, and said, "I hope Shiza will get better and better." Liu Beichen asked with great interest, "Then do you think I am getting better or worse now?" Fu Xiao didn't give an answer, but responded, "No matter what the prince becomes, the slaves will like it." "All right." Liu Beichen was speechless. How much ecstasy soup did Fang Chen pour into others? "Host, there is something, do you want to try it?" The Destiny villain system suddenly spoke. "Oh, what's the matter?" Liu Beichen was interested, "Tell me." It seems that Fu Xiao's heart is completely on Fang Chen. As Fang Chen's substitute, I'm afraid you don't need a strategy, just tickle your fingers and let her sleep with you. The Destiny villain system encouraged, "Why don't you give it a try? As the saying goes, action is worse than heart, you can have a stunning beauty at no cost." Liu Beichen. Real hammer. The broken system he bound is really not serious. Bah, I thought you had something important to tell me. So you want to tempt me to be a scumbag? Liu Beichen responded absurdly, "Retire me again, you, remember to go back on your behavior." Seeing that Liu Beichen fell silent suddenly, Fu Xiao couldn't help asking curiously, My lord, what's the matter? It's nothing. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, I was really moved by what you said. Is it really that touching? Fu Xiao seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she said, My lord, how about we do some interesting things before we reach the capital of God? Liu Beichen was taken aback. For example, let the slaves serve you by your side every day, bathing and changing your clothes. A look of resentment flashed across Fu Xiao's pretty face. Since you were 10 years old, this servant has never done such a thing. Liu Beichen said with some embarrassment, Is this not good? Fu Xiao grabbed Liu Beichen's hand, shook it, and said coquettishly, Your Majesty, just promise your servant, okay? Okay, the premise is that you are not allowed to do weird things to me. Liu Beichen had something to say first. My lord, you are worrying too much. Fu Xiao retorted, Slave, a weak woman, how could she have the ability to harbor ill intentions against you? I can't even think about it. Liu Beichen replied like this first. Immediately, he went on to say, Okay, you have a good rest, I won't disturb you. Oh. Fu Xiao bit her pink lips. Zindao, the prince is too defensive towards her, isn't he? Even if she really wanted to do something to Shizai, she couldn't do it. I don't know if it's because the convoy of Chinese prince's mansion has become too low-key, but on the way to Chengdu, it has been a long time without being attacked. Qin Zhengqing couldn't help but praise Liu Beichen's suggestion with a look of relief. Liu Beichen responded that everyone cooperated well to hide the truth from those who had bad intentions for the Chinese Wangfu motorcade. And the only thing that makes Liu Beichen uncomfortable is, these days, whenever he takes a bath and changes clothes, Fu Xiao will appear by his side in good time to help him wipe his back and so on. Let him realize what the life of the second-generation ancestor is. What's more is, Fu Xiao would sometimes use her slender catkins to provoke Liu Beichen's anger. What a prince's skin is so good. The body is really strong, and it's really big somewhere. When Liu Beichen stopped Fu Xiao, she would reply innocently, Your servant did nothing wrong. The sun hasn't vented for such a long time, won't he be suffocated? Liu Beichen was stunned at that time. He shouldn't be soft-hearted and agree to Fu Xiao's request. Because Fu Xiao is greedy for his body. But the Destiny villain system came out to add fuel to the flames at this time. Host, it's rare to have such an opportunity, why don't you hurry up and deal with this little elf? Liu Beichen is a normal man with physical needs, so he acquiesced to Fu Xiao's overstepping. Seeing that Liu Beichen didn't resist so much, Fu Xiao couldn't help but feel happy, and his behavior became bolder. The end result is, Fu Xiao used her slender catkin to help Liu Beichen vent. My lord, are you comfortable? Fu Xiao whispered in Liu Beichen's ear. There was a little shyness in her tone. You did very well. Liu Beichen responded with a complicated expression, but please don't continue to do this next time. Why? Fu Xiao was puzzled and said, Didn't you enjoy it just now? After a pause, she hesitated for a moment, and said, Is it because you haven't enjoyed yourself yet? Or, how about a servant serving you in bed? No, that's not what I meant. Liu Beichen quickly responded, It's just that I'm not used to it. Everything has a first time. Fu Xiao said, The more times you do it, you will get used to it, my lord. Okay, let's stop talking about this topic. My lord, do you really not need a servant to serve you in bed? Fu Xiao whispered to Liu Beichen again, Don't worry, this servant will take good care of you. You are satisfied. Liu Beichen tried his best to dispel the charming atmosphere of the scene, No need, thank you. All right. Fu Xiao said reluctantly, Then, if you have such a need in the future, you can ask your servant. After a pause, she whispered mysteriously again, I almost forgot to tell you, the slave is still a good place. Liu Beichen. Cough cough cough, I have to say, there are too many temptations in the world. He has to be calm down, and calm down. Host, aren't you? Can you bear this? The Destiny villain system came out again to show its existence. Please, I have a limit. Liu Beichen retorted, System, you don't have to provoke me here again and again. After this incident, Liu Beichen intentionally reduced the number of times he took baths and changed clothes. Fu Xiao didn't find a second chance to do bad things to Liu Beichen. However, these are not important, the important thing is, although the people in the Chinese prince's mansion motorcade had tried their best to keep a low profile, they were still noticed by others. Similar to the ferocious attacks of the previous few times, it finally came again. Chapter 131. System, do you think these people think I'm easy to bully? Liu Beichen sneered in his heart, Is this why you persevere in finding a chance to kill me? Host, don't be so sentimental. The Destiny villain system responded, The person I want to kill is Fang Chen, the heir son of Prince Chinese. In addition, Fang Chen's strength is at the 8th level of the Soul Palace realm, and he hasn't even reached the divine ability realm. In the eyes of others, it's no wonder they don't think he's easy to bully. That's true. Lu Beichen said thoughtfully, it seems that they really think of me as Fang Chen. After a pause, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he said meaningfully, since they don't know that my Fang Chen is no longer what it used to be, then I will give them a surprise later. After so many days of diligent training, Lu Beichen's current strength has returned to the point of perfection in the Holy Master realm. Because Qin Zhenking's internal injuries have not yet healed, his strength can only be compared to that of a 9th-level practitioner of the Holy Master realm. So now in the convoy of Chinese Wangfu, Lu Beichen is the one with the highest strength. Of course, no one else knows about this matter except Lu Beichen himself and the Destiny villain system. My lord, don't worry, this servant will protect you. Fu Xiao said firmly. But her slightly trembling body betrayed her nervousness at this moment. Almost forgot to say. Fu Xiao's strength is around the 2nd level of the divine ability realm, much stronger than the dead Fang Chen. Therefore, it is reasonable for Fang Chen to say that he himself is worthless. Okay, thank you Xiao. Although Lu Beichen doesn't need Fu Xiao's protection now. But anyway, it's someone's kindness, so I still have to say a little bit of gratitude. You're welcome. Fu Xiao first replied like this. Immediately, she continued with some resentment, as long as the prince doesn't hide from his servants in the future, it will be fine. You've been thinking about doing bad things to me all day long. If I don't hide from you, why don't I give you eat? Lu Beichen thought so, but he responded, I don't have any intention of avoiding you. However, since you said that, maybe it's because of my behavior that you misunderstood me. Really? Fu Xiao looked at him suspiciously, my lord, it doesn't look like it. Don't be suspicious. Lu Beichen reached out and rubbed Fu Xiao's beautiful hair, and said, even if I want to hide from anyone, I won't hide from you. Fu Xiao enjoyed Lu Beichen's intimacy with her very much, then servant girl, let's trust Shiza this time for now. As for later, she will listen to her words and watch her deeds. See if Shiza is telling lies to fool her. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Lu Beichen reminded, there are a lot of people who want to kill me outside. The servant knows. Fu Xiao explained, it can't be helped, the maidservant and you are too weak to go out to help. Even if we can't help, we have to keep an eye on what's going on outside, right? Lu Beichen said noncommittally, don't just happen to have an opportunity to save the battle, but we miss it. Well, my son, what you said makes sense. Fu Xiao opened a corner of the curtain on the window and said, come on, let's see how the situation outside is. Lu Beichen. Let's say Fu Xiao is bold, she is cautious when things happen. Say that Fu Xiao is not bold, but she likes to push forward when it comes to certain things? Lu Beichen reached out and gathered all the curtains of the window into a ball, isn't it easier to see this way? Fu Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, it's always better to be cautious. Besides, the convoy of the entire Chinese prince's mansion has been surrounded by a masked man in purple and countless masked men in black. After Qin Zhengqing ordered everyone to prepare for the battle, he asked in a deep voice, who are you and what exactly do you want to do? Qin Gongfeng, you are asking a question knowingly. The masked purple-clothed man chuckled, and said, hand over Chinese Wang's son Fang Chen, and I can let you leave here. That's right, his strength has now reached the small perfection of the Holy Master realm, and he has a certain advantage over Qin Zhengqing, who was seriously injured and whose strength is not as good as before. But who can guarantee that Qin Zhengqing, who can reach the 3rd level of Fengtao realm, has any special support behind him at his peak? Therefore, for the sake of prudence, it is the best choice for the two sides to achieve the goal of killing Fang Chen, the heir son of the Chinese prince, by engaging in hand-to-hand combat without fighting each other. Hearing this, Qin Zhengqing's luck was gone. He knew that he might not be good today. The purpose of this group of people in front of them is obviously the same as that of the attackers encountered a few times before, they are all for the prince. Your Excellency, we are all sent by the prince to protect the prince, it is impossible to agree to your request. Qin Zhengqing frowned and responded, please leave this place immediately, so as not to conflict with everyone, it will be bad if it gets out of hand. Very good. The masked purple-clothed man sneered and said, I wanted to give you a chance to leave, but you didn't know what to do. If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. After a pause, he ordered, brothers, work, give it to me. Yes. The masked men in black at the scene turned around one after another, waved their weapons, and rushed towards the people in the Chinese Wangfu convoy. Seeing this, Qin Zhengqing asked again in a deep voice, Your Excellency, do you really want to fight us? My subordinates have all started to take action, is there still a fake one? The masked man in purple spread his hands and said, also, Qin Gongfeng, your opponent is me, so don't choose the wrong person. Bring it on. I also want to see how much you weigh. Qin Zhengqing didn't know what the masked man in purple was thinking. Don't you just want to get rid of him who is the strongest first, so you don't have to worry about it? Sorry, he also had the same idea as the purple-clothed masked man. As long as the masked purple-clothed man is dealt with. To him, killing the remaining masked men in black was no different from slaughtering chickens and ducks. It is my honor to be able to fight against the strong who once reached the feudal realm with peak strength. The masked man in purple smiled and said, with the greatest respect, I will send you to the west to meet the Tathagata Buddha. What a shame! Your Excellency, as a cultivator of the Holy Master Realm, is not afraid to flash your tongue when you say such big words. Qin Zhengqing didn't even say hello as he said that, he just used his physical skills and attacked the masked man in purple. Now that his internal injuries have not healed, his strength is slightly lower than the opponent. Only preemptive strikes. Let's see if we can even out the strength gap between the two sides. Chapter 132. Qin Gongfeng, you are a strong man in the Marquis realm. How can you do it without saying a word? Seeing this, the masked man in purple sneered at first. Immediately, without the slightest bit of fear, he moved his body to meet Qin Zhengqing. Liu Beichen was wondering if he should act earlier to avoid too many casualties in the Jiananwang convoy. Who knows that apart from Qin Zhengqing and the masked man in purple, the other people on the scene were very perfunctory when they fought, the kind that couldn't kill anyone. My lord, are these masked men in black who came to attack us? Just kidding. Seeing this, Fu Xiaohu said with surprise on her pretty face, they don't seem to come to kill you, but they seem to come to find someone to discuss. The masked men in black who came to attack are all smart. Liu Beichen explained, they understand that the key to victory in this encounter lies in Qin Gongfeng and the masked man in purple. Whoever wins between Qin Gongfu and the masked man in purple clothes, the side represented will win. That's why they don't work hard and wait for Qin Gongfeng and the masked man in purple to decide the winner before deciding on the next move. And we, the people in the Chinese Wangfu motorcade, also understand this truth in our hearts. So, there appeared such a strange scene that you see now. Everyone seems to be fighting to death, but they are actually performing. It's a long experience. Fu Xiaohu suddenly realized, this is the first time I have encountered and seen such a situation. After a pause, she continued with some worry, it's just that the pressure is all on Qin Xiangong alone. If he can't defeat the masked man in purple, aren't you in danger? Don't worry, Qin Gongfu has the strength of the third level of the Marquis realm at any rate. Liu Beichen comforted, even if the injury is not healed, facing a cultivator at the level of the Holy Master realm, he should be able to handle it freely. In addition, there is a sentence that he did not say. Even if Qin Zhengqing couldn't beat the masked man in purple, wouldn't he still be there? After all, the strength of the masked purple-clothed man is only around the small perfection of the Holy Master realm, which is about the same as him now. He didn't believe that when he was covered in divine attire and had cheats, the masked purple-clothed man could still make trouble. Therefore, he behaved very calmly. Perhaps it was comforted and infected by Liu Beichen's words. Fu Xiaohu also became very calm, that's right. Qin Gongfeng, as a strong man who once possessed the strength of the third level of Fengtao realm, and also took the lead in the battle, should be able to defeat the masked man in purple. However, her composure didn't last long, and she lost her composure again. Because of Qin Zhengqing's injury, and the fact that his strength has fallen one step lower than that of the masked man in purple. Even if Qin Zhengqing took the preemptive approach in order to restore the disadvantage, he was still no match for the masked man in purple. Not good. Qin's offering is at a disadvantage. He may not be able to beat the masked man in purple. Seeing this, Fu Xiaohu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Your Majesty, why don't I take you out of here immediately and find a hidden place to hide from the sharp edge? It's not that urgent yet. Liu Beichen shook his head and said, I believe that Qin Gongfu will not be defeated by the masked purple man so easily. All right. Fu Xiaohu nodded. It's not so much that she was persuaded by Liu Beichen. It would be better to say that she has no confidence at all to lead Liu Beichen to escape the pursuit of the Holy Master Realm level powerhouse. So now she is constantly praying in her heart that Qin Zhengqing can reverse the defeat and win the final victory. Because Qin Zhengqing and the masked man in purple were fighting too fiercely, other people who were fighting at the scene couldn't help but stop to watch the battle. Liu Beichen. What the hell? You guys should put on a show anyway. Don't you even want to continue perfunctory? Fu Xiaohu was a little nervous at first, but she couldn't help being happy when she saw this. My lord, if it wasn't for the masked purple-clothed man beating up with Qin Envoy. Fu Xiaohu couldn't help complaining, the slaves really think that these people who came to attack are here to play. This is enough to prove that they are not dead soldiers. Liu Beichen reasoned, otherwise, they wouldn't be blindly seeking to save their own lives in battle. Fu Xiaohu rolled her eyes, and said, since the people who came to attack are those who don't work hard, then we choose to sneak away, maybe they won't stop us. Wait a minute. Qin Gongfeng is only at a disadvantage now, and has not really been defeated by the masked man in purple. Beichen procrastinated. He never thought of sneaking away, finding a place to hide, and temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. Then let's take a look. Although Fu Xiaohu didn't know why Beichen continued to wait. But she still had a certain amount of confidence in Qin Zhengqing, so she didn't raise any objections. After a while, Qin Zhengqing finally couldn't hold on anymore. Beichen had no choice but to say sorry to Fu Xiaohu in his heart. Then, knocked her out. He's ready to come out to the rescue. But I don't want to reveal my identity, so I can only do this. Beichen pulled down the curtain of the carriage window, and then took out a set of silver clothes with a hat and a piece of silver gauze from the storage ring. Immediately, he quickly took off his current clothes and turned into a masked man in silver. After doing these actions, he turned around and disappeared from the carriage. When he appears again, it has come to the sky not far from where Qin Zhengqing and the masked man in purple are fighting. It's over now. Qin Zhengqing originally thought that the masked man in purple had another helper with unpredictable strength. The man in purple who never wanted to mask his face couldn't help asking, "Who is your excellency? Please state your name, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstanding." "Who am I? You don't need to know." Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver, responded in an old voice, "You just need to know that this old man is here to kill you." The masked man in purple said in surprise, "I don't remember having any grievances with a strong man like your excellency." He actually couldn't see through the opponent's strength with his divine sense. "Made, the strength of the other party will not be stronger than him, right?" "That's right, I really don't have any grudges with you." Beichen responded meaningfully, "But the goal of your trip is to kill the Prince of Chinese, so the grievances with this old man will be great." The masked purple-clothed man began to break out in cold sweat, only to hear him laugh dryly, and asked again, "Could it be that your excellency is from the Chinese prince's mansion?" "What do you say?" Beichen asked a rhetorical question first. Immediately, he said kindly to Qin Zhengqing, "Feng Qin, you have worked hard just now. Leave the rest to the old man." Chapter 133 This wave is full of flying dragons, how can you lose? Although Qin Zhengqing also wanted to know who the masked man in silver was, did he recognize him? But he knew that now was not the time to care about it. Therefore, when he heard Beichen's words, he politely cupped his fists at Beichen and said, "Okay, then I will leave everything to you." From Beichen's simulated old voice and self-proclaimed, he came to the conclusion that Beichen was about the same age as him, or older than him. So he couldn't help using the honorific title. "You are welcome." Beichen turned his gaze to the masked man in purple, and said, "The old man gives you two choices now. I wonder if you want to kill yourself or be killed by the old man." "Your excellency, do you think that you have decided to eat me?" The masked purple-clothed man responded unconvinced, "I am a strong man whose strength is the small perfection of the Holy Master realm. Once I fight for my life, no matter how strong you are, you will not feel good." The words fall. He comforted himself in his heart, "Calm down. I just can't see through the strength of the masked man in silver, but it doesn't mean that the masked man in silver is really stronger than me." Without further ado, Beichen said impatiently, "Are you going to choose or not? If not, I will choose for you." Seeing that he had revealed his true strength, and Beichen still didn't pay attention to him, the masked man in purple suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Because according to this situation, the masked silver-clothed man in front of him will only be stronger than him, not weaker than him. After struggling for a while, the masked man in purple finally decided to try Beichen's skills. After all, he didn't want to sit still and choose suicide. "Your excellency, I choose to fight with you." Before the masked man in purple could finish his sentence, he turned around and attacked Beichen. "Want to strike first?" Seeing this, Beichen shook his head, and responded disdainfully, "In the face of absolute strength, everything is false." As soon as the words fell, he moved his body and walked towards the masked man in purple. Just now the masked man in purple and Qin Zhengqing fought for a long time, consuming a lot of spiritual energy. Beichen, on the other hand, is waiting for work with ease, with a full health bar, and there has always been a saying that he is invincible at the same level. In short, one word. Beichen's current wave is full of flying dragons, how can he lose? "I didn't even fight, I may not lose." During the attack, the masked purple-clothed man used the martial arts at the bottom of the box, except the trick, the golden ape method to subdue demons. With his voice, a phantom of a huge ape with golden hair all over his head suddenly appeared on top of his head. "Interesting. It's just that your strength is too weak, and you can't fully display the power of this martial skill." Beichen shook his head and sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." The masked purple-clothed man snorted coldly, and said, "Your excellency, wait until you really take my trick, and then come back with yin and yang." Beichen replied confidently, "Okay, I will let you give up completely." I saw that he didn't use any earth-shattering moves at all, so he easily took over the masked purple-clothed man's golden ape form, subduing demons. This made the masked man in purple feel cold again. Even though he was very unwilling, after fighting Beichen for a few strokes, he was completely at a disadvantage and was beaten by Beichen. It's not good, even the golden ape aspect subduing demon art can't do anything to him. The masked silver-clothed man is probably stronger than me. After the masked man in purple came to this conclusion, a trace of regret flashed in his heart. He shouldn't be lucky enough to stay and fight against the masked man in purple. It made it difficult for him to leave here safe and sound now. Beichen didn't care what the masked man in purple thought. He directly beat the masked purple-clothed man who was full of despair to death. Isn't it? The leader is dead. Well, how is this possible? All the masked men in black at the scene were shocked when they saw this. They couldn't believe that the idol they worshipped in their hearts, the masked purple-clothed man with the strength of the Holy Master Realm, would die so easily in the hands of a mysterious masked silver-clothed man? For them, this is no different from the sky falling. Therefore, in less than a few seconds, they, who were resigned to their lives, couldn't help running their body skills quickly, and fled here in all directions. As the leader of Xiao Yuan in the Holy Master Realm, none of them are opponents of the masked silver-clothed man, so if they run away, these little shrimps have to explain all of them here. Not to mention them, even Qin Zhengqing was shocked when he saw this. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. He absolutely couldn't believe that the masked purple-clothed man who almost defeated him just now couldn't survive a few moves in the masked silver-clothed man's hands, and he was gone. I'm going. Li Linhui's eyes widened. The whole person was shocked and paralyzed by the astonishing scene in front of him. After he realized it, he thought it over and over again, but he couldn't match the masked man in silver with the person he knew. Could it be that this masked silver-clothed man with unfathomable strength is a peerless powerhouse newly recruited by the prince? The Chinese palace is mighty. The Chinese palace is mighty. Since they didn't know Beichen's real identity, everyone in the Chinese Wangfu motorcade could only shout excitedly to express their excitement at this time. Ah, it's a good job. Forgot to leave the masked man in purple alive, ask him about his origin. Beichen scanned the scene while talking, and said, fortunately, he has so many accomplices here. After finishing speaking, I saw him moving his figure, restraining all the relatively strong masked men in black. Seeing this, Qin Zhengqing quickly ordered, everyone, start working, and don't let anyone escape from here. Yes, Qin enshrines. Under the leadership of Beichen and Qin Zhengqing, all the masked men in black died, and those who were arrested. The whole army was wiped out. Thank you, senior, for your help. Qin Zhengqing first said something with such a grateful face. Immediately, he tentatively asked, I wonder if this junior can know your name. Not yet. Beichen shook his head and said, let's talk about this later. It's not that he doesn't want to show his strength in front of everyone. But if people know that the strength of Prince Zhenyi's son has reached the level of the Holy Master Realm, it will probably cause a huge sensation in Nanzhou of Tianxu Realm. At that time, the cold arrows directed at him by the major forces will also multiply. After all, Fang Chen, whose strength is at the 8th level of the Soul Palace Realm, has Zhenyi's Wangfu as his backer, which makes many people feel fearful. If they knew that Fang Chen was still a peerless genius, then they will definitely look for opportunities to kill Fang Chen before Fang Chen grows up, so as to avoid future troubles. Therefore, once he reveals his strength, he will usher in endless assassinations. That's why he turned himself into a masked man in silver now, pretending to be the mysterious strong man in Zhenyi's palace. Chapter 134 Beichen, I can end number 039, T pretend anymore. Clear. Qin Zhengqing nodded and was not disappointed. Because seeing the dress of the senior in front of him, he knew that he didn't want to reveal his identity. Okay, Qin Gongfeng, then leave the rest of the matter to you. Beichen said with a smile, I won't accompany you now. Farewell. Okay, senior. After Qin Zhengqing finished his response, he realized that Beichen was no longer in his line of sight. Great! Qin Zhengqing exclaimed, this senior is really a dragon who sees the head but doesn't see the end, coming and going without a trace. With his divine sense, he failed to notice how the other party left. Master, who is this senior? Li Linhui couldn't help asking, is there such a strong man in our Zhenyi's palace? I don't know. Qin Zhengqing shook his head, and replied with a pensive expression, first, the masters in Zhenyi's palace are familiar with teachers, and there is no such senior. Second, according to the strength he showed just now, he will definitely not be weaker than a teacher. Therefore, as a teacher, I am wondering why there is such a person in the Zhenyi's palace. Master, do you think this senior is the new strongman recruited by the prince? Li Linhui thought for a while, and speculated, after all, with the status of the Zhenyi's palace, if the prince wants to recruit such a strong man, he only needs to pay a certain price. In addition, the son is the heir of the Chinese palace, and he is going to marry His Majesty the Empress. It is quite normal for the prince to send such a strong man to protect the son. Well, being a teacher is similar to your idea. Qin Zhengqing agreed. The prince attaches so much importance to the son, it is indeed very possible to secretly send a newly recruited strong man to protect him. However, guesses are guesses after all. If you want to confirm, you have to ask the prince for confirmation. Master, these are not important. The important thing is that we won. Li Linhui looked at it openly. The senior who easily killed the masked man in purple is on our side. Linhui, I didn't expect your mind to be so transparent. Qin Zhengqing praised. As a teacher, I did not accept you as an apprentice for nothing. Master has won the award. Li Linhui responded modestly, it's all because of your good teaching. Qin Zhengqing smiled, and then said, let's go and see Shizi. It is estimated that the poor performance of the master in the battle with the masked man in purple just now scared him a lot. You're injured, it's pretty good to fight like this with the masked man in purple. Li Linhui excused Qin Zhengqing, you will show signs of decline at that time, it is not a crime of war. Linhui, if you can talk, talk more. Qin Zhengqing first replied jokingly. Immediately, he went on to empathize and said, compared to my feeling of powerlessness at that time, the son is in a panic, right? Who said that before that senior showed up, I was the most powerful person in the entire fleet of Chinese Prince's mansion? Once I lose, it means that everyone on the scene, including Shizi, will die. Not to mention that the other party came directly for Shizi, it's no wonder he wasn't frightened. This is also impossible. Li Linhui said, let's hurry up and see how the prince is doing. When Qin Zhengqing and Li Linhui walked to the side of the carriage, they raised the curtain. But he saw Lu Beichen and Fu Xiaoyu lying on soft seats. Qin Zhengqing hurriedly checked the conditions in Lu Beichen and Fu Xiaoyu's bodies respectively, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing wrong. Perhaps the senior just now was afraid that Shizi and Xiao would be frightened, so he purposely stunned them. Qin Zhengqing guessed. Well, I think so too. Li Linhui nodded. Sir, wake up. Qin Zhengqing woke up Lu Beichen, and then asked, do you remember what happened? Lu Beichen looked ignorant. Qin Gongfeng, aren't you fighting the masked man in purple? Why are you in the carriage? My lord, we won. Qin Zhengqing responded, the masked man in purple was killed, and the other masked men in black were beaten to death and arrested. Great. Lu Beichen said excitedly, Feng Qin, I knew you would be able to kill the masked man in purple. My lord, I am not the one who killed the masked man in purple. Qin Zhengqing explained with some embarrassment, it's someone else. The words fall. He briefly described the situation just now. Isn't it? My royal father may have recruited a peerless powerhouse to protect my safety at any time. Lu Beichen couldn't believe it and said, he just appeared not long ago, and easily killed the masked purple-clothed man who is a small consummation powerhouse in the Holy Master realm. Yes, my son. No wonder. Lu Beichen slapped his thigh, and suddenly realized, the last time I was able to avoid being chased and came back to see you safely, it should be the credit of this senior. Possible. Qin Zhengqing pondered for a while, and said, I have the ability to deal with the attacks I encountered before. Until the last time, I met a practitioner of almost the same level, and I can't care about you. This senior has no choice but to protect your safety and help you escape the pursuers, or should this senior have all the pursuers snapped? Makes sense. Lu Beichen said happily, with this senior protecting me in secret, I believe that on the way to the capital of God, no matter how many attacks I encounter, I don't have to be afraid. Yes. Qin Zhengqing nodded and said, the specific situation is like this. Very good. Raise the flag of the Chinese prince's mansion, and put on everyone's armor. Lu Beichen said, anyway, there is that senior who is secretly protecting me, so we have nothing to fear. Qin Zhengqing. Li Linhui. What the hell? Is this the legend that there are masters protecting the waywardness? Your Majesty, is it too late to be so high profile? Qin Zhengqing asked. It's not too much, it's too much. Lu Beichen responded with a look of surprise, I was just joking with you, don't you take it seriously. By the way, I'm not the kind of person who will get carried away once I gain power. Hearing this, both Qin Zhengqing and Li Linhui were a little speechless. At this moment, Fu Xiaoyu who was beside him woke up. Hey, Qin Gongfeng, Linhui, why are you in the carriage? Fu Xiaoyu's pretty face was full of doubts. It's like this. Qin Zhengqing recounted the explanation he had just given to Lu Beichen. The more Fu Xiaoyu listened, the more shocked he became. Is the background of Zhenyi's palace too strong? It's okay to have Qin Zhengqing, a strong man who has reached the third level of Fengka realm, but now there is a mysterious master whose strength is not weaker than Qin Zhengqing, or even stronger than Qin Zhengqing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 135. It's a pity that I couldn't see the demeanor of this senior. Fu Xiao sighed with some resentment. Oh, why did the old man make me and Shiza dizzy? That's right. Lu Beichen echoed. Could it be that this mysterious senior is afraid that Xiao and I will recognize him? Xiao, son, I don't think things are going to be what you imagined. Qin Zhengqing said his deduction, probably because before the senior appeared, I behaved too badly in the confrontation with the masked man in purple. He was afraid that you would be frightened, so he made you faint. Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if this is the truth. All right. Fu Xiao nodded, then rolled his eyes, and said, since this senior is secretly protecting the sun and supporting the sun, can we not be so low-key? Hurry up and raise the flag representing the Chinese prince's mansion, so that everyone can put on their armor again. Qin Zhengqing. Li Linhui. If there is a master, is there a personal maid? Why are the words spoken in the same rhythm? Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of several people present, Fu Xiao couldn't help asking in doubt, what's wrong? Lu Beichen chuckled and said, I just made a joke with Qin Gongfeng and the others. It is said that since there is that unpredictable senior who is secretly protecting us, we can raise the flag representing the Chinese prince's mansion and let everyone put on their armor again. I didn't expect you to say the same thing at this moment, so Qin worshipped them now with this expression. Is it like this? Fu Xiao covered her small mouth lightly and laughed, actually, I was just joking with you, to liven up the atmosphere. After a pause, she continued, as for the fact that Shizi and I said the same thing so tacitly, maybe it's because we have a good understanding. A joke is a joke. Lu Beichen responded seriously, it's time to keep a low profile, we still have to keep a low profile. Try to avoid causing unnecessary troubles. Try to get to the capital of God in a calm way. The prince is wise. Qin Zhengqing praised, although we are not afraid of trouble, it is better to have less unnecessary trouble. Correct. Lu Beichen seemed to have remembered something, and asked with concern, Qin Gongfeng, how is your injury? Didn't it get worse? This is not bad. Qin Zhengqing replied with a wry smile, in a few days, my injury will heal and I will return to the peak period, which is the strength of the third level of the Marquis realm. Who knew that we would encounter an attack today, leading to failure? However, fortunately, I'm fine. In a few days, I should be able to fully recover. That's good. Lu Beichen breathed a sigh of relief, and said, with the unknown senior here, you don't have to rush for success, lest it will make it more difficult to improve after recovering your peak strength. Well, I thought so too. Qin Zhengqing nodded and said, because of the presence of an unknown senior, I am not as urgent as before when it comes to restoring my peak strength. It's good to have a backing. Lu Beichen sighed, everyone's pressure will be less, and everyone will be more relaxed, so you don't have to worry about it all the time. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately resonated with several people present. Yes. With that unknown senior as their backer, they don't have to worry so much. In addition, regardless of Qin Zhengqing's strength is not weak, he is regarded as one of the strongest in the country. But as the most powerful person in the team of Chinese Wangfu, he is definitely under a lot of pressure. After all, he is the mainstay. Once he is defeated or killed, it means that the entire Chinese Wangfu team is over. Especially during this period of time, his internal injuries have not healed, and the pressure he is under is even greater. Well now, there is a senior who is not weaker than him, maybe even stronger than him, to share his pressure, how happy he is. At this time, Lu Beichen seemed to remember something again, I almost forgot to ask, did that unknown senior leave any contact information before he left? No. Qin Zhengqing shook his head and said, don't talk about the contact information, I didn't realize how he left at that time. Lu Beichen said with a look of disappointment, this unknown senior is indeed a master. The dragon sees the head but does not see the tail, and comes and goes without a trace. As soon as this remark came out, it once again aroused the resonance of several people at the scene. Have to say, the elders of the family really act like a master. Exactly what that sentence said. When things are done, go away and hide your merits and fame. It's over, it's over. The Destiny villain system couldn't help but complained, host, you are going to blow the senior you played to death. No, you misunderstood. I'm cooperating with Qin to enshrine their performance. Lu Beichen retorted, I don't bother to do things like boasting. Destiny villain system. Outrageous. Its host is thick-skinned, comparable to bricks on a city wall, right? Host, you have won. The Destiny villain system responded, no one in the world can match you. Hehe, don't think I can't hear you mocking me. Lu Beichen said, but it doesn't matter, I am a generous person, and I don't care about it like you. After confirming that Lu Beichen was safe and sound, Qin Zhengqing began to investigate the identities of the masked man in purple and many masked men in black. However, the information he investigated was not much. I vaguely know that this is related to Wu Yuanyun, the second prince who fled from Jian Kingdom. It turns out that behind these people is a prince who failed to compete for the throne of the Jian Kingdom. No wonder he wants the prince to die so much. For this result, Qin Zhengqing was not surprised at all. The current Jian Kingdom seems to have settled the overall situation, and the Empress's approach to court is irresistible. But in fact, there are still sporadic rebellions all over the country, and a lot of ambitious people are secretly preparing to do things. Otherwise, Wu Mingkong, the Empress of the Jian Kingdom, would not have to marry the Chinese palace in order to stabilize the situation. Lu Beichen and others were also thoughtful. If it weren't for this, the convoy of Chinese Wangfu will not be attacked by unknown forces one after another on the way to the capital of God. And for many days after this battle, the Chinese prince's mansion convoy did not encounter such a thing as another attack. Everyone's emotions returned to the original calm state, and Fu Xiaohu started her little thoughts again, teasing Lu Beichen. As the so-called relationship breaks through once, there will be countless times in the future. Lu Beichen refused many times, but in the end he couldn't refuse, so he had to acquiesce in Fu Xiaohu's use of catkins to help him do bad things. Until this day, a shocking news suddenly reached his ears. Chapter 136 An Assassination against Empress Wu Mingkong? Qin Gongfeng, did you just say that there are signs that Wu Yuanyun, the second prince who fled from Jian Kingdom, is planning to assassinate His Majesty the Empress? Lu Beichen asked in surprise. Yes. Qin Zhengqing nodded, and responded, among the group of masked men in black we caught, there was a guy who knew about this, and he accidentally let it go. And after our interrogation of him, we learned that it rained for a long time in the upper reaches of the Liuhe River in Gangwu, causing the water in the Liuhe River to skyrocket. When the flood peak arrives, the lower reaches of the Lu River may break its embankment, so Her Majesty the Empress decided to inspect the lower reaches of the Lu River. And Wu Yuanyun, the second prince who fled from Jian Kingdom, is planning to take advantage of this rare opportunity to arrange a well-planned assassination. Is that so? Lu Beichen asked again. Feng Qin, what are you going to do? The safety of Empress Wu Mingkong is related to whether he can earn a lot of destiny points and recover to the strength of the 4th level of Yuan Shen realm. You can't let others hurt you. Host, you think too much. The destiny villain system said noncommittally, my Empress Wu Mingkong is the daughter of destiny, how could she be killed so easily? The assassination this time may be another opportunity. That's true. Lu Beichen thought about it, and felt that the destiny villain system was right. Empress Wu Mingkong, as the daughter of destiny, can't just fall away. So he calmed down immediately. Let's see if we can contact Her Majesty the Empress and tell her the news. Qin Zhengqing replied, then, if you can, help her to suppress the rebellion. After all, if nothing else, Her Majesty the Empress, as your fiancé, is one of the masters of the Chinese palace. I, the chief priest of the Chinese palace, can't sit idly by. After a pause, he then asked back, my lord, what do you think? Qin Gongfeng, your arrangement is very good, I have no objection. Lu Beichen was a little ashamed and said, it's just, unfortunately, my strength is too weak to help. It's enough if you have a heart. Qin Zhengqing comforted, I believe Her Majesty the Empress will not blame you. That's what I said, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Beichen said sadly, it would be great if I could contact that senior who is protecting me in secret. Your Majesty does not need to be lost. Qin Zhengqing comforted him again, that unknown senior who is in the dark, you don't need to contact him, he will probably help you when the time comes. You are right. Lu Beichen lifted his spirits, and said, in such a situation, it is impossible for the old man to sit idly by. After a pause, he continued, Feng Qin, let's speed up our march, so as not to miss the opportunity to help Her Majesty the Empress. Okay, Prince. Looking at Qin Zhengqing's leaving back, Lu Beichen's eyes instantly became sharp. He thought so much, but he never imagined that he would meet Empress Wu Mingkong so soon. System, you said that my current strength has recovered to the 2nd level of Fengkao realm, have I caught up with Empress Wu Mingkong, or surpassed her? Lu Beichen asked. It's hard to say, it's a bit hanging. The destiny villain system responded, the female Emperor Wu Mingkong has cultivated her strength to the great consummation at the age of 16. Now that 2 years have passed, who knows what level her strength has reached. If you want to compare with her in strength, you have to improve your strength a lot before meeting her. Makes sense. Lu Beichen wondered, if I can't beat Empress Wu Mingkong in strength, I always feel a little weird. Of course it's weird. The destiny villain system teased, didn't I say that before? Because if your strength is not as good as the Empress Wu Mingkong, you will always be under the pressure when you are serving the bed. Gan. Lu Beichen couldn't help rolling his eyes, and said, System, why haven't you said a few words yet, and you're not serious again? Host, this is quite a normal human relationship. The destiny villain system responded, I'm just telling the scene that may appear soon. Could it be that after you marry Empress Wu Mingkong in the future, you still want her to be a widow? The future will be discussed in the future. Lu Beichen said earnestly, I just want to recover my strength quickly and try to surpass Empress Wu Mingkong before I meet her. Little did he know that after hearing his words, the Destiny villain system actually teased again, speaking so much, you don't want to be suppressed by the Empress Wu Mingkong when you are sleeping. System, you are endless, right? Lu Beichen said angrily, it seems that it was a wrong decision to call you out. Well, let me step down. The Destiny villain system cooperated and said, obey, your majesty. Lu Beichen. In other words, with such an unscrupulous and ridiculous system, does he want to return the product? In the days that followed, Lu Beichen kept his ears to the ground and devoted himself to practicing diligently. Under the influence of Lu Beichen, Fu Xiaohu also began to practice hard to enhance her own strength. And Qin Zhengqing was no exception. After ordering the people in the Chinese Wangfu team to speed up, he tried his best to heal his injuries, trying to restore the original strength of the third level of the Marquis realm. Lu Beichen happened to see Qin Zhengqing who was meditating, and his heart couldn't help but move. By the way, isn't there a lot of medicine in his storage ring that can heal injuries and help people practice? Take some out. Not only can Qin Zhengqing recover to the strength of the third level of Fengpa realm faster, but it can also improve the overall strength of the people in the Chinese Prince's Mansion team. Do it when you think of it. That night, Lu Beichen once again appeared in front of Qin Zhengqing in the form of a masked man in silver. Before Qin Zhengqing could say anything, he called out his name and purpose, and threw some special medicines for healing and precious medicines for cultivation to Qin Zhengqing. Qin Zhengqing was overjoyed and said, thank you senior for the gift. The junior is very grateful. He was worrying about what he had to do so that he could recover to the strength of the third level of the Marquis realm before meeting the Empress Wu Mingkong. Unexpectedly, when I fell asleep, the pillow came. You are welcome. Lu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver clothes, waved his hands and said, everyone is from Jenny's palace, so please help, it's nothing. No matter what, I have to thank my predecessors. Qin Zhengqing said, also, I would also like to thank you for the rest of the Jenny's Wang team. Oh, whatever you want. Lu Beichen replied helplessly. Immediately, the others disappeared in place. Qin Zhengqing stared blankly at the place where Lu Beichen disappeared for a while, and then he said with a happy face, great. My Jenny's palace is about to take off directly. Chapter 137 This wave is called Heroes Who See the Same Thing, understand? Thanks to the pills given by Lu Beichen as a masked man in silver clothes. Not only did Qin Zhengqing heal from his injuries, but his strength was even higher than at his peak, reaching about the fourth floor of the Marquis realm. And after Qin Zhengqing distributed the auxiliary cultivation pills to other people in the Chinese Wangfu team, their strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Don't talk about others. Even Lu Beichen himself benefited a lot, his strength suddenly break through from the 9th level of the Soul Palace realm to the 2nd level of the Supernatural Power realm. That senior is really awesome. Its own strength is unfathomable, not to mention extremely powerful, and there are so many miraculous pills. The people in the Chinese Wangfu motorcade were both grateful and admired for the masked silver-clothed man incarnated by Lu Beichen. None of these matters. Li Linhui couldn't help but said, the important thing is, which senior is willing to share so many magical pills with us? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately resonated with almost everyone present. In the Sky Void realm, strength is the most important thing. These days, who doesn't want to improve their own strength and become stronger? The masked silver-clothed man, an unknown senior, is really rare for him to be able to do this. Oh, it would be great if I could get the guidance of that senior myself. Fu Xiaohu sighed, maybe my strength can improve faster. Xiaohu, are you too greedy? Li Linhui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he is an existence that can easily kill the small consummation powerhouse of the Holy Master realm. It is already very good for him to share some magical pills with us. How dare you expect him to show up in person to give you advice? Although dreams are still necessary, at least they must conform to the actual situation. Can't you think about it? Fu Xiaohu said, everything is possible. Maybe that senior sees my sincerity and good aptitude, not only to teach me, but also to accept me as a disciple. Ah this. Li Linhui said speechlessly, Xiaohu, you are already beautiful, so don't think too much about it. At least I dare to think, but you dare not. Fu Xiaohu first replied like this. Immediately, she went on to say, ignore you, I will talk to Shizi. Li Linhui. Why does he want this? Could it be that you want to break up the master-student relationship with Qin Zhengqing, and then worship that senior as your teacher? How? You also have the same thoughts as Xiaohu. Qin Zhengqing said with a half-smile, if that senior really wants to take you as his apprentice, I won't stop him. Li Linhui quickly responded, Master, you are joking. It's enough for me to have you as my master, why would I want to ask someone else to be my teacher? It doesn't match your heart. Qin Zhengqing looked as if I understood, I kind of want to worship someone like that senior as my teacher, let alone you. Li Linhui expressed his loyalty again, no matter how powerful others are, this disciple will only recognize you as a master in this life. You have a strong desire to survive. Qin Zhengqing said with a smile, don't be so serious, it makes me feel like I want to deny you as an apprentice at any time. After a pause, he continued, okay, let's stop talking, since there are so many miraculous medicinal pills for auxiliary cultivation, then you should cherish this opportunity, practice hard, and see how far you can improve your strength. Li Linhui nodded respectfully, yes, master. In fact, Qin Zhengqing didn't need to say, he would also use this rare opportunity to improve his strength as much as possible. After all, Qin Zhengqing said. In addition to the auxiliary cultivation pills that were distributed just now, how to distribute the remaining auxiliary cultivation medicinal pills depends on the progress of the individual's strength. He doesn't want to fall behind the others. Besides, as soon as Fu Xiaohu saw Liu Beichen, she couldn't help asking playfully, my lord, these days, without your slaves helping you, have you done anything wrong yourself? Of course not. Liu Beichen rolled his eyes and said, I've been focusing on cultivation recently, how can I have the energy to think about other things? Isn't it? Fu Xiaohu seemed surprised and said, then you haven't done anything bad for so long, won't you be suffocated? What is this all about? Liu Beichen said very speechlessly, please, where are you thinking? I'm not someone who can't live without leaving that world. The servant feels that this is a serious matter. Fu Xiaohu said with a solemn expression, what if you are so suffocated that after you marry Her Majesty the Empress, you can't satisfy Her Majesty the Empress when you are serving her bed, what should I do? Liu Beichen. What the hell? Was Xiao possessed by the mandate of Heaven villain system? How come the painting style is almost the same as the Destiny villain system? Host, this wave is called Heroes Who See the Same Thing, understand? The Destiny villain system couldn't help laughing out loud. Sorry, I don't understand. Liu Beichen retorted first. Immediately, he went on to say to Fu Xiaohu, don't worry, it's fine. But the servant can't worry about it. Fu Xiaohu bit her pink lips worriedly, and said, Your Majesty, how about you do it yourself? If you really don't feel it, how about I help you again? No way. Liu Beichen reached out and tapped Fu Xiaohu's smooth white forehead lightly, and said angrily, if you don't practice hard, what are you thinking about all day long? The servant girl didn't think about it anymore. Fu Xiaohu stuck out her tongue, and argued, whether you hold back or not is related to the future of the Chinese palace and the future of Qiangguo, so why don't you worry about it? Liu Beichen. Good guy. Fu Xiaohu's brain whole, he is really convinced. Liu Beichen reached out and tapped Fu Xiaohu's smooth white forehead again, and said seriously, there is no need to discuss this matter again. But the servant is still worried. Fu Xiaohu rolled her eyes and said, hey, my son, let this servant do something bad for you, and let's see if you can hold it back. Stop this topic first. Liu Beichen refused, we will soon reach the lower reaches of the Liuhe River. If we don't improve our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the upcoming assassination of His Majesty the Empress. All right. Fu Xiaohu thought for a while, and said with some disappointment, my lord, that servant will not disturb you for the time being. As she said that, her tone changed, and she continued coquettishly, however, if you need it, you can come and find your servant at any time. Or you can send someone to call the servant over. Understood. Looking at the graceful back of Fu Xiaohu leaving, Liu Beichen's expression was unavoidably complicated. In other words, since breaking through that step, the relationship between him and Fu Xiaohu has become extremely delicate. Chapter 138 Empress Wu Mingkong traveling in simple dress. The presence of Fu Xiaohu has already disturbed Liu Beichen a little. However, the Destiny villain system is still urging him to accept Fu Xiaohu. System, shut up. Liu Beichen responded, I was thinking how sad Xiaohu would be if she found out that I was not Fang Chen. Hey, host, you actually care about her. The Destiny villain system was surprised and said, could it be that this is the legendary love for a long time? What? I can't care about her anymore. Liu Beichen asked a rhetorical question first. Immediately, he said suspiciously, System, I always feel that there is something in your words. No. This is just your illusion. The Destiny villain system retorted, what I mean is that you and Fu Xiaohu have been together for a long time, so it's not surprising that you have some feelings. You think I'm stupid? Liu Beichen hee-heed, and said, I don't believe your explanation at all. There is no other way. The Destiny villain system said, Fu Xiaohu is the woman who is closest to you anyway, you have a special feeling for her, it's no surprise. Okay, let's talk about the future. Liu Beichen changed the subject and said, I will soon see the Empress Wu Mingkong, but her strength is still hovering around the 5th floor of the Marquis realm. Seriously, can you lend me some destiny points first, and pay you back after I earn destiny points from Empress Wu Mingkong? It's a pity that the destiny villain system fell silent after hearing his words. The system, isn't it? Lu Beichen was left speechless by the reaction of the destiny's villain system. Every time it comes to a critical moment, do you pretend to be dead? The destiny villain system finally responded, Host, I thought I had made it very clear before. Whether it's borrowing destiny points or changing the exchange ratio between destiny points and cultivation bases, this involves tampering with the rules. I will not do such a thing. Please don't mention this again every time you communicate with me, thank you. It is good. Lu Beichen was not disappointed. After all, according to the previous reaction of the Mandate of Heaven villain system, he didn't have much hope. Just like that, a few days later, Qin Zhengqing suddenly ran to him and said with a serious face, My lord, it seems that there is serious trouble. What's the situation? Why do you say that? For the time being, we are unable to inform His Majesty the Empress of the assassination plot being planned by the fugitive second Prince Wu Yuanyun. Qin Zhengqing responded, because Her Majesty the Empress went to the lower reaches of the Lu River to inspect this time, she didn't make much fanfare, and there are so many people around her, so it's hard to contact her now. Isn't it? Is there such a thing? Lu Beichen frowned and said, Is Your Majesty the Empress being too big-hearted? She is not afraid of those who are hostile to her, and in the process, plotting against her. Maybe this comes from Her Majesty's confidence in her own strength. Qin Zhengqing thought for a while, and said, At the age of only 16, she has cultivated her strength to the great consummation of the great energy realm. 2 years have passed now, and her current strength is probably stronger than mine. Therefore, it's not surprising that she would choose to bring a few people with her and travel in a low-key way. What you said makes sense. Lu Beichen nodded, and said, Your Majesty is unparalleled in aptitude, and her strength far surpasses those of her peers. She is indeed qualified to be so confident. In addition, I think the reason why she chooses to travel in plain clothes and low-key is not only because she has absolute confidence in her own strength, but also because she has the idea of investigating people's sentiments. After all, once she chooses to inspect with great fanfare, many things will be deliberately covered up. The son is wise. Qin Zhengqing agreed, Her Majesty the Empress probably thinks like this. Lu Beichen asked again, Feng Qin, since you can't contact Her Majesty the Empress, what do you plan to do? Speed up and try to reach the lower reaches of the Lu River. Qin Zhengqing responded, We will try to contact the second Prince Wu Yuanyun who is fleeing from Jian Kingdom and lead people to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress before she. Okay, this arrangement is ready. Lu Beichen said he had no objection. We have to carefully observe the movements of all parties along the way. Maybe we can find the second Prince Wu Yuanyun who fled from Jian Kingdom, or the trace of His Majesty the Empress. Okay, no problem. Qin Zhengqing responded, If there is nothing else, I will go out and give orders. The prince has really become much more decisive in his actions now. Not as indecisive as before. Let's go. Watching the back of Qin Zhengqing's departure, Lu Beichen wondered in his heart whether the strength of the female Emperor Wu Mingkong had reached the realm of being a king. Otherwise, where did Empress Wu Mingkong have the confidence to act like this under the covetousness of many forces hostile to her? How? I'm starting to worry again that I'm not as strong as Empress Wu Mingkong. Are you afraid that you will be pressed down by her when you are serving the bed, and you will not be able to move? The Destiny villain system came out again and joked. Lu Beichen. His system is really powerless to complain about. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Lu Beichen asked, It's just that, system, don't you think you appear a little too frequently these days? And every time I come out, it's either teasing me, or teasing me on my way. Isn't it good for me to appear more frequently? The Destiny villain system asked back, Could it be that you think it's good for me to be a dumb system? As for the fact that I like to tease you, you have misunderstood. I am caring about you, but the way I care is different from human beings. System, I don't want to hear your explanation. Lu Beichen was unmoved and said, If you can't borrow my destiny, you should withdraw first. After this incident, Lu Beichen worked harder on the way of cultivation, trying to restore his strength to the state of being a king before meeting the Empress Wu Mingkong. About 10 days later, Qin Zhengqing informed Lu Beichen that they had arrived near a tributary of the Lu River. Qin Gongfeng, haven't you contacted Her Majesty the Empress and found out her whereabouts? Lu Beichen asked. No. Qin Zhengqing shook his head and said, His Majesty the Empress seems to have disappeared, there is no news about her at all. Since the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Empress are so mysterious. Lu Beichen asked suspiciously, How did the second Prince Wu Yuanyun know her exact location, and then assassinate her? It is estimated that His Majesty the Empress has an internal response from the second Prince Wu Yuanyun. Qin Zhengqing guessed in a deep voice, so when Her Majesty is caught off guard, No matter how strong she is, she still has a great risk of falling. Because it is entirely possible for Her Majesty the Empress to slip into a trap set by others. Beichen thought for a while, and suggested, Feng Qin, send people to search along the Liuhe River to see if we can find traces of Her Majesty the Empress. That's a good idea. Qin Zhenking's eyes lit up, and he said, My lord, it's not too late, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 139 The backer behind Wu Yuanyun, Kongming Tiangong. Not many days later, Qin Zhengqing suddenly came to tell Beichen that the whereabouts of Empress Wu Mingkong had been found. Great. Beichen couldn't help asking, have you notified her about the second Prince Wu Yuanyun's plan to assassinate His Majesty the Empress? Qin Zhengqing nodded and replied, I have already sent someone to meet Her Majesty the Empress and tell her the important news. After a pause, he continued with a solemn expression, however, the people I sent to search along the banks of the Lu River not only found the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Empress, but also discovered the existence of people from another force. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the second Prince Wu Yuanyun and others. So coincidental. Beichen was stunned for a moment, and then thoughtfully said, Second Prince Wu Yuanyun really has an internal response beside His Majesty the Empress. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to know so much about the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Empress. I feel the same way. Qin Zhengqing nodded again, and said, I have also told the person who sent to see Her Majesty to tell her about the fact that Her Majesty may have internal support around Her Majesty. I believe she will be on guard, and won't step into the trap set by the second Prince Wu Yuanyun without paying attention. That's good. Beichen breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Your Majesty is unparalleled in aptitude. Not only is her strength far superior to that of her peers, she is even stronger than some well-known veterans. With prior preparations, there shouldn't be any problems. Qin Zhengqing hesitated for a moment, and said, My lord, I'm not as optimistic as you. Why do you say that? Since the second Prince Wu Yuanyun failed to compete for the throne, he has been hiding like a rat across the street. Qin Zhengqing explained, it stands to reason that he can't develop too much power, and it's unlikely that he will lead someone to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress. Also, the masked purple-clothed man who was Xiao Yuan in the Holy Master realm has all fallen. He still dares to continue the previous plan. There must be some reason behind it. So we can't be optimistic that Her Majesty the Empress is not in any danger. Makes sense. Beichen thought about it, and said, with the situation of the second Prince Wu Yuanyun, he can't recruit two strong practitioners at all. Maybe he got the support of some forces. At this time, Qin Zhengqing seemed to think of something, and said in a deep voice, the people I sent seem to have heard the words Kongming Tiangong. The second Prince Wu Yuanyun won the support of Kongming Tiangong, right? King Ming Tiangong. Beichen searched for Fang Chen's memory. Only then did I discover that Kongming Tiangong claims to have 300 million sword immortals, and it is the strongest force in Bizhu in the Sky Void realm. If the second Prince Wu Yuanyun really got the support of Kongming Tiangong, then the Empress Wu Mingkong would be in danger. This matter is really too difficult. Beichen asked, Feng Qin, what are you going to do? Look at one step, take one step. Qin Zhengqing responded, whether the second Prince Wu Yuanyun has the support of Kongming Tiangong is not something we can decide. The only thing we can do is to help Her Majesty the Empress suppress the rebellion when the time is right. All right. There is always a feeling in Beichen's heart that time does not wait for me. Strength. My strength is still too weak. If I could have the strength of the fourth level of Yuanshen realm back then, and the giant puppet senior brother Lu no. Not to mention one Kongming Tiangong, even if there are a few more, he can directly kill the opponent's headquarters and destroy them all. Somewhere on the bank of the Lu River. The second Prince Wu Yuanyun was anxiously asking his confidant Tang Yuda, where is that bitch Wu Mingkong now? Tang Yuda responded respectfully, according to the news from Nei Ying, she is not far from us now. Great. Wu Yuanyun said excitedly, My Highness has waited for so long, and finally this day is here. Congratulations, second prince. Congratulations, second prince. Tang Yuda first gave such a compliment. Immediately, he continued with some doubts, however, what puzzles my subordinates is that the Empress, His Royal Highness the 12 Emperors clearly knows that many people are unhappy with her and want her to die. Why does she still dare to go out in plain clothes and doesn't bring many people with her? Does that even need to be said? Wu Yuanyun sneered, and said, Wu Mingkong, that bitch, has absolute confidence in her own strength, and thinks that no one can threaten her life. As the saying goes, if you don't make a song, you're done, it's a blockbuster. Tang Yuda said with emotion, none of us could have imagined that the idiot beauty in everyone's impression, that is, Her Royal Highness the 12 Emperors, would be a peerless genius with such enchanting aptitude. That's because she's too despicable and insidious. Wu Yuanyun sneered again, and said, Dang Tang, a peerless genius whose aptitude is far beyond those of his peers, actually disguised his cultivation talent as a very ordinary one, which made all of us lose our vigilance towards her. Otherwise, how could it be her turn to sit on the throne of Jian Kingdom? Your Highness the Second Prince, after all, we have underestimated Your Highness the 12th Princess. Tang Yude sighed softly, I hope we can kill her successfully today. Otherwise, if she didn't die today, then with her monstrous aptitude, it would be very difficult for us to deal with her again in the future. You're right. An astonishing killing intent flashed in Wu Yuanyun's eyes, that bitch Wu Mingkong must die today. After a pause, he continued to ask, who did Kong Ming Tiangong send to help His Highness? Left Protector Lian Yingzhong. Tang Yude responded respectfully, it is said that his strength has reached the third level of the king-conferring realm. No matter how insane the qualifications of the 12 emperors, no matter how abnormal the strength, it is impossible to be his opponent. Very good. A smile appeared on Wu Yuanyun's face, my highness has endured for many years, and now I finally see the dawn. Tang Yude hesitated for a moment, then asked, Kong Ming Tiangong helps us in this way, the purpose should be not small. Will we be emptied by others, or become puppets of Kong Ming Tiangong? My highness can't take care of so much anymore. Wu Yuanyun responded with a ferocious face, my highness only wants to see that bitch Wu Mingkong die now. As long as she is dead, no matter what price we pay, it will be worth it. After finishing speaking, the scene of Empress Wu Mingkong's tragic death at the hands of Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kong Ming Tiangong, seemed to appear in front of his eyes. Wu Mingkong, you bitch has occupied the throne of Jian Kingdom for long enough, and it's time to return it to His Highness. Wu Yuanyun thought that he would ascend to the throne of Jian Kingdom soon, and he couldn't help feeling very happy, it was wonderful. Chapter 140 I call it number 2, no one dares to call it number 1, right? Correct. Wu Yuanyun seemed to have remembered something, and asked, didn't Yang Gong follow the order of His Highness to intercept and kill Fang Chen, the son of Chinese prince? Why is there no news coming back at this moment, not even a shadow of him? The subordinates can't figure out what's going on. Tang Yude responded with a puzzled expression, it stands to reason that Yang Gongfeng should have completed the task long ago and came back. Wu Yuanyun pondered for a while, and said, needless to say, something must have happened to Yang Gongfeng. Otherwise, with his calm personality, it's impossible for him to remain silent until now. This. Tang Yude hesitated for a moment, and said, Yang Gongfeng is a strong man whose strength has reached the small consummation of the Holy Master Realm. Even if something happens, he can come back safe and sound? Unless you meet a practitioner who is far stronger than him. Wu Yuanyun interjected, although there is news that Qin Zhengqing, the most powerful in the convoy of Chinese Prince's mansion, was seriously injured, he is definitely not Yang Gongfeng's opponent. However, Qin Zhengqing was once a strong man whose strength reached the third level of Fengtao realm. With some unknown special methods, it is not surprising that Yang Gongfu capsized in the gutter. After a pause, he went on to say, forget it, let's not care about Yang Gongfeng's side, as long as Wu Mingkong can get rid of this bitch today, her marriage with the Chinese palace will naturally come to an end. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is wise. Tang Yude first gave such a compliment. Immediately, he saluted and said, if there is no other order, this subordinate will go and see if the distinguished guests from Kong Ming Tiangong have arrived. Go. Wu Yuanyun nodded, and said, let everyone get ready, as soon as the distinguished guests from Kong Ming Kong arrive, we will immediately attack that bitch Wu Mingkong. Yes, Your Highness the Second Prince. Tang Yude was ordered to leave. Watching the back of Tang Yude leaving, Wu Yuanyun began to dream of his majestic dream of ascending to the throne of Jian Kingdom. Somewhere on the bank of the Lu River. Looking at the flowing Liuhe River, Empress Wu Mingkong turned her head and asked Li Weiwei, her personal maid who grew up with her, what do you think about the second brother's plan to assassinate me? This is outrageous. Your Highness the Second Prince deserves to be killed. Li Weiwei responded respectfully, it's just that, Your Majesty, before the assassination happens, shouldn't you set off to return to the God City immediately? After all, you have a noble status, so you shouldn't be in danger like this. Weiwei, you treat me like fragile porcelain. Empress Wu Mingkong said noncommittally, don't forget, at a young age, I have cultivated my strength to the second level of king conferring realm. Among my peers, I am the second, no one dares to be the first. Second brother wants to assassinate me, but it's nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg. Her Majesty the Empress said so. At this moment, Li Weiwei felt that the Empress Wu Mingkong in front of her was exuding an extremely dazzling light all over her body, which made her feel surging. She doesn't know if there are any unknown peerless geniuses in the sky world. I only know from her memory. Except for the Empress Wu Mingkong, there is no one in the sky void realm who has cultivated her strength to the level of a king at such an age. Brother Second Emperor should know more or less about my aptitude. Empress Wu Mingkong said enthusiastically, so I want to see what gave him the courage to plan to assassinate me. Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and persuaded, Your Majesty, your current strength is indeed comparable to that of many elders in the Sky Void realm, but there are still not a few people who are stronger than you. It's not a wise decision to risk yourself. I'm not showing off my abilities, but a certain amount of confidence in my own strength. Empress Wu Mingkong said solemnly. In addition, more importantly, the purpose of my visit to the lower reaches of the Liuhe River this time is to solve the situation that the embankment may be about to burst in various sections of the river. As for the matter that the second emperor brother organized people to plot to assassinate me, in my heart, it is not very important. Her Majesty the Empress is so considerate of the people of the country, it is a blessing for the people of the country. There was mist in Li Weiwei's eyes. If they know your thoughts, they will definitely be grateful. I don't need their gratitude. Because I, as the Emperor of the Qian Kingdom, should do something for them. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head slightly, and said, the people are the most important, the society is second, and the king is the least. This is the truth that my father taught me since I was a child. I dare not forget it, and I deeply believe it. Li Weiwei choked with sobs and said, Your Majesty, Qian country has you as the Empress, God bless Qian country. Such an Empress who can keep the people in mind, she hopes that the other party will be safe forever and lead the country to rise. Stop being sensational. Empress Wu Mingkong stretched out her hand and rubbed Li Weiwei's hair, and asked, Have you found out that second emperor brother is in our team? Found it. Li Weiwei replied, that person should be Zhao Taran, the first rank guard with a knife in the palace. The slaves have already interrogated him, and after finding out that there are no other accomplices, they destroyed him humanely. Well done. Empress Wu Mingkong praised, since he wants to work for the second emperor brother, he has to bear such serious consequences. Li Weiwei hesitated again, and said, this time, thanks to the people from Zhenyi's palace's warning. Otherwise, once His Highness the Second Prince starts to act, we may be caught off guard. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, that's right, I didn't look for this ally of the Zhenyi's palace for nothing. Your Majesty the Empress. Li Weiwei hesitated to speak. What happened? Empress Wu Mingkong said curiously, we are not strangers, we can talk about things if we have something to say, don't hesitate. Li Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, your fiancé Fang Chen is nearby. Do you want to meet him? Not for now. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, and said, after the second brother organized people to assassinate me, I will consider whether to see him or not. Li Weiwei expressed her understanding, okay, Your Majesty the Empress. Besides, just to be on the safe side, Qin Zhengqing asked Liu Beichen and Fu Xiao to hide with some people. And he took people to support the Empress Wu Mingkong. Liu Beichen had no opinion on Qin Zhengqing's arrangement. Because it will be more convenient for him to move if he is separated from Qin Zhengqing, who is the strongest in the team of Zhenyi's Wangfu. After all, after this period of hard work, Liu Beichen's strength has finally returned to the first level of the king-conferred realm. Barely have the confidence to participate in the incident where the second Prince Wu Yuanyun organized someone to assassinate the Empress Wu Mingkong. Chapter 141. My lord, this servant really wants to help. Watching the background of Qin Zhengqing and others leaving, Fu Xiao was a little disappointed and said, it's a pity that the servants are too weak, even if they go, it will be a burden. Now that you know it, work hard. Liu Beichen comforted, don't you think I am the same? Fu Xiao's aptitude is good. But compared to him and Empress Wu Mingkong now, it's not enough. That's what it says. But the servant girl is still a little sad. Fu Xiao rolled his eyes and suggested, Your Majesty, how about we secretly follow? Hiding in the dark and watching the battle from a distance, there should be no problem. This one. Liu Beichen didn't immediately refuse. After all, with him, such a seemingly reckless approach is actually not dangerous. Li Linhui next to him was anxious after hearing what Fu Xiao said, no, what if we are discovered by the second Prince Wu Yuanyun? It should be known from the fact that the masked men in purple and a large number of masked men in black attacked us before, we can know that the second Prince Wu Yuanyun has always regarded the prince as a thorn in his side, trying to get rid of it quickly. Fu Xiao was speechless. What Li Linhui said was right. If he secretly followed and was discovered by the people of the second Prince Wu Yuanyun, it would be no different from a sheep in the mouth of a tiger. Guard Li is too worried. Liu Beichen responded on behalf of Fu Xiao, the second Prince Wu Yuanyun's attention is all on Her Majesty the Empress at the moment, how can he control me, a small person? Let's sneak up and watch the battle in the dark, there will be no problem. Fu Xiao's eyes lit up, and said, Li Siwei, even the prince thinks my suggestion is okay. Li Linhui thought about it, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with Liu Beichen's statement. My lord, make your decision. Li Linhui said, if you really want to follow in the past secretly and watch the battle in the dark, I will not object to it. Fu Xiao looked at Liu Beichen upon hearing this, my lord, no matter what decision you make, this servant will support you. Okay, then follow Xiao's suggestion. Lu Beichen made a final decision, however, I'm not afraid of dash, just in case. Everyone has to be careful, so as not to be discovered by the second prince Wu Yuanyun. Clear. Li Linhui saluted respectfully and said, I'm humbled to inform other people. The fact that the second prince Wu Yuanyun organized people to assassinate Her Majesty the Empress will definitely lead to a battle between the strong in the Marquis realm, and even the strong in the King's realm. If he can watch the battle on the spot, it will be beneficial to his future cultivation path. So Lu Beichen is still willing to carry out this order. Your Majesty, what kind of person do you think Her Majesty the Empress is, and what level has her current strength reached? Fu Xiao began to turn into a curious baby. You ask me, who am I asking? Lu Beichen spread his hands and said, my understanding of Her Majesty the Empress is only limited to rumors. These questions you asked will not be known until I meet Her Majesty the Empress with my own eyes. Oh. Fu Xiao rolled her eyes and revealed a sly look, by the way, my son, why are you so cruel these days, don't you come to find your servant, or send someone to find your servant to do bad things for you? Why are you bringing up this topic again? Lu Beichen responded angrily, Xiao, can't you think of something else all day long? Cannot. Who said this is related to the lifelong happiness of the son? Fu Xiao shook her head and said, in order to appease the worries in my servant's heart, my son, you'd better ask this servant to do something bad for you once, and see if you are not spoiled. Lu Beichen. Did he meet a good man and be afraid of being pestered by a woman? Fu Xiao's perseverance made him a little flustered. Seeing that a terrifying battle is coming. Lu Beichen said helplessly, you better restrain yourself. Fu Xiao smiled coquettishly, and said, Your Majesty, if you feel that the time is wrong, you can wait until after the second Prince Wu Yuanyun organizes people to assassinate the Empress, and then I will help you do bad things again. It's just that now you have to promise that you won't refuse the slaves, can you? Lu Beichen said perfunctorily, Xiao, let's talk about it later. Okay, as long as you agree. Fu Xiao left contentedly. Lu Beichen was stunned, he didn't seem to promise Fu Xiao anything just now, right? After reacting, he immediately understood that he had been tricked by Fu Xiao. Host, just treat yourself as agreeing to her. The Destiny Villain system said, anyway, this matter is not harmful to you, and it can also show your dignity as a man, right? System, since you came to the Heavenly Void Realm, I found that you have changed a lot. Lu Beichen said suspiciously, tell me, did you become so dishonest because you were taken over by some unknown system? Joke, which system can win me? The Destiny Villain system retorted, Host, what exactly have you experienced, that you have the victim mentality of there are always troublesome people who want to harm me? Don't you know everything about what I've been through? Lu Beichen said, during this time, you have been urging me to take Xiao into my harem, making me think that you are not a Destiny Villain system, but some kind of female collection system, or some kind of harem system. Host, is it wrong to care about you? The Destiny Villain system said with some resentment, you actually use those rubbish systems to compare me. I'm just telling the truth. Don't make it look like I'm bullying you. Lu Beichen said angrily, in short, I hope you don't say anything about who will be taken in. In addition, I also hope that you can be more serious and focus on helping me strengthen my strength, thank you. The Destiny Villain system was silent for a long time, until Lu Beichen got a little impatient with waiting, and then it agreed aloud. A man of his words. Lu Beichen warned, System, you have to remember what you just said. Otherwise, if you break the law, I will get mad. The Destiny Villain system didn't take this seriously. Host, what if you lose your temper? At most, it's just a few words of scolding, and it has no other influence. However, it also knew that it was not appropriate to offend Lu Beichen at this time. It didn't say what was in its heart. Understood, Host. The Destiny Villain system perfunctory said. Somewhere on the bank of the Lu River. Seeing that it was already afternoon, and no one was seen in Kongming Tiangong, Wu Yuanyun couldn't help being anxious, what's going on? Do you still have a sense of time? Your Highness, Second Prince, speak carefully, please speak carefully. Tang Yuda quickly persuaded, just wait a little longer, the people from Kongming Tiangong will probably arrive soon. Wait for what? Wu Yuanyun said impatiently, wait any longer, the sun is going to set, and the sky is going to be dark. Hey, it seems that the children who are allied with our Kongming Tiangong don't seem to have much patience. At this time, a chuckle suddenly sounded, interrupting Wu Yuanyun's words. Chapter 142 Three-Sword Immortals, you need to lower your brows when seeing me. What the hell? Isn't it? I just talked about the people from the Kongming Tiangong, and the people from the Kongming Tiangong have arrived? Wu Yuanyun was stunned for a moment. Immediately, except for Tang Yuda, he did not see anyone else at the scene. For this reason, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What the hell? Could it be that in the legend, People arrive before they arrive? Gathering his thoughts, Wu Yuanyun quickly laughed dryly, and saluted the door of the tent. Excuse me, is the distinguished guest from Kongming Tiangong here? My Highness is really disappointed to welcome you. His Royal Highness the Second Prince is straightforward. Following another chuckle, a young man with silver hair suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yuanyun out of thin air. Wu Yuanyun tried to ask, I don't know who you are. Mad, why is this person sent by Kongming Tiangong so young? Don't be a junior or disciple of a high-ranking person in Kongming Tiangong, right? The silver-haired young man responded indifferently, this Dharma protector does not change his name when he walks, and does not change his surname when he sits. It is Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong. As soon as this remark came out, not only Wu Yuanyun was dumbfounded, but Tang Yuda was also dumbfounded. The silver-haired young man in front of him looks no older than 20 years old. Why doesn't it look like the legendary left guard Lian Yingzhong whose strength has reached the 3rd level of the king-conferring realm? Do you think this protector is too young? Lian Yingzhong explained, actually, it's just that the Dharma protector has a good face. Because in terms of age, this protector is a few rounds older than you. Wu Yuanyun murmured, this is really incredible. Lian Yingzhong said noncommittally, the art of retaining beauty, if His Royal Highness the Second Prince wants it, I can teach it to you after this protector solves the Empress Wu Mingkong. Wu Yuanyun was overjoyed immediately, and said, Lianzuo protector, then we've made a deal like this. After a pause, he then asked, by the way, shall we go and kill that bitch Wu Mingkong now? Not urgent. Lian Yingzhong shook his head, and said, with this guardian, I believe that Empress Wu Mingkong won't be able to run away. Guardian Lianzuo, of course His Highness believes in your ability. Wu Yuanyun said, I just want to get rid of that bitch Wu Mingkong quickly, and then get your beauty-preserving technique. Okay, everyone, as allies, this protector can fulfill your wish as soon as possible. Lian Yingzhong nodded, expressing his understanding, Your Highness the Second Prince, you and your people are ready to act together with this protector. Wu Yuanyun replied excitedly, okay, Guardian Lianzuo. It's not so much that he is eager to get Lian Yingzhong's beauty-preserving technique. It might be better to say that he is anxious to take the life of Empress Wu Mingkong. After all, as long as the Empress Wu Mingkong is dead, he will be able to rush back to the capital of God immediately, and with the support of Kongming Tiangong, ascend to the throne of Jian Kingdom. Tang Yuda was also very excited. Because if this operation can kill the Empress Wu Mingkong and the second Prince Wu Yuanyun ascends to the throne of Jian Kingdom, then as the confidant of the second Prince Wu Yuanyun, his status will surely rise. Maybe in the future, he can become the kind of powerful minister who is under one person in Qiangguo and above 10,000 people. Thinking of this, Tang Yuda couldn't help feeling elated. Now, more than anyone else, he hopes that the second Prince Wu Yuanyun can replace the Empress Wu Mingkong and become the Emperor of Jian Kingdom. Somewhere on the bank of the Lu River. After the Empress Wu Mingkong had received Qin Zhengqing and the others, her expression became a little dignified. She didn't expect that the backer behind Wu Yuanyun might be Kongming Tiangong. Out of prudent considerations, Li Weiwei beside her couldn't help persuading her, Your Majesty, if there are experts from the Kongming Temple among those who try to assassinate you this time, the danger you face will be multiplied. That's why I suggest that you should set off immediately and go back to the capital of God, it's better to avoid the sharp edge for now. That's too late. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head slightly, and said, Second brother, he has been arranging for so long, how could it be possible for me to slip away so easily? For today's plan, the only way to face the difficulties and defeat the strong from the Kongming Heavenly Palace is the kingly way. But... Li Weiwei hesitated for a moment, and said, We don't know who the strong man from Kongming Tiangong is and what his strength is. You may not be his opponent. Whether I am an opponent from the strong in the Kongming Tiangong, you will only know if you have fought. Empress Wu Mingkong proudly said, Kongming Tian Palace dares to intervene in the affairs of the royal family and help the rebels assassinate me. One day, I will kill Kongming Tian Palace and ask them to settle this account. Your Majesty, are you being too brave? Li Weiwei said in astonishment, although our Qian Kingdom is very strong, one of the strongest countries in Bizhu in the Tiangsu realm, it is still not as good as Kongming Tiangong. You must know that the Kongming Tiangong claims to have 300 million sword immortals. Even if the actual number is not so many, it is amazing enough. So what? Just give me a certain amount of time. Empress Wu Mingkong raised her brows, and responded, the 300 million sword immortals of Kongming Tiangong must lower their eyebrows as much as possible when they see me. Such domineering words not only shocked Li Weiwei, but also shocked Lu Beichen who was in the dark. Empress Wu Mingkong is so awesome. Lu Beichen was amazed. However, he also knew that Empress Wu Mingkong had the right to say this. Because after he came here, he discovered that the strength of the Empress Wu Mingkong had reached the astonishing second floor of the king-conferring realm. The king-conferred realm powerhouse. If this is placed in the spirit world, it is almost the peak combat power of a practitioner. Host, it seems that you have a weak husband, and when you are sleeping, you will be pinned down by the Empress Wu Mingkong and will not be able to move. The Destiny villain system gloated and said. I have worked very hard during this time, but I still haven't caught up with Empress Wu Mingkong. Beichen responded angrily, it's all because you refused to lend me your destiny. Host, if you can't do it yourself, don't blame me. The Destiny villain system looks like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. I have no obligation to tamper with the rules for you. System, step back. I'm too lazy to care about you. Beichen once again turned his attention back to Empress Wu Mingkong. After secretly commenting on the Empress Wu Mingkong, he discovered that the Empress Wu Mingkong is not only very talented, but also good at fighting in terms of figure and appearance. In other words, Empress Wu Mingkong quite met his expectations for the other half. Therefore, thinking that he would replace Fang Chen and fulfill the marriage contract with Empress Wu Mingkong, I couldn't help but feel like I made a lot of money. I don't know how long it has been. Beichen suddenly found that there seemed to be a lot of people coming to certain places. No need to think about it, he knew that it was definitely the second Prince Wu Yuanyun who brought people to assassinate the Empress Wu Mingkong. Chapter 143 Today, Empress Wu Mingkong must die. Perhaps it was the arrival of Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, which gave Wu Yuanyun infinite confidence. So he didn't make any concealment, and led a large group of people to appear in front of the Empress Wu Mingkong and others. The assassination he planned has also turned into an above-board duel. Wu Yuanyun looked as if he had the winning ticket in his hands. 12 royal sisters, long time no see. Presumptuous. Li Weiwei immediately shouted, Your Highness the Second Prince, when you see Your Majesty the Empress, why don't you hurry up and pay your respects? His Highness does not admit that there is any female emperor in Gan country. Wu Yuanyun sneered, and said, Besides, you, a personal maid next to the 12 imperial sisters, what qualifications do you have to shout at His Highness here? You. Weiwei, be safe and don't be impatient. Empress Wu Mingkong said, Second brother, no matter how hard you talk, you can't change the fact that I have become the Empress of Jian Kingdom. Who said it can't be changed? Wu Yuanyun responded confidently, as long as you fall here today, won't everything change? Oh, it looks like you've decided to eat me. Empress Wu Mingkong was not angry, it's just that I don't know which old senior came to Kongming Tiangong to give you such confidence. I'm not afraid to tell you that the guardian of Lianzuo came to Kongming Tiangong, you should have heard of his name, right? Wu Yuanyun said proudly, His Royal Highness knows that your aptitude is very evil, and your current strength is far superior to that of your peers, but compared with the guardian Lianzuo who is a strong third-level king, you are still inferior. The left protector of Kongming Tiangong? Lian Yingzhong. Empress Wu Mingkong thought for a while, then nodded and said, That's right, I have indeed heard of his name. However, if he wants to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. 12 royal sisters, are you still asleep? Wu Yuanyun looked at her with an absurd expression. Lianzuo Dharma Protector is a powerful man whose strength has reached the third level of the king conferring realm. If he wants to defeat you, it will be as easy as the palm of his hand. Your Highness, Second Prince, you are mistaken. Lian Yingzhong exclaimed, if this protector is not mistaken, the strength of the Empress has already reached the second level of the king conferring realm. What? Wu Yuanyun's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of disbelief flashed across his face. How can this be? That bitch Wu Mingkong is only around the age of about now, how could she possess the strength of the second level of king conferring realm? Lian, Guardian Lianzuo, are you kidding me? Wu Yuanyun stammered and asked. Not only him, but even Tang Yuda and others all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Lian Yingzhong's answer. After all, what Lian Yingzhong said just now shocked them a lot. Li Weiwei and the others looked proud of it. Because they already knew the fact that Empress Wu Mingkong had reached the second floor of the king conferring realm. Your Highness, Second Prince, haven't you seen that the Empress is still so calm when she hears you say that the protector is here? Lian Yingzhong asked back, if she didn't have a lot of confidence in her own strength, would she have such a reaction? It has to be said that Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude is indeed shocking. The female Emperor Wu Mingkong is indeed more suitable to be the Emperor of Qiangguo than the second Prince Wu Yuanyun. It's a pity that what Kongming Tiangong needs is an easy-to-control puppet. Instead of leading the rise of Qiangguo and being independent from Kongming Tiangong, Mingjun. So what he appreciates is the Empress Wu Mingkong. But this cannot change his position of killing the Empress Wu Mingkong and helping the second Prince Wu Yuanyun to the throne of Jian Kingdom. Hearing this, whether it was Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda, or the others, they were all numb. If the person who said these words was not Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, they would definitely sneer at it. Who told them that they had never heard of anyone in the Void Realm who could reach the age of being a king and cultivate their strength to the level of a king? Good eyesight. Your Excellency is worthy of being the protector Lianzuo of Kongming Tiangong. The Empress Wu Mingkong praised her first. Immediately, she went on to say, I have never had any conflicts with Kong Ming Tiangong before, and I have a certain respect for Kong Ming Tiangong. As long as Guardian Lianzuo doesn't help the second emperor to fight against me today, I can choose to turn enemies into friends with you and Kong Ming Tiangong. I don't know what you want. Guardian Lianzuo, you can't listen to her fooling around. Wu Yuanyun became anxious immediately, she is trying to divide us. Your Highness, second prince, don't worry, this Dharma protector is clear in his heart. Lian Yingzhong reassured, since Kong Ming Tiangong has decided to stand by your side, it will not easily change its original attitude. The Empress wants to use a few words to make us give up on you, that is simply impossible. Wu Yuanyun breathed a sigh of relief, Lianzuo protector, thank you for your persistence. Lianzuo Dharma protector, let me ask you again, do you really want to help second emperor brother and fight against me? Empress Wu Mingkong raised her eyebrows and said, although Kong Ming Tiangong is not easy to mess with, I'm also not easy to mess with. I'm sorry, Empress, this protector never thought of reconciling with you. Lian Yingzhong shook his head and said, for the sake of the future of Kong Ming Tiangong, today you must fall into the hands of this protector. Guardian Lianzuo, your strength is only one level higher than mine, how can you dare to say such a thing? Empress Wu Mingkong sneered and said, maybe you will be the one who will be slapped in the face by the speed of light and then fall. Based on the current strength of this Dharma protector, I have already reached the 4th floor of the king conferring realm. Lian Yingzhong jokingly responded, Empress, is this something you didn't expect? Great. The difference in strength between the two ranks is enough for Protector Lianzuo to crush Wu Mingkong, a bitch. Wu Yuanyun, who reacted, was overjoyed. He was still worried that the strength gap between Lian Yingzhong and Empress Wu Mingkong was too small. Once the two sides fought, Lian Yingzhong would not be able to suppress Empress Wu Mingkong. Tang Yuda and others were also delighted. Since Lian Yingzhong is 2 levels stronger than Empress Wu Mingkong, in today's conflict, their side should be stable, right? Compared to them, Li Weiwei and the others felt a little worried. Because practitioners have reached the level of the king conferring realm, there are no small difficulties if they want to surpass their opponents by leaps and bounds. Not to mention that the opponent's strength is 2 levels higher than his own. I admit it was a bit of a surprise. Empress Wu Mingkong nodded and said, however, even if your current strength is 2 levels higher than mine, you still don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. In the tone, there is an extremely powerful self-confidence. Empress, is your tone too loud? Lian Yingzhong said in a deep voice, you're very confident, aren't you? This protector will take action to destroy your confidence. Following his words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Chapter 144 This is abnormal. Guardian Lianzuo, let's fight. Empress Wu Mingkong responded without fear, if you want to destroy my self-confidence, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Don't be ashamed. Empress, this protector doesn't believe that your aptitude is so evil that you can even out the difference in strength between the 2 levels. Lian Yingzhong snorted coldly, he couldn't bear it any longer, quickly moved his body, and rushed towards the Empress Wu Mingkong. At the same time, during the process, he also took out a simple black longsword from the storage ring. The immortal guiding sword art's first form. The immortal comes to the world. With Lian Yingzhong's voice, and the simple black longsword in his hand. A multicolored glow appeared above his head. And in the multicolored rays of light, one can vaguely see a huge silhouette with fluttering robes. Everyone back off. Seeing this, Li Weiwei shouted loudly. The Battle of King conferred realm powerhouse. Not only are they unable to participate, but they also have to guard against being affected. Immortal guiding sword art. Seeing this, Empress Wu Mingkong said with interest, as for the unique sword art of Kong Ming Tiangong, I am very familiar with it, and I have never seen it before. The first time I see you now, it really is extraordinary. After a pause, she continued, Guardian Lianzuo, the people in Bazhu of Tiangsu realm say that your Kong Ming Tiangong is the holy place for sword cultivators. As a sword cultivator, I want to verify from you whether this statement is accurate. After saying that, she took out a golden longsword from the storage ring, and then moved her body to meet the incoming Lian Yingzhong. In addition, I am creating a sword formula called the 13 Swords of the Immortal, and I just want you to try it out. Walking alone is only a shadow, the female fairy breaks through the gate of heaven with one sword. With her voice. Immediately above her head appeared out of thin air a faint phantom of a female fairy holding a sword in her hand and marching forward. Lian Yingzhong asked with a little astonishment, Empress, you don't mean that you stole the immortal guiding sword art from our Kong Ming Tiangong? As soon as this remark came out, most people at the scene had the same thoughts as Lian Yingzhong. After all, the moves of the two sides who are about to fight are too similar. Guardian Lianzuo, you are overthinking. Empress Wu Mingkong responded noncommittally, it's just an image. The 13 immortal swords created by me are completely different from the immortal guiding sword art of your Kongming Tiangong. Lian Yingzhong didn't make a sound. Because at this moment, he has already handed over the Empress Wu Mingkong. Lian Yingzhong was full of confidence and wanted to suppress Empress Wu Mingkong first, so that Empress Wu Mingkong could experience the feeling of despair. Who knew that the female Emperor Wu Mingkong was so monstrous that she could fight him on par with her own sword formula? Now, not only Lian Yingzhong was inexplicably horrified, but even Wu Yuanyun and the others had expressions of disbelief and shock. Empress Wu Mingkong and Lian Yingzhong have 2 levels of strength gap. Why was the Empress Wu Mingkong not at all disadvantaged in the confrontation with Lian Yingzhong? This is simply too unreasonable. Compared to them, Li Weiwei and the others were pleasantly surprised. That is really good. Can Her Majesty the Empress really ignore the difference in strength between the 2 ranks and draw with Lian Yingzhong? It has to be said that Her Majesty the Empress is an eternal god, capable of creating any miracle. It seems that the marriage between Zhenyi's palace and His Majesty the Empress was done right. Qin Zhengqing was amazed when he saw this. Empress Wu Mingkong is only around the age, and she can compete with Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, who is a 4th-tier powerhouse in the king-conferring realm. The future achievements are so great that you can imagine them with your toes. His Majesty the Empress is Her Majesty the Empress, she is really amazing. Fu Xiaoyu, who was watching the battle in the dark, waved her small fist and said, I have decided, from now on, Her Majesty the Empress will be my chance encounter and the target of my pursuit. Li Linhui, who was dazzled by her, nodded involuntarily, and echoed, yes. Your Majesty the Empress is too strong, she is simply the ceiling of the fighting power of the younger generation in the Sky Void realm. Lu Beichen agreed with both Fu Xiaohu's words and Li Linhui's words. How to say? Empress Wu Mingkong belongs to the kind of practitioner who is invincible at the same level, and can even kill enemies by leapfrogging. If it weren't for Lian Yingzhong's strength being 2 ranks higher than Empress Wu Mingkong's, not 1 rank. I'm afraid Lian Yingzhong has lost now, or has fallen to death. However, a tie between the 2 sides is considered temporary. I believe that it won't take long for Empress Wu Mingkong to change the situation where she and Lian Yingzhong are evenly matched. With the above inference, Lu Beichen still did not relax. Because with his powerful spiritual sense, he was able to detect that besides him, Empress Wu Mingkong, and Lian Yingzhong, there seemed to be another cultivator who had the least strength to reach the King Sealing realm. Without knowing whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, Lu Beichen can only tighten his strings, and is ready to leave the field at any time to support the Empress Wu Mingkong. What Lu Beichen could see, Lian Yingzhong could of course also see. Empress Wu Mingkong's aptitude is so terrifying. Lian Yingzhong took a deep breath. He felt that if Empress Wu Mingkong was given time to grow up, in time, there will be no one in the entire Kongmingtian palace who is a match for Empress Wu Mingkong. That's it. Empress Wu Mingkong said with some disappointment, Guardian Lianzuo, whether it's your strength or your immortal guiding sword art from Kongming Tiangong, it doesn't seem to be very good. The current her, dare to say that she will be able to completely suppress Lian Yingzhong in the next few moves. Empress, I admit that my cultivation level is actually not as strong as yours. But this doesn't mean that our Kongming Tiangong's unique immortal guiding sword art won't work. Lian Yingzhong argued, this Dharma protector has limited aptitude, and it is difficult to fully display the power of the immortal guiding sword art. Do you understand? Really? I don't believe it. Empress Wu Mingkong said noncommittally, unless you can prove it to me. Okay, you want to prove it. Lian Yingzhong fought with the Empress Wu Mingkong, and shouted somewhere, Guardian Zhao Yu, don't watch the show there, if you don't come out, our Kongming Tiangong will lose face. Guardian Lianzuo, you are too mean, aren't you? A joking voice suddenly rang out at the scene, you can't even beat a mere little girl. The words fall. Everyone present looked at the source of the sound. I saw that there was a silver-haired young man who looked about the same age as Lian Yingzhong out of thin air. Guardian Zhao Yu. Could it be that this person who came here is Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong? Wu Yuanyun was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he reacted, and at the same time lamented in his heart that the people in Kongming Tiangong all knew the art of retaining beauty, he couldn't help being overjoyed for a while. After all, according to the rumors, Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, is stronger than Lian Yingzhong. Because of this bitch Wu Mingkong is doomed today. Chapter 145 Lu Beichen, am I so brave? Tang Yuda and others were also overjoyed. When they heard the conversation between Empress Wu Mingkong and Lian Yingzhong, they were very disturbed. After all, this means that Lian Yingzhong may not be the opponent of Empress Wu Mingkong. It also means that their attempt to intercept and kill the Empress Wu Mingkong failed today, not to mention that the second Prince Wu Yuanyun will not be able to ascend to the throne of the Qian Kingdom, there is still a high probability that they will lose their lives. Now there is a rumor that Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, who is stronger than Lian Yingzhong, suddenly appears. They can finally relax and look forward to the future. Not good. Now we're in big trouble. Seeing this, Li Weiwei, Qin Zhengqing and the others had worried expressions on their faces. Originally, the dialogue between Empress Wu Mingkong and Lian Yingzhong gave them the hope of Empress Wu Mingkong's imminent victory. Who knew that Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong, hadn't been dealt with, and Zhao Nanlong, the right guardian of Kongming Tiangong, came? The key is that Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, is stronger than Lian Yingzhong, not weaker. Even if the Empress Wu Mingkong is against the sky, no matter how evil she is. If she wants to ignore the greater gap in strength and defeat Zhao Nanlong, it may be difficult for her to reach the sky. God, how could this be? All the left and right protectors of Kongming Tiangong have come. Fu Xiao's mood is a bit complicated at the moment. It stands to reason that Empress Wu Mingkong is her rival in love, and she should be happy to see him in danger. But not long ago, Empress Wu Mingkong's performance was so amazing that she admired her very much. In addition, with her status, she just wants to stay by Shiza's side all the time, and never expects to be Shiza's real wife. Even if the marriage between the son and the Empress Wu Mingkong is unsuccessful, he will still marry another woman in the future. Therefore, due to various reasons, she actually hoped that Empress Wu Mingkong would be safe and sound. Li Linhui's face also became serious. Empress Wu Mingkong's strength is very strong, she can beat Lian Yingzhong, who is a fourth-tier powerhouse of King Conferring Realm, when her strength is around the second level of King Conferring Realm. But this does not mean that the Empress Wu Mingkong can face two strong men at the King Conferred Realm at the same time. Not to mention that Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, may be many levels higher than the female Emperor Wu Mingkong. Therefore, if Zhao Nanlong participates in this battle, Empress Wu Mingkong will almost surely lose. However, it's useless to worry, he can't intervene in the battle of the King Sealing Powerhouse. I can only pray in my heart for a miracle to happen, and Empress Wu Mingkong has the ability to turn the situation around. Regarding the appearance of Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, Lu Beichen had prepared in advance, so he was not surprised. It's just that Zhao Nanlong's strength is slightly stronger than he guessed. With his current strength at the first level of King Conferring Realm, it seems that he is not Zhao Nanlong's opponent. While his thoughts were turning, Lu Beichen remembered for no reason that he hadn't checked the life script of Empress Wu Mingkong. Name, Wu Mingkong. Status, Empress of Jian Kingdom. Realm, the second floor of King Conferring Realm. Favorite, 50. Fate, Daughter of Destiny, Purple. Bloodline, Natural Sword Body. Luck Point, 1500. Recent Turning Point. On the bank of the Lu River, he was assassinated by the second Prince Wu Yuanyun and others, and defeated Lian Yingzhong, the left protector of Kongming Tiangong who was a fourth-tier powerhouse in the King Conferring Realm. In the end, he lost to Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong who was the seventh-level powerhouse of the King Conferred Realm. In order to save her own life, she had to choose to leave the scene, so she met Ye Fan, the son of Destiny, in the Demon Mountains. Things did not go beyond Lu Beichen's expectations, and the Empress Wu Mingkong was indeed the legendary Daughter of Destiny. And the blood of Empress Wu Mingkong's natural sword body also made him understand why Empress Wu Mingkong had such a high comprehension in the way of swordsmanship. The only thing that surprised Lu Beichen was that the Empress Wu Mingkong met the son of Destiny Ye Fan in the recent turning point. Is this the rhythm that the hero and heroine want to meet? However, when Lu Beichen looked carefully at the life script of Empress Wu Mingkong again, he suddenly discovered that the recent turning point of Empress Wu Mingkong had changed. To be precise, the Empress Wu Mingkong escaped to the Demon Realm Mountains and met the son of Destiny, Ye Fan, who became his incarnation as a mysterious strong man in the Chinese palace, and came out to turn the tide and help the Empress win the final victory. Am I so brave? With the strength of the first level of the King Conferring Realm, against Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong who is a strong man of the seventh level of the King Conferring Realm. Lu Beichen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Host, have you forgotten that Empress Wu Mingkong is the Daughter of Destiny? At this moment, the Destiny villain system suddenly reminded, as long as you take some action, you can earn Destiny points from Empress Wu Mingkong and restore your own strength. Therefore, why is it so strange that you were able to defeat Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong who is a strong man at the seventh level of the King Conferring Realm? These words were like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning, which made Lu Beichen's eyes light up. Yup. His current strength is not as good as Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, but he can earn Destiny points from the Empress Wu Mingkong to restore his strength. Don't be too emotional about breakthroughs or something. This thought flashed through his mind, and Lu Beichen pretended to be extremely disturbed and told Fu Xiao and Li Linhui. I don't want to see the scene where Empress Wu Mingkong is defeated by Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong. I want to leave first, and decide whether to come back to watch the battle after my mood calms down. Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui expressed their understanding, and told Lu Beichen not to go too far, and to pay attention to safety or something. Lu Beichen responded one by one. After he left, he turned into a masked man in silver. Then, hide in the dark, ready to help Empress Wu Mingkong at any time. I didn't expect even Guardian Zhao Yu to come. You Kongming Tiangong don't attach so much importance to me. Empress Wu Mingkong sneered, and there was no trace of panic on her pretty face, as if she didn't really notice Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong who had just appeared. Empress, your aptitude is so heaven-defying, it's hard for our Kongming Tiangong not to take it seriously. Zhao Nanlong responded emotionally, after all, if the news that you beat the fourth-tier protector Lianzhou, who is a strong man in the king-conferring realm, spread today, it will definitely cause a huge shock in Bizhu, and even the entire Sky Void realm. Lian Yingzhong couldn't help but smiled wryly and said, Protect Zhao Yu, according to your statement, this protector has become a stepping stone for the Empress to become famous all over the world. Lianzhou Dharma Protector, this Dharma Protector is just telling the truth. Zhao Nanlong responded, however, if you want to keep your reputation, it's actually not a big problem. Just get rid of the Empress and all the people she brought with her. Guardian Zhao Yu, please don't be so absolute. Not to be outdone, the Empress Wu Mingkong said, since I have the ability to suppress the left protector just now, it may not be impossible for me to suppress you. So you have to think carefully, whether you want to represent your Kongming Tiangong to continue to fight against me. There is a rare indescribable sharpness in the tone. Chapter 146 Lu Beichen appeared as a masked silver-clothed man. Look at this. Zhao Nanlong asked with an absurd look on his face, Empress, do you mean that you are threatening this Dharma protector? Ever since he became the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, no one has dared to talk to him like Empress Wu Mingkong. Not to mention that his current strength is 5 levels stronger than that of Empress Wu Mingkong. Therefore, he couldn't figure out where did Empress Wu Mingkong get the confidence to act so tough in front of him? Guardian Zhao Yu, I'm just reminding you. Empress Wu Mingkong responded flatly, think about it carefully, is there any truth to what I said? Zhao Nanlong was startled and confused. What the hell? In the face of this protector, a strong man whose strength has reached the 7th level of the king-conferring realm, are you still so calm? Could it be that the female Emperor Wu Mingkong has some whole cards behind her that she didn't use? Guardian Zhao Yu, don't listen to the Empress tricks. Lian Yingzhong couldn't help but said aloud, because no matter how powerful the Empress is, with your strength that has reached the 7th level of the king-conferred realm, it is enough to crush her. Zhao Nanlong thought about it, and his expression suddenly became firm, Empress, stop bragging, I don't believe that you have the means to bridge the gap in strength up to the 5th level. Seeing that Zhao Nanlong wasn't bluffed, Empress Wu Mingkong secretly thought it was a pity. Don't look at her being tough on the surface, her persuasion is full of threats. But in fact, she was a little guilty in her heart. After all, she and Zhao Nanlong have a 5-level strength gap, and it is actually quite difficult to bridge it. I remember the last person who talked to me like this was Lianzhou Dharma Protector, right? Empress Wu Mingkong chuckled lightly and said, I don't think I need to tell you how he behaved just now. Lian Yingzhong. Empress, are you polite? Wouldn't it be nice not to take others as an example? Looking at the depressed Lian Yingzhong, Zhao Nanlong couldn't help but feel a little funny. Lian Yingzhong has always believed that the Shangguan Palace Master is the first, and he is the second, and his behavior is relatively high profile. Unexpectedly, she would be deflated at the hands of the female Emperor Wu Mingkong, who is only around the age. What a rare and famous scene. Empress, this protector has reason to suspect that you are trying to provoke the relationship between this protector and Lianzhou protector. But this protector did not find any evidence of it. Zhao Nanlong first replied jokingly. Immediately, he went on to say, this protector seems to have fallen into your trap. I want to tell you something, this protector is not Lianzhou protector. What happened to Lianzhou protector just now will never happen to this protector. Lian Yingzhong. Heartbroken, Guardian Zhao Yu. Okay, since you are stubborn and want to represent Kongming Tiangong against me, then don't blame me for being rude. Empress Wu Mingkong pointed the golden longsword in her hand at Zhao Nanlong, and said, Guardian Lianzhuo's strength is not bad, worthy of my sword, but you seem to be more worthy of my sword than Guardian Lianzhuo. Is it? This Dharma protector wants to learn about the 13 immortal swords you created. Zhao Nanlong made up his mind, no matter what, he would have a fight with Empress Wu Mingkong. Because his strength is 5 levels higher than that of Empress Wu Mingkong, he can't back down before he starts fighting, can he? Seeing that Empress Wu Mingkong and Zhao Nanlong were about to strike, Lu Beichen didn't think much about it, and quickly moved his body to disappear in place. When he reappeared, he had already gone to the opposite of Zhao Nanlong and Lian Yingzhong, that is, not far from Empress Wu Mingkong. Qin Zhengqing came to his senses first, and said in surprise, that's great, it's the senior from our Chinese prince's mansion who came to help Her Majesty the Empress. Hearing his words, not only Li Weiwei and the others, but even the Empress Wu Mingkong felt a little surprise. This masked silver-clothed man who appeared out of nowhere could hide from everyone's consciousness, and suddenly came to the scene. Presumably the strength is no weaker than her, Lian Yingzhong, and Zhao Nanlong. With the masked silver-clothed man, the senior of the Chinese palace, Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong would not have much advantage. What? Is there such a master in Chinese palace? Lian Yingzhong and Zhao Nanlong looked at each other with astonishment on their faces. While Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda and the others were in a daze, they only wanted to scold their mothers. Empress Wu Mingkong's ability to overwhelm Lian Yingzhong, who is a fourth-tier powerhouse in the king-conferred realm, is already outrageous. Now it is just a warlord's Chinese prince's mansion, unexpectedly there is a strong man who seems to be at least at the king's level? Is there any reason for this? Fu Xiaoyu, who was in the dark, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and said excitedly, the mysterious senior from our Chinese palace has appeared, it seems that the situation is about to reverse again. Yes. Li Linhui next to her said happily, the mysterious senior in our Chinese palace must have a strength no less than that of a king. Otherwise, he wouldn't choose to play at this time. I think so too. Fu Xiaoyu nodded, with a strange expression on his face, Your Majesty left too quickly, so I couldn't see the scene where our senior from the Chinese prince's mansion appeared. Li Linhui said meaningfully, if the son knew about this, he would have to slap his thigh so hard. Guardian Lianzhou, Guardian Zhao Yu, you are all practitioners of the older generation whose strength has reached the realm of kingship. Besides, Lu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver clothes, pretended to be dissatisfied, is it too much to bully the little empress together? Empress Wu Mingkong frowned slightly. She was a little dissatisfied with Lu Beichen's title. But they came to help her. She can't worry about the address of the other party, can she? Your Excellency, please forgive me for not agreeing with this Dharma protector. Lian Yingzhong retorted, as the saying goes, those who are masters are teachers. Whether it is aptitude or her own strong strength, the Empress is worthy of being treated like this protector and Zhao Yu. Yes. Zhao Nanlong nodded and agreed, in the eyes of this Dharma protector, there is no distinction between age and age in the practice world, only strength and weakness. Hey, what kind of fallacy is this all of you? Lu Beichen responded noncommittally, if you are strong, you can bully others at will, and you don't take others seriously, right? According to what you said, the old man is stronger than you now. Isn't it a matter of course to maim you and kill you? The reason why he has the confidence to say these words is because just now, he suddenly earned 600 destiny points from the Empress Wu Mingkong. If he didn't know the destiny villain system very well, he would think that the destiny villain system borrowed the destiny points from him, or changed the rules for him. Isn't it? The masked silver-clothed man said that he is stronger than Ben and Lianzhou. Zhao Nanlong suddenly lost his composure. What the hell? What is this all about? What did he mean by what he said to Guardian Lianzhou? In addition, what he can't figure out is, isn't Qiangguo Town Nanwang Mansion just a small warlord? Why is there such a master who may be stronger than him? Chapter 147 Zhao Nanlong is betting that Lu Beichen is not as strong as him. Hearing Lu Beichen's words, the faces of Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda and others instantly became extremely ugly, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of uneasiness in their hearts. If the mysterious master of the Chinese palace in front of him, that is, the masked silver-clothed man, is really stronger than Zhao Nanlong, then their deliberate plans today will most likely fail, not to mention, the dominant Empress Wu Mingkong will definitely not let them go. Therefore, they were all thinking that if they saw Zhao Nanlong at a disadvantage with the masked man in silver, would they have to flee the scene immediately so as to save their own lives? Of course, it doesn't matter whether it's Wu Yuanyun or Tang Yuda. At this moment, they all knew that the masked purple-clothed man who led people to intercept Fang Chen, the son of Chinese prince not long ago, was probably in danger. After all, in the Chinese Wangfu convoy, there are such powerful people as the masked silver-clothed man in the King Sealing realm. On the contrary, Li Weiwei, Qin Zhengqing and others were greatly encouraged, and their hearts were jumping for joy. Since the senior from the Chinese palace is stronger than Zhao Nanlong, there should be no suspense in today's conflict. Presumably, it will end with the disastrous defeat of the left and right guardians of Kongming Tiangong, and the rebellion of the second prince Wu Yuanyun and others being killed by force. As for Fu Xiaoyu, Li Linhui and others, they had thoughtful expressions of excitement. It seems that what Qin Gongfeng said is correct, there is such an unpredictable senior in the Chinese palace, it is only a matter of time before it takes off. Sooner or later, the Chinese palace will grow into a power that is not weaker than Kongming Tiangong, and even stronger than Kongming Tiangong. In this way, does this senior from the Chinese prince's mansion have strength beyond the 7th level of the king-conferring realm? A trace of doubt flashed in Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes. Although the Chinese palace has a good background, it is qualified to let her carry out the marriage. But is it a bit exaggerated to be able to emerge such a powerful master? However, no matter what, this is a good thing for her. It is also enough to prove that in order to win over Chinese Wangfu, she made the right move to marry Chinese Wangfu. Thinking of this, Empress Wu Mingkong cupped her fists towards Liu Beichen and said, "Thank you, senior, for standing up for me. Little Empress, you're welcome." Liu Beichen waved his hand and said, "You and the son are about to get married, and you can be regarded as one of the masters of the Chinese palace. It is normal for the old man to stand up for you." Hearing his words, Empress Wu Mingkong became a little shy in a rare way. Do not know why. At this moment, she actually felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents in her heart. Ba ba ba. She is not ugly. Forcibly suppressing the strangeness in her heart, the female Emperor Wu Mingkong smiled and said, "Then I will leave everything to senior." Good talk, good talk. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is reincarnation, who will the sky spare? Liu Beichen nodded, and said, "Guarantee Zhao Yu thought he was stronger than you just now, so he didn't take you seriously. Unfortunately, he meets an old man who is stronger than him, so he has to experience what it's like not to be looked down upon by others. Be good, isn't Empress Wu Mingkong too beautiful?" No, he was almost dazzled by Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful smile just now. Guardian Zhao Yu, don't be fooled by this guy who doesn't dare to show his true colors. Lian Yingzhong, however, had a different opinion on Liu Beichen's speech. As the saying goes, you are not a family, and if you don't enter a family, I feel that he is just like the Empress just now, but he is just talking big to scare you. If you believe his nonsense, maybe he secretly laughs at you for being stupid. After all, with the background of the Chinese prince's mansion, it is absolutely impossible that there will be a practitioner stronger than you. Guardian Lianzuo, what you said is not unreasonable. Zhao Nanlong thought for a while, and said, according to what this protector knows about the Chinese palace, it is indeed unlikely that there will be practitioners stronger than this protector in the Chinese palace. That's because you are too ignorant and underestimated the Chinese palace. Liu Beichen sneered, and said, why does the little empress want to marry the Chinese palace? Isn't it because the Chinese palace has a strong background, and there are such strong kings as the old man? Empress Wu Mingkong seemed to be praising Liu Beichen's words on the surface, but she was a little embarrassed on the inside. Marrying with the Chinese palace was a hasty decision she made when her throne was not stable. After her strength reaches the king's sealing realm, she doesn't pay much attention to the Chinese palace. In addition, she never thought that there would be a strong man in the Chinese palace who could reach the king's realm. And Zhao Nanlong didn't know about this, so he had a sudden realization expression on his face at this moment. He asked why the Empress Wu Mingkong, who had an excellent figure and appearance and was extremely talented, wanted to marry a small warlord like the Chinese palace. It turned out that there was a strong man behind the Chinese palace that he didn't know. That's right, so to speak, this protector underestimated the background of the Chinese prince's mansion. Zhao Nanlong first replied like this. Immediately, he asked in a deep voice, however, this protector represents Kongming Tiangong. Is your Chinese palace going to fight against Kongming Tiangong? The background of Kongming Tiangong is stronger than our Chinese palace, this old man admits it. I didn't have any thought of going against Kongming Tiangong before. Liu Beichen responded, but didn't you hear what the old man said just now? The little empress is one of the masters of our Chinese palace, do you think the old man will just sit back and watch? As for things like helping the little empress escape danger, if you think that you are against Kongming Tiangong, then it is considered that this old man is against Kongming Tiangong. Having said all this, Zhao Nanlong completely gave up the idea of reconciling with Liu Beichen. Because he must kill Empress Wu Mingkong today, lest she grow up in the future and become a serious problem for Kongming Tiangong. The masked silver-clothed man in front of him wanted to save the life of the Empress Wu Mingkong, and the two sides inevitably entered into a state of hostility. Very good. Since your excellency is determined, you will help the Empress fight against our Kongming Tiangong. Zhao Nanlong said in a deep voice, then let's fight. This protector just wants to learn about your master's tricks. Empress Wu Mingkong's threat to Kongming Tiangong is too great. It is impossible for him to give up killing Empress Wu Mingkong. Therefore, up to now, he can only bet that the masked man in silver is not stronger than him. Okay, in the end we have reached the point where we have to see the truth. Liu Beichen nodded and said, don't worry, I won't let you down in terms of strength. The words fall. He immediately called the Destiny Villain system, quickly activate it for me. No, quickly increase my cultivation. As the 600 points of destiny are quickly consumed. Liu Beichen's strength has gone from the first level of the King Conferring Realm to the 7th level of the King Conferring Realm. Zhao Nanlong, even if my current strength is the same as yours. But the legendary invincible at the same level, please understand it well. Under the silver veil, Liu Beichen couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. Chapter 148 The demeanor of that one sword shocked the audience. Seeing that the battle between Liu Beichen and Zhao Nanlong was about to break out, the Empress Wu Mingkong and Lian Yingzhong quickly withdrew from the battlefield respectively. Seeing this, everyone present was all in high spirits, for fear of missing any next scene. After all, the result of the battle between Liu Beichen and Zhao Nanlong. Not only will it affect the direction of today's conflict, but it will also affect their lives. Senior, you have to work hard. Whether it was Li Weiwei and Qin Zhengqing, or Fu Xiaoyu and Li Linhui, they all secretly prayed in their hearts that the masked man in silver would win. Even the Empress Wu Mingkong was somewhat looking forward to seeing Liu Beichen overpowering Zhao Nanlong. And the opposite of them is Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda, and Lian Yingzhong all secretly prayed in their hearts that Zhao Nanlong would win. Otherwise, if the masked man in silver wins, they will be in big trouble. At least today's plan cannot be completed, and at worst, your life will be lost. Ding! The relationship between the host and Wu Mingkong has undergone a huge change, triggering a certain reward, adding 200 to the destiny value. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Liu Beichen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Strength overwhelms. It is much better than the legendary invincibility of the same level. System, I would like to call you Timely Rain. Liu Beichen was in a good mood. Host, you are a mother if you have milk. The Destiny Villain system responded angrily, I haven't forgotten your attitude before. Yo, system, I didn't expect you to hold a grudge. Liu Beichen first said such an exaggerated sentence. Immediately, he continued, if you want me to change my attitude towards you, please give me more destiny points. Host, you are getting more and more shameless, right? The Destiny Villain system replied angrily, I used to say the word borrow, but now I don't even say the word borrow, and just say give. It's okay to borrow. Liu Beichen said cheekily, look, I have earned so much destiny points not long after meeting Empress Wu Mingkong. If you are kind enough to lend me some, I believe it won't take long for me to return it to you. Host, please don't let your imagination run wild. The Destiny Villain system said impatiently, I advise you to focus on the battle with Zhao Nanlong. Really boring. Why are you always so rigid and don't know how to be flexible? Liu Beichen complained, and then shouted, okay, system, don't be stunned, just continue to improve my cultivation. Okay, host. The Destiny Villain system did not hesitate. After some manipulations, Liu Beichen, who once again spent 200 points of destiny, increased his strength from the 7th level of the King Conferring Realm to the 9th level of the King Conferring Realm. Zhao Nanlong, Guardian Zhao Yu, I'm sorry, but now my strength is really stronger than yours. The corner of Liu Beichen's mouth hooked up, the Dragon King with a crooked mouth will not return until the 3-year period is up. I didn't even have a moment, and I surpassed you in strength. If you want to blame it, it's your bad luck. Unfortunately, you met me, a badass. After Zhao Nanlong made up his mind to fight Liu Beichen. Without any hesitation anymore, he took out a simple black long sword from the storage ring, then turned around and rushed towards Liu Beichen. The immortal guiding sword art's first form. The immortal comes to the world. Following Zhao Nanlong's voice, and the simple black long sword in his hand. A multicolored glow appeared above his head. And in the multicolored rays of light, one can vaguely see a huge silhouette with fluttering robes. Although he used the same sword formula as Lian Yingzhong. But the power seems to be much greater. Seeing this, Empress Wu Mingkong couldn't help reminding, Senior, please be more careful. At this time, she still had doubts about whether Liu Beichen could beat Zhao Nanlong. Little Empress, don't worry, I don't care about Zhao Yu's ability. Liu Beichen first replied calmly, and then he took out the Yuan magnetic épée from the storage ring. Afterwards, he quickly moved his body to meet Zhao Nanlong who was attacking him. And in the process, he drew his sword. A seemingly slow, unremarkable sword. But it emitted countless bright sword lights. Abnormally dazzling. It even contains extremely mysterious principles. You, what kind of sword technique are you using now? Zhao Nanlong was inexplicably horrified. Because following Liu Beichen's actions, he found that his movement seemed to be restricted by something, and he started to show signs of stagnation. The name of this sword art, I haven't figured it out yet. Liu Beichen smiled, and responded, the old man will call it the sword that kills you, or the sword that destroys you. Is it so sloppy? Zhao Nanlong felt uncomfortable. Not only is he not as strong as the masked silver-clothed man, but he has to be killed by the unknown swordsmanship that the opponent casually uses? Your Excellency, you can't kill this protector. Zhao Nanlong warned, if you kill this protector, you will have a complete grudge with Kong Ming Tian Gong. When the time and space Ming Tian Palace arrives, I will be with you in the Chinese Prince's mansion forever. Incoherent. The old man has had a grudge against you Kong Ming Tian Gong ever since he showed up to help the little empress deal with you. Liu Beichen responded noncommittally, as for immortality, do you think the old man will be afraid? This. Zhao Nanlong was speechless. The strength of the masked silver-clothed man in front of him is unfathomable, and he is indeed qualified not to be afraid of Kongming Tiangong making trouble for him. Stop doing this and that. Guardian Zhao Yu, this old man invites you to die. Lu Beichen said while waving the Yuan magnetic épée in his hand, and stabbed in the direction of Zhao Nanlong. Why is that? This guardian is not reconciled, not reconciled. Zhao Nanlong tried his best to run the spiritual power in his body, trying to dodge Lu Beichen's sword. Because he had a bad premonition, if he took it hard, he would definitely be killed by the opponent's sword. However, after thinking about it, he found that he couldn't move since then. He could only watch helplessly as countless bright sword lights rushed into his body. No. Zhao Nanlong let out a shrill scream. He regrets it. Regret that I shouldn't fight the masked man in silver without seeing his strength. I even regret that I didn't show all my whole cards when I made a move. Otherwise, he would never have died so easily at the hands of the masked man in silver. Soon, in the eyes of everyone at the scene, Zhao Nanlong, who was a strong man at the 7th level of the king conferring realm, couldn't catch Lu Beichen's sword, and his soul was completely destroyed, and he ceased to exist. And the emergence of this astonishing scene completely shocked everyone present. Chapter 149 Overturning Cognition, the predecessors are mighty. No way, it can't be blamed for everyone's reaction. It's really because the cultivation base shown by the masked silver-clothed man just now is too strong. After all, Zhao Nanlong is the right protector of Kongming Tiangong, a strong man whose strength has reached the 7th level of the king conferring realm. It's not a cat or a dog, a practitioner with low strength. The masked silver-clothed man can make Zhao Nanlong vanish into ashes and disappear from the world with just one sword strike. From this, we can see how powerful the masked man in silver is. Above the 7th floor of the king sealing realm. The strength of the masked man in silver is definitely above the 7th floor of the king conferring realm. Seeing that Zhao Nanlong, who is a strong man on the 7th floor of the king conferring realm, couldn't even catch Lu Beichen's sword, Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda and others were stunned, but also terrified. Originally, they thought that with the background of the Chinese palace, the masked silver-clothed man, the mysterious master of the Chinese palace, could not surpass Zhao Nanlong in strength. Or even if the masked silver-clothed man really surpassed Zhao Nanlong in strength, both sides still have to fight. Who knew Zhao Nanlong would lose so quickly? This simply subverted their long-standing cognition. What the hell? Could it be that the Chinese prince's mansion, a small warlord in a dry country, can compare with the Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu? When they reacted, they couldn't help but feel a chill behind their backs. Because they all thought of one thing at the moment. That is, Zhao Nanlong, who was a strong man on the 7th floor of the king-conferred realm, was so easily killed by the masked silver-clothed man. They are far inferior to Zhao Nanlong's cultivators, and they can't be the opponents of the masked man in silver at all. It doesn't sound good. Whether they can leave here alive is probably still a question. In addition, they originally wanted to wait and see the development of the battle situation before making the next move. It's just that they didn't expect the result of the battle between Lu Beichen and Zhao Nanlong to come so quickly, so they didn't know what to do. Guardian Zhao Yu is dead. The masked silver-clothed man killed him with just one sword strike. Seeing this, Lian Yingzhong couldn't help but gasped, feeling extremely terrified in his heart. He has known Zhao Nanlong for many years, and knows that Zhao Nanlong is different from many practitioners who use pills or other things to improve their strength. Because Zhao Nanlong's strength at the 7th level of the king's realm was improved step by step through diligent practice, and his foundation was extremely solid. Even if he meets a practitioner of the same level, or even a practitioner whose strength is one level higher than Zhao Nanlong's, Zhao Nanlong has a great chance of winning. So the masked man in silver can kill Zhao Nanlong so easily, his strength must be far superior to Zhao Nanlong. Fuck. The strength of the masked silver-clothed man can't be that he has reached the great consummation of the king conferring realm, or the aperture realm. This thought flashed through his mind, and Lian Yingzhong suddenly went numb. He couldn't figure out why a strong man like the masked silver-clothed man was from such a small power as Qiangguo Zhenyi's Wangfu. So strong. This senior of our Zhenyi's palace is really strong. The shock in Qin Zhenking's heart was absolutely no less than that of anyone present. To be able to possess an existence that can easily kill a strong person whose strength has reached the 7th level of the king conferring realm with just one move. His previous thoughts were indeed right, the Chinese prince's mansion is going to take off directly and become one of the most powerful forces in Bizhu in the Sky Void realm. Fu Xiaoyu, Li Linhui and others were equally excited. What does it mean to Zhenyi's palace to have such a strong man with unfathomable strength? Needless to say, they all know. Also, the appearance of the masked man in silver. It makes them feel that the superpower in Bizhu is actually our Zhenyi's palace in their hearts. Incredible. The strength of this senior from the Zhenyi's palace is far beyond our imagination. Li Weiwei was amazed. She had simulated the scene of Lu Beichen and Zhao Nanlong fighting countless times in her mind beforehand. It's just that Liu Beichen can kill Zhao Nanlong with a single sword, who has reached the 7th level powerhouse of the king conferring realm. By the way, is the marriage between His Majesty the Empress and Prince Zhenyi's son Fang Chen a big profit? Li Weiwei flashed this thought belatedly. Fortunately, she used to think that the Zhenyi's prince's mansion was a small warlord, and she was not qualified to marry the Empress Wu Mingkong at all. Empress Wu Mingkong made the decision to marry the Zhenyi's prince's mansion at that time, because she had just ascended the throne, the Qian kingdom's throne was not stable, and she rushed to the doctor in a hurry. However, now it seems that she has far underestimated the background of Zhenyi's palace. Because there is a masked silver-clothed man in Zhenyi's palace who has unfathomable strength, it is enough to prove that the Empress Wu Mingkong's move to marry Zhenyi's palace is wise. Thinking of this, Li Weiwei couldn't help but look curiously at Empress Wu Mingkong. I don't know if Her Majesty, the Empress, has found out that the Zhenyi's palace has such a strong background when she made the decision to marry with the Zhenyi's palace? Empress Wu Mingkong didn't know what Li Weiwei was thinking at this time. Otherwise, she will definitely give a negative answer. Just as Li Weiwei thought at the time. Empress Wu Mingkong's choice to marry the Zhenyi's prince's mansion was nothing more than a helpless act of desperate medical treatment. In addition, with the passage of time, her strength became stronger and stronger, and the Zhenyi's palace began to become a little irrelevant in her heart. She has even thought about whether she should call off her engagement and break off her engagement with Fang Chen, the heir son of the Prince of Zhenyi's. In case the Zhenyi's prince's mansion failed to become her help, it became her burden. Fortunately, before she could make up her mind, Wu Yuanyun came to attack her with the guardians of Kongming Tiangong and others today. My luck is not too bad. Any decision I make indiscriminately will bring unexpected fruitful results. Empress Wu Mingkong was amazed by Liu Beichen's sword strike, but also deeply moved. After all, she thought everything, but she never expected that the foundation of the Zhenyi's palace would be so strong. There are even masters who can kill a strong man on the 7th floor of the king conferring realm with a single sword. As the saying goes, where there is a cause, there will be an effect. She encountered such a big crisis today, and she was able to pass the test safely without incident. Of course, she is not like Liu Beichen, who can see the script of life. I don't know that even if Liu Beichen, who turned into a masked man in silver clothes, did not appear today, she would not have fallen here, and would meet the legendary son of destiny, Ye Fan, and the two sides would have an unspeakable fate. Senior Mighty. Empress Wu Mingkong said gratefully, thank you for solving the formidable enemy Zhao Nanlong, the right protector of Kongming Tiangong. You are welcome, little Empress. Liu Beichen waved his hand and said, it's just a trivial effort, it's not worth mentioning at all. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Lian Yingzhong and said, Lian Zhou Protector, the old man thinks Zhao Yu Protector is too lonely down there by himself, so I have to send you down to accompany him. Chapter 150 Fearless Liu Beichen, Act Decisively Wu Mingkong. Your Excellency, please speak up if you have something to say. Lian Yingzhong took a step back subconsciously, and said, if even this protector dies in your hands, then you really have an endless grievance with our Kongming Tiangong. In order to save his own life, he quickly changed from you to Liu Beichen. There is some truth in what you said. Liu Beichen nodded, and said, if the two guardians on the left and right are both killed by my hands, surely Kongming Tiangong will be furious because of this. Yes. Lian Yingzhong quickly echoed, so if you can spare the life of this guardian, there should be a possibility to resolve the grievances between you and our Kongming Tiangong. Because your strength is too strong, we at Kongming Tiangong don't want to easily provoke you, a strong man. Guardian Lianzuo, what you said is a bit different, and the wise see wisdom. Liu Beichen smiled noncommittally, and said, I don't think there is any difference between killing one guardian of Kongming Tiangong and killing two guardians of Kongming Tiangong. Also, I don't have time to guess how Kongming Tiangong will react after killing you and Zhao Nanlong, and I'm not afraid of Kongming Tiangong's so-called revenge, understand? Now he has met Empress Wu Mingkong, the daughter of destiny, and the news of Ye Fan, the son of destiny. I believe that it won't take long for his strength to return to the 4th level of Yuanshen realm at its peak, or even to a higher level. No matter how awesome Kongming Tiangong is he as awesome as him? Really annoyed him. He had to go to the Netherworld Palace himself to ask for an explanation. He dares to guarantee that it will not continue to be the largest force in Bizhu when it comes to time and space. Netherworld Palace, whether it can survive or not is a question. Your Excellency, please forgive my offense. What you said just now is not right. Lian Yingzhong said cautiously, first, this protector and Zhao Yu Protector are both high-ranking members of Kongming Tiangong. How can there be no difference between the death of one high-level person and the death of two high-level people? Secondly, Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed very strong, and this Dharma Protector admits it. But Kongming Tiangong is the largest force in Bizhu in Tiangsu realm, and there are not a few people who are stronger than you. Once you really offend Kongming Tiangong to death, causing the relationship between the two parties to become endless, you will definitely regret it in the future. Therefore, this guardian hopes that you can carefully consider the consequences of the matter and make a wise decision rationally. Guardian Lianzuo, in order to persuade the old man not to kill you, it seems that you are also fighting. It's hard work trying to find a reason. Lu Beichen teased him for a while, then he shook his head and said, however, no matter what you say, I don't want to spare your life today. So you obediently let the old man go down and accompany Guardian Zhao Yu. The words fall. Before Lian Yingzhong could respond, he used his movements, holding the Yuan magnetic ape, and bullied towards Lian Yingzhong. Lian Yingzhong didn't expect that Lu Beichen would do it as soon as he said he would do it. In a panic, he immediately threw the black and simple long sword in his hand at Lu Beichen, trying to block Lu Beichen's offensive. Immediately, without thinking too much about it, he used all his body skills and galloped in the opposite direction to Lu Beichen. Want to escape? Lu Beichen easily split the black and simple long sword, and chased after Lian Yingzhong in the direction where Lian Yingzhong was escaping. Not long ago, Lian Yingzhong fought with the Empress Wu Mingkong, consumed a lot of spiritual power and failed to recover, and met Lu Beichen, who was at the 9th level of the king conferring realm. Quickly. In less than a while, he was caught up by Lu Beichen, and he ended up in the same tragic end as Zhao Nanlong, who died under Lu Beichen's sword. Spike. Lian Yingzhong's death can be said to be instantly killed by Lu Beichen's sword. Seeing this, Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda and others trembled involuntarily. After Zhao Nanlong's death, the reason why they didn't choose to flee the scene immediately was because they had little chance of escaping when the other party had a strong man like the masked silver-clothed man. In addition, there was an example that Lian Yingzhong couldn't beat the Empress Wu Mingkong and summoned Zhao Nanlong to play. They also wanted to see if Lian Yingzhong had any cards that could deal with the masked man in silver. Who knew that Lian Yingzhong ran away suddenly, and was instantly killed by Lu Beichen with a sword. Seeing this, Empress Wu Mingkong's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she had a thoughtful expression on her pretty face. Earlier, the masked silver-clothed man killed Zhao Nanlong with a sword, which can also explain that he didn't dare to keep his hand during the battle. Now the masked silver-clothed man killed Lian Yingzhong with a sword without hesitation, and then related to the masked silver-clothed man's remarks just now. It can basically be deduced that the masked silver-clothed man did not pay attention to the Kongming Tiangong, or that he was not afraid of the Kongming Tiangong. This can't help but make her feel a little curious. The confidence of the masked man in silver comes from his own strength? Or is the background of the Chinese prince's mansion really not weaker than the Kongming Tiangong, the largest force in Bizhu? Senior mighty. Seeing this, Li Weiwei shouted excitedly, the Chinese palace is mighty. The power behind the second prince Wu Yuanyun, the left and right protectors of Kongming Tiangong died in the hands of the masked man in silver respectively. This means that in today's conflict, Empress Wu Mingkong's side has an absolute advantage, and the overall situation is settled. Hearing her words, many people at the scene couldn't help shouting, Senior is mighty. Chinese palace is mighty. The sound is so loud that it resounds through the sky. Even Fu Xiaoyu, Li Linhui and others who were in the dark almost couldn't help shouting. After all, the masked silver-clothed man who can easily kill the left and right guardians of Kongmingtian Palace and shows incomparably powerful strength comes from their Chinese palace. Compared with other people on the scene, Wu Yuanyun, Tang Yuda and others chose to run away from the spot after feeling terrified. Although there are strong men like the masked silver-clothed man, their chances of escaping are slim. But the idea of escaping is still necessary. If you can succeed, you will make money, right? Seeing this, Lu Beichen asked, Little Empress, do you still need me to take action now? No need. Empress Wu Mingkong shook her head, and said, without the support of the guardians around Kongming Tiangong, second emperor brother and the others are nothing but chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. After a pause, she then directed to Li Weiwei, except for the second emperor's brother's life, other rebels will be killed without mercy. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. Li Weiwei first replied respectfully, and then led people to chase Wu Yuanyun and others who fled the scene in all directions. The little empress acted so decisively, which won the heart of this old man. Lu Beichen praised, I believe that with you in Qiangguo, it will definitely become Bizhu, and even the largest country in Tiangsu realm. Senior praised. Empress Wu Mingkong smiled happily, before I gave this order, I was a little hesitant, for fear that my seniors would say that I acted too cruelly. Lu Beichen. Empress Wu Mingkong. Are you sure you showed any signs of hesitation just before giving the order? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.